Oh, apologies.
I've already spoken.
Yeah, thank you very much. Brazil, please.
We support UNDP.
Uganda, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I also support the UNDP proposal as being straightforward.
Mexico, please.
We also support UNDP.
May I now open the floor for comments and guidance from our observer countries? Oh, I apologize. Botswana, please, first.
Just a clarification on the UNDP proposal. In terms of the document we are looking at here, it says here
Thank you,
consideration
Madam
for
Chairperson. I
reformulation
also
as
support the
proposed by
UNDP
UNDP,
proposal
adding children
as being
underweight
straightforward.
and
Mexico,
global
please.
hunger
We
index.
also support
But in terms of the
UNDP.
comments that were made by UNDP, the proposal was to have 3 indicators. I just want to be clear when we say UNDP, is it the 3 indicators or is it the 1 indicator on children? Thank you.
Based on our discussion and my understanding, we're looking at the 3 indicators. Thank you for the clarification. So now I'm understanding that the comments from the expert group in support of UNDP is not on the 3 indicators that we have in our original or list coded, in that yellow. Yes, instead, now I am clarifying that the support that the expert group members have given to the UNDP comment is on that 1 indicator. Yes, okay. So that answers Botswana, just that 1 indicator. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
It's children underweight 1, global.
Thank you. So may I now open for observer countries' comments? The United States, please.
Just a point of clarification so that we're following correctly. Could we ask you to read the indicator that is being proposed from UNDP?
The indicator that we are discussing that is proposed by UNDP is consideration of reformulation as proposed by UNDP, which is adding children underweight and global hunger index. So that's what, so actually there are 2 indicators. I apologize. May I then now, thank you for the clarification from the US. I now go back to our member countries who support UNDP. May I please seek specifically what it is that you are supporting from the UNDP suggestion. I call now on Mexico.
For me, it's not totally clear what we understand by the UNDP proposal. I don't know if UNDP can clarify the issue, if UNDP is present, because
Yes, we
it's
shall.
not obvious.
Thank you, Felix. But I want to hear first from the member countries, of the expert group countries, what it is that they have supported. Jamaica, please.
Okay, my support is for the underweight children under the age of 5. That one I think could be green right now. The global hunger index, I'm not sure I have sufficient information to make a decision on that. And the other proposal about the proportion of the population living below the minimum dietary energy consumption, again, I'm not sure that we have sufficient information on the methodology to make a decision right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
let me finish.
Kamal.
India, please. And then
I also of the same point what Jamaica has said, that the
Okay.
second indicator are relating to the nutrition.
so it's children underweight.
Yeah, that's correct.
China, please.
Yeah, we also support the second one of UNDP is underweight under the 5 years old. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And UK, please.
It's again looking for clarification. we started with the prevalence of undernourishment, and we talked about disaggregation by age, which would give you the children under 5. Is that still the indicator, or is it a new indicator? I mean, I'm getting quite confused on this one. And there's a second indicator about Global Hunger Index, which I haven't got much information on to make a decision. And then we've got the further one on the Food Insecurity Experience Scale. I think I need clarification. I think others do.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to call on UNDP to guide us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. Basically, we proposed 3 indicators. But when you look at these 3 indicators, the first one around dietary minimum energy consumption is basically the same thing as what FAO has proposed, which is prevalence of undernourishment. It's just also the way that we think it should be analyzed by looking at individual level, looking at what people consume at individual level. But then the second indicator that we proposed is basically the one around underweight. We have proposed that because when you look at the MDG era, many countries are already aware, they already know how to do the calculation based on this, because this was the main indicator that we have used for a long time to track hunger. And that's why we have proposed it, and I think we should continue with that. The other one, which is the Global Hunger Index, I think this is very comprehensive. A lot of colleagues have expressed their interest in knowing more about it, so I will explain what it means very briefly by unpacking it. This is basically a multidimensional hunger index. It was introduced to the world in 2006 by the International Food Policy Research Institute based in Washington, D.C., with another NGO based in Germany. The way they do the calculation, there are 4 basic components in this calculation. The first one is basically what you call the prevalence of undernourishment. That is to say, the proportion of undernourished people in the total population. Then the second one is looking at children that are suffering from wasting, that are under 5 years of age. The third one is looking at children that are suffering from wasting under 5 years, stunting rather. So basically wasting, stunting, and then the fourth one is child mortality of children under 5 years old. The reason for this is because if we look at underweight, we basically will be looking at only children. And when we look at this particular target, to end hunger, we have to look at not only children, but also the entire population in a country. So that means if we use the Global Hunger Index, that will capture hunger in its multidimensional ways, and we can actually see what is going on. This particular index has been well established. It has been computed for 117 countries around the world, and every year it is being updated, and the report is being made available worldwide. And we also have how to actually rank them from 0 to 100, 0 being zero hunger, and 100 being worst. If a country is ranked 100, then it means that that country is suffering tremendously from hunger. So this particular indicator, it is also like the one that we discussed yesterday, the Multidimensional Poverty Index, which captures multi-dimensions of poverty. But in this case, this will help us capture multi-dimensions of hunger in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what UNDP is actually proposing is for us to consider 3 indicators. The first one is exactly this one that we already have coded yellow. The other one is the one that we that some of the countries have already supported, which is children underweight. And the third one is the Global Hunger Index, with clarification that the Global Hunger Index already has a clear existing methodology and has already been tested. So now again, I open the floor to FAO. May I ask FAO first before I go back to the countries?
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. This is also as a clarification of some of the definition that have been discussed, because I wanted to point that the prevalence of undernourishment is the official indicator 1.9 of the MDG, which has been used to monitor the target on hunger, along with the prevalence of underweight children. So it is a very well-established indicator since the 70s at least, and has been published annually by FAO. And in fact, it is one of the components that IFPRI and others use to calculate the global hunger index. And with respect to the prevalence of underweight in children, I want to, yes, this was also an indicator for hunger under the MDG, but now in the Sustainable Development Goal agenda, we have another target which speaks specifically of ending all forms of malnutrition with reference to wasting and stunting in children under 5. And the underweight is just a combination of the wasting and stunting. So it will be a redundancy because we already have the proposal for another target that tackles malnutrition explicitly. And then I will have comments on the issue of defining the prevalence of undernourishment and the possibility of disaggregating, but we will talk of this after the discussion. Thank you.
I would like to go back first to the expert group countries, and then I will open it to the observer countries. So I will call on Mexico, and then Jamaica, and then Senegal. Mexico, please.
Two things briefly. One, we should not limit to population under 5 years old the indicator. Second, I agree with what the representative of FAO just said.
Jamaica, please.
My suggestion is that we should make the indicator on children green because there seems to be general consensus on it. My reservations about the other indicators and to respond to the UK's comment about why not just measure the entire population. The way I understand it, or the way it is done in Jamaica, is that in order for us to measure underweight and stunting in children, we physically measure and weigh the children. That would be a little bit hard to do in an adult population. That is the reason why I am suggesting the under 5, because that is something that's currently being measured and done. For the adult population, I'm not sure how that would be done, weighing and measuring adults. So I would suggest that we put the others to gray for now and come back to them.
Thank you. So Senegal, please.
Thank you. I support the to keep the prevalence of undernourishment because it's, as the FAO representative said, it's a well-established indicator, and the statistical system already is know how to calculate this indicator. I do support as well the global hunger index, if that can be added, and then as far as the children under 5, I think it's been addressed on target 2.2. Thank you.
I would like now to call on Brazil, then Botswana and Bahrain. Brazil, please.
I was gave up, but the only thing I support both indicators and the global indicator also. But the only thing that I have my concerns is when I talk about global indicators, we have to think, one of the things we have decided since the first meeting is the data must be produced by official statistics. And when you are working with global indicators, we have to take care about what kind of data are you putting in our database. I understood since the first meetings, we'll have to privilege at least national data, not to take data from other institutes for fill up lacks of data, or lacks of information. I think this is a very important, how can I say, decision, axiomatic decision to take care and need indicators.
Thank you. Botswana, please.
Yes, we would like to, following the explanation by FAO, to continue to keep and make green the prevalence of undernourishment And in terms of disaggregation, there's expectation that that should also take care of the children. One is also sympathetic to the possibility of inclusion of the Global Hunger Index, taking into recognition that the target does indeed talk about poor and vulnerable people in vulnerable situations. So the index presents itself as a possible indicator to cover those groups. Thank you.
Bahrain, please.
Thank you. I think that there is an inclination against composite indices, and the Global Hunger Index is just one of them. So I'm not for it. But I support Jamaica's proposal to move to include children underweight in the calculation and keep or maintain the minimum dietary consumption, which is covered under the prevalence of undernourishment. Thank you.
I would like to call on the U.S. and then Ecuador. Oh, I'm very sorry. May I request that we have a pause for a moment, because we would like to welcome our Assistant Secretary General, Lanny Montiel, who traveled all the way from New York to be with us today, to also provide some guidance on our discussions. So I would like to request Lenny to give us a message before we proceed.
Good morning. How are you doing? Good to see you.
So I will request Francesca first to introduce Lenny again.
Thank you, Lisa. Just to say welcome to our Assistant Secretary General, as announced yesterday. Mr. Lenny Montiel is the Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development in our department, so we're very happy to have him with us. And Lenny, if you just want to say a few words, and Mr. Montiel, thank you.
Well, simply to say good morning. I just arrived, just landed. So please bear with me. I will be with you the next 2 days. We will have a lot of fun. I'm sure. I'm hearing that you are doing a great job since yesterday, and that proceedings are going in a good direction. And definitely I would like to, encourage all of you to make sure that we end up these 3 days with a fantastic job that will ensure that as soon as possible we start, with the right tools and the right instruments for the monitoring of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to interact with you during the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lenny. May I seek the patience of our expert group members? What I want to do now is call on our observer countries, the USA and Ecuador, and then give FAO, may I request, just 2 minutes, and go back to the expert group, and we have to make a decision. The USA, please.
Yes, I'll try to be brief. I recommend that indicator 211 be prevalence of undernourishment as it's currently indicated, and that be considered green. I think underweight by age seems to be covered by 221 under the prevalence of stunting. So I recommend that we manage that indicator in that way without perhaps duplicating that. With regard to the Global Hunger Index, I see that 212 cites the Food Insecurity Experience Scale, which I believe that FAO has been testing in a global environment. So we have noted 212 as gray, to signal that further discussion could be merited there. And I think that the experts consider whether or not the food insecurity experience scale is appropriate there, or if the global hunger index is more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ecuador, please.
Yeah, I will be more in tune with the United States proposal, just with one small modification. So to repeat the proposal, so my recommendation will be to put in green the prevalence of undernourishment. I think that that's the main indicator. I think that we can accept the indicator of child underweight, but not in this target, but just move to the target 2.2.1, because that target actually talks about stunting and wasting, and actually there is no indicator of wasting in that target. So that will be my recommendation, to move that proposal to 2.2.1. And about the global hunger index, I wouldn't recommend it, just because we have all the components inside of the indicators that we are discussing. Undernourishment, it will be in 2.1.1. Child underweight, my recommendation is to move it in 2.2.1, and child mortality is somewhere, I think that in objective 3 or 4. So we have all the components of this index. So why do we need this composite index to begin with? That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecuador. FIO, please.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you, colleagues. So I have exactly the same comments that our colleague from Ecuador has made. For the Global Hunger Index, the 4 components that compose the index are already part of the agenda. And it is a global multidimensional index, and it's not similar to the multidimensional poverty indicator if it's calculated at individual level. So this is only a global index that only is able to classify countries, and therefore does not address, unfortunately, the problem of the target being disaggregated for poor and vulnerable. The children underweight, as our colleague said, it's under target 2.2.1. And now, for the prevalence of undernourishment, the formal definition of the indicator is exactly that of the percentage in the population with inadequate food, dietary energy consumption. And I wanted to stress that we have seen proposal by countries to adopt a direct approach to measure the amount of energy intake of each individual member of a household, but this would create enormous problem in terms of data availability. So it is a need to provide means of disaggregation, and we can discuss later on how the prevalence of undernourishment can be disaggregated. But we have to be aware of the burden that this will impose in terms of data collection. And regarding the importance of disaggregation, that is one of the main reasons why we have proposed 2 additional indicators to monitor this target. One is the indicator 2.1.2, which is listed and classified as green in this list. But the other one is the food consumption score that has been also commented positively by 2 countries. This has been proposed by the UN statistical organizations in our metadata provided in August. And I want to take this opportunity to reiterate the potential utility of the food consumption score, particularly with reference to the disaggregation at subnational level. We ask, therefore, this group to consider that the food consumption score could be included in the list of gray indicators to be submitted to the Statistical Commission, to consider also the difficulties in circulating adequate information and the fact that perhaps not all members have had an opportunity to review it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just quickly, I think the USA has something to say.
I'm apparently colorblind, so I apologize. In my printout, originally 212 was noted as gray, but I understand that it is green, and so what that means for my comment, just to clarify for the record, that I'm not suggesting that 212 become gray, that I uphold it as green, and I support the use of the Food Insecurity Experience Scale rather than the Global Hunger Index. Thank you.
Thank you. I go back to the countries now. I would like to call on Kyrgyzstan, then India, then Fiji, Colombia, and Canada. Please keep your flags up if you have not yet spoken.
I don't think that the global hunger index can be adopted now as a green, because when I read here on the methodology, I understand that, for example, my country is also rated here, but the methodology is it says that GHI scores from different years reports are not comparable with one another. It means that there is no one agreed methodology, and it means that I would rather put, if we adopt today this global hunger index, I will put it in a gray, and the rest one I will put it a green.
India, please.
Yes, I will also supplement what Kazakhstan has said. I'm not in favor of the global hunger index, because the need for complicated indicators are to be avoided, and we are not clear about the methodology, how it is going to be collected and other things. So I am not, and this may be the situation in the Southern Asia countries also. I feel that global hunger index should not be taken as an indicator here. It should be put in the gray side, the third list. So far as the prevalence of underweight children under 5 years of age, yes, that can be taken as green. Global should go on the gray side. Yeah, and this should be on the green side. And so far as the proportion of population below minimum dietary level consumption is concerned, I'm doubtful whether I don't know but I'm really doubtful we will be able to produce or something. So I'm not in favor of that.
Thank you. Fiji, please.
Thank you. I'm in support of the idea being provided by Bahrain and Brazil in terms of the multi-poverty index. I have reservations about that. And I'd rather now move the prevalence of undernourishment being from yellow to green. With the current definition that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny. We go to Colombia.
Thank you. I agree with the comments of Ecuador to move to green prevalence of undernourishment and to include underweight in 2.2 target.
Thank you. Canada, please.
We agree with the comments by Ecuador to move the prevalence of undernourishment to green and move the children underweight to 2.2.1 and to not use the global hunger index.
Thank you very much. I may call on the UK and then to Netherlands and then Germany.
Can I propose that the prevalence of undernourishment moves to green, as discussed and well established under MDGs? The children underweight seems to be covered under the 2.2.1, and reject the global hunger index. The concerns we've raised, one, on the number of indicators we should be limiting as far as possible, and there are questions about composite index and questions about the methodology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Netherlands.
In agreement with UK.
Yeah. Germany.
Just agreeing with Canada, UK, and the others.
France the same? Yes. So this is now the decision that I am hearing from the expert group. We recode our yellow indicator prevalence of undernourishment to green, and the additional indicator of children underweight and children underweight is already in 2.2.1, so that's there, and we do not consider as global indicator the global hunger index. I am alerted by Francesca that children underweight may not really be the same indicator as 2.2.1. So I would like to ask the expert group, we have already coded green, prevalence of undernourishment, then we also have 2.2.1 also coded green. Now, my last question to the expert group, do you want to add children underweight as additional indicator under 2.1.1? I heard that a number of countries have supported this, like Jamaica, India, especially those that have been monitoring the MDGs. So I'll go to another round, Tanzania and Senegal, please. Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for raising this, that prevalence of stunting cannot replace the waste. So I do agree that we should add the waste indicator.
I apologize. I think I was talking to Francesca when you were saying something. Could you reiterate that, please?
I said that we cannot make use of 2.2.1 as a prevalence of stunting to replace wasting. The way we measure is quite different, so we should consider the wasting indicator also.
Okay, so you are introducing another indicator. Am I understanding you correctly? Okay, I just want to hear Senegal first, and I will request UNICEF to clarify, and I'm calling WFP also. Senegal, please.
Yes, I know that we're not talking about disaggregation here, but it seems to me that if this indicator is disaggregated, it would take into account what we're trying to measure for the children under 5. Thank you.
May I now call on UNICEF to guide us?
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifications. The prevalence of underweight indicator was an MDG indicator indeed, but I think as many of us would remember, there was unanimous question marks about the indicator because it captures both chronic and acute malnutrition at the same time. And it's very difficult to interpret. Therefore, as target 2.2 calls for, there's the stunting indicator, and the addition of the wasting indicator would be consistent with the language of the target. Therefore, we would suggest that in 2.2, in addition to stunting, there should be wasting. But also a number of countries during the consultation processes have called for the overweight indicator. So that could be considered for as part of 2.2 as well.
May I request you to reiterate your last sentence?
Yeah, my last sentence was that in addition to stunting and wasting, we should also consider, as has been the suggestion of some countries, the inclusion of the overweight indicator, which is also an anthropometry-based indicator in 2.2.
Okay, so your comments are actually on 2.2.
Yes, but also to mention that the underweight indicator would not be comprehensive. It would be difficult to interpret, especially if it was to replace anything in 2.2. 2.2 should be stunting and wasting as the target calls for.
Okay,
separately.
But the guidance we would like to seek also is the suggestion that for 2.1.1, aside from prevalence of undernourishment, we include children underweight? Or you are saying that the children underweight will be already covered by 2.2.1 if we add a wasting?
It is a malnutrition indicator,
Okay,
the underweight.
thank you very much.
Malnutrition will be
Okay,
covered in
thank you,
2.2,
thank you.
yes.
Yes. WFP, please.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I just wanted to come back to the issue of the indicator known as food consumption score. Particularly if subnational data disaggregation and access to adequate food at the household level is important, then as suggested by some member states and the UN Statistical System Organization, we ask that food consumption score be considered as an additional gray indicator. Food consumption score captures access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food at the subnational level and national level, which can then be aggregated to the global level. It is in terms of collecting it is inexpensive, it is faster to collect, and it is simple to process. We have 10 years of experience behind it, and it has been thoroughly peer-reviewed for its technical and operational viability. Also wanted to say that in many countries, it is part of the National Living Standard Measurement Survey, and this is why for World Food Program, this is a corporate indicator which is collected in all the countries where we are operational, which is about 70 countries. We believe that given some difficulties, like FAO was saying, in circulating the appropriate information, food consumption score may not have been formally considered by the IAG. We therefore ask that it is included, again, as a gray indicator, so it is given the due consideration it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I go back now to the expert group. We just, this is what I'm hearing now, that we have already agreed to put our indicator prevalence of undernourishment as green, and the suggestion now is the 2.2.1, which is already green and which we approved, will just be revised to include wasting. Yes. Tanzania?
Saying absolutely yes, and that's the way we normally do, stunting and wasting.
Thank you very much. So now we have agreed to put our current yellow indicator as green with a revision of 2.1 to include wasting. Thank you very much. Let's go now to 2.3.1, which is coded yellow. This is value of production per labor unit measured in constant US dollars by classes of farming, pastoral, forestry, enterprise, size. I would like to open for discussion to the expert group. My usual question, do we accept this already and make it green, or you have some other comments? With the issue to be addressed about volume of production versus value of production, and then there's another consideration of an additional indicator, which is total factor productivity. May I call on Jamaica and then Brazil?
We support the proposal to track volume of production versus value. We find that it would be easier for us to report on volume than value.
Brazil, please.
We have an alternative proposal. We do not agree with the value of production measured in constant USD. We believe it will need a better definition and using a dollar in one indicator and PPP in all the other indicators. It seems a little bit incoherent. But our proposal is to consider the value of production, clarified of course, divided by the total of intermediate consumption and percentage, or the idea of production per inputs, one measure of direct productivity. Thank you.
Thank you. So Brazil is suggesting, aside from volume of production to possible
The relation
alternatives?
of the value of production, that is not an easy variable to be measured, okay, but value of production divided by the total intermediate consumption in national accounts jargon, it means the relation production with the input, what you need about materials.
Thank you for the clarification. So it's a value of production relative to the inputs, if I could just restate it simply.
Yes.
Through intermediate, yeah. So let's,
Just, excuse me, just remember that when you think about labor unity, I'm thinking about Brazil. It's very difficult to understand labor unity exactly when you, and probably in the census year, you can have a cover about labor unit. Remember, you have households, family farming, and some young people working. It's very difficult, the labor unit. You have to look this kind with a lot of attention. It's not so simple like indicator.
thank you very much for the clarification. May I call on India, and then Botswana, then Canada, China, and UK, and Mexico?
Yes, thank you. For this value, I don't think that will have any meaning for the international comparison. We are looking at the global indicator, and hence I am not in the favor of value of production. But we can, I am very much in favor of the volume of production, not in the value. And this this grouping, ठीक है, this is all right. The other one, total factory productivity, as suggested by US, I can accept. Additional indicator.
Kumar, may I ask you again, what is your comment on the additional indicator?
Yeah, that can be accepted.
Thank you
as an additional indicator.
Thank you very much. So may I call now on Botswana?
Yes, this is also to support a replacement of, keep the indicator, but replace value with volume. As regards the additional indicator, it is certainly a relevant indicator, but perhaps a bit challenging in terms of its measurement, so we wouldn't support its addition in the interest of keeping the indicator.
Thank you very much.
list.
Canada, please.
Support the proposal of the United States for an indicator on total factor productivity.
Thank you. China, please.
Yeah, for the current indicator, I think we need more clarified in the methodology, and then we can decide move it to green or green. For the additional indicator, we don't think it's a good time to make it as an additional indicator, because the TFP in the research, I think among the researchers, it's still difficult to agree with the methodology to produce it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. UK, please.
Thank you. I'd support more the use of the volume measure rather than a value measure. It's in the spirit of the target, because we're looking to double production. It would remove some of the inflationary and measurement problems of international comparisons. Total factor productivity I'd reject. Not in theory, I think it's a very good measure, but difficult to understand and obtain that information internationally, and in the spirit, again, of limiting the number of indicators. If we were to add anything, I think we'd need to add something that would cover some of the access to land and production resources, etc., that isn't covered by the volume of production. But I'm not suggesting an indicator for it.
Thank you. Mexico, please.
I support the USA and Canada about using total factor productivity, and I want to say something to explain, because labor productivity may be increasing very much, but you may be eroding the soil, you may be depleting the land. So the idea is agriculture as a sustainable activity. If we only use labor productivity, you will well be destroying our real estate if we confine to labor productivity. I know many countries don't measure total factor productivity, but I don't think it's a good indicator of agricultural productivity, labor productivity.
Fiji, please.
Yes, I'm supporting the idea of replacing value or volume. I need clarification on the additional indicator that is suggested. Thank you. DFP.
Senavi, may I clarify what was your comment about the additional indicator?
I need clarification on that.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Egypt, please.
We also are in favor of supporting using volume of production instead of value of production. Thank you.
Thank you. Sweden, and then Senegal, and then Tanzania, and France, and then Brazil. Sweden, please. Viveka, could you use your mic? Oh, you want to?
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Okay,
Senegal
thank you.
is next. I'm
Okay,
just experimenting.
Senegal, Tanzania, France, Brazil, and then Colombia. Senegal, please.
Yeah, I support the volume of production per unit because target 2.2 is talking about productivity. So I don't know why we want to go value and then come back to volume, because that's basically what it is. I'm not sure I understand the total factor, so I pass on that. Thank you.
Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do support, in terms of modification, I support volume of production because value as value, how are you going to define that? So volume of production sounds much more better than the value.
Thank you. France.
Thank you. I support volume of production per labor unit because it is easier. The best indicator is total factor of production, but I understand it is a bit complicated, and I prefer volume of production per labor unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Brazil, please.
Two things. Despite the so wonderful methodology about total factor productivity, we strongly reject it. It's not adequate measure, it's a model, it's not so simple, and with talking, you need a lot of data like stocks, other things. And I think it's not thinkable to think an indicator like this, maybe in the future, long future. And I'd like to also add my comments, the volume, it's better.
Thank you very much. Colombia, Netherlands, and Russian Federation.
Thank you. I think it would be better to use value because we need a common unit in order to aggregate and compare. And also we propose to use PPP dollars for this indicator. And we don't support the total factor productivity because it is not simple and not easy to communicate, and this is a undesirable characteristic for our indicators.
Netherlands, please.
I reject total factor productivity. First of all, I don't think it is total factor, but multi or joint factor productivity, because, of course, not all the capital assets are taken into account. Difficult to measure, difficult to communicate, but most of all, it's based on quite heroic assumptions, neoclassical assumptions. I don't think it belongs to official statistics. I'm strongly in favor of volume estimates.
Thank you. Russian Federation, please. Thank you, Sergey. So now I open the floor to our observer countries, the U.S., please.
Thank you. I thought I would take a moment to describe briefly what is intended by the term total factor productivity and why the United States believes that this would be a strong supplemental indicator to the target. This would be in addition to the current proposal for the volume of production per labor unit. TFP is a ratio of a total output relative to all inputs. So in other words, just because one is applying a great amount of fertilizer and such, the output given all of those inputs might not reflect the efficiency that one could realize if different procedures were taken to improve agricultural output overall and to make it more efficient. So much like my colleague from Mexico has mentioned, if we're really interested in both understanding productivity and also sustainable development, then we need to look at both sides of the equation. Understanding that it is a complex measure, and yet we are working toward producing statistics that would inform us in the future. Why not allow that development of the measure over time and the collection of those data over time, even if we're not collecting it routinely yet? We haven't used the lack of data as a reason not to consider an indicator yet to date. So I would just again like to recommend that in addition to the volume of production per labor, that we consider total factor productivity. Again, that's output given all inputs. So it considers crop and livestock products in this case relative to inputs of land, labor, capital, and materials used in production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am alerted that we are really running incredibly, we're not running. We're really quite slow, so I would like to, I would like now to go to the expert group. I think we already have decided that we shall put into green volume of production per labor unit, etc. for this. And what I'm hearing from the expert group members, and thank you very much, Jennifer, for giving a pitch for total factor productivity, but I'm hearing from the expert group members is that we will not consider total factor productivity as a global indicator. Unless one of the expert group members raises his or her flag, I assume that we agree. Volume of production, green, total factor productivity, not for inclusion. Okay, we move on to the next. Oh, there's Bahrain? Oh, I'm very sorry. I will just get inputs from the expert group members. Bahrain?
Well, I agree to what have you just said, except that I have a concern that this indicator wouldn't cover the whole target by itself, because the first part of the target is about productivity, the other part is about the income of small farm producers. So do you think that this one by itself would measure the second part? Thank you.
France, please.
I would like to suggest to add total factor productivity as an additional indicator.
Mexico.
I agree with France and the US as a supplemental indicator, total factor productivity.
Canada, please.
I agree with France and Mexico. Why don't we put this one to gray? Total factor productivity to gray. It's an indicator for the future.
So we are now discussing total factor productivity. I'm hearing now that we put this into gray. Netherlands, please.
In gray, but still, of course, with the enormous methodological problems that we have there from the point of view of official statistics. It's a model, it's not an indicator.
Thank you very much. And with the note, the secretary, okay, Brazil, please.
We disagree.
Colombia.
I just would like to clarify how could we aggregate a volume of production of different kind of products? I don't understand how could it be measured.
Okay, since it will be gray, such questions will be discussed in the future. So this is now what I'm hearing. Green for the existing indicator, coded yellow, but using volume of production, total factor productivity, gray, noting that a number of our expert group members disagree, and there are some questions on the methodology as well as aggregation to global. And also noting the question from Bahrain, our secretariat is actually taking note of some of our comments. Again, another question to the expert group. May I know if you agree with this conclusion that I have on this indicator? Thank you very much. Okay, so we go to the next indicator, which is 2.4.1. Percentage of agricultural area under sustainable agricultural practices, with issues to be addressed. Africa's proposal of 2 indicators: percentage of agricultural households using irrigation systems compared to all agricultural households, and percentage of agricultural households using eco-friendly fertilizers compared to all agricultural households using fertilizer. I understand this is in lieu of the suggested indicator. So Africa's proposal is to replace this indicator coded yellow with 2 indicators. I open the floor for discussion. UK, please.
Sorry, it's perhaps my ignorance, but it's the definition of sustainable agricultural practices that I'm worried about. And basically, Africa's proposal seems clearer and easier to understand. My concern is, what does sustainable have we got a proper measure to actually cover that?
Thank you, Glenn. So I'm understanding that you support Africa's proposal, but with more clarification on a definition. Okay, now I call on Botswana.
Just to support the Africa position, because as has been said by the UK, the 2 indicators are clearer than in this current indicator, more focused and clearer.
Thank you. Russian Federation, please.
This is to support 2 indicators proposed by Africa. And these 2 indicators are absolutely understandable and clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fiji, please.
Thank you. I support the idea by Africa. I have some doubt on the second one. Households using eco-friendly fertilizers, maybe some clarity of that. To me, it's similar to the sustainable.
Yeah, I think, Senevi, you have a similar question as Glenn. More clarification and definition. Mexico, please.
Well, it's a follow-up on the former discussion. If we are going to measure agricultural productivity in terms of labor productivity, and the idea here is to increase then labor productivity, that by no means guarantee sustainability. I mean, that it doesn't follow that the bigger labor productivity is, the more sustainable the activity becomes.
Thank you. May I open the floor now to our observer countries, the US, please.
Thank you. This is just another pitch for an additional indicator as a way to describe or define sustainable agricultural practices. We will understand how sustainable they are if we have a measure like total factor productivity, understanding that there are many components to that calculation or that model, and it will take time to collect those data and produce those statistics, but the result would be something that would consider both the inputs to the product and the efficiency of the production. Thank you.
Jennifer, I need a clarification. So you are still saying that although we already have coded total factor productivity as gray, that it really will address also some of the this particular
Yes.
target as
Yes,
Mexico
exactly. Both,
says so. Thank you very
both,
much.
2.3 and
Okay.
2.4. Thank you.
Okay. May I call an FAO, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam. And I also take the opportunity to comment on the previous deliberation that we should be given an opportunity to contribute information related to the switch from value of production to volume of production, exactly for the argument that has been raised by Colombia. And we are ready to do that if we are given the chance to contribute in the discussion of this now green indicator. Back to this indicator 2.4.1, we believe that the indicator as it is described is still the most relevant and best suited to monitor progress toward this target because it's directly linked to the target and it's based on existing methodology tested in several countries in all continents, climatic zone, and will be operationalized already in 2016 within the internal reporting system of FAO. And so that's why we hope that this group would consider moving it to the green group. Many concerns I heard are raised about how to define agricultural sustainability, and indeed sustainability is a difficult concept. And we all need to define, operationalize, and address in this the entire sustainable development agenda. But several tools are already available as a basis. The Sustainable Food and Agricultural Framework, which has been developed by FAO, is a good starting point. Other indicators such as irrigated land, nutrient balance, or the use of eco-friendly fertilizers, as in the proposal for the African group members, we recognize that all these parameters have relevance, and all could be taken into account for defining additional indicators, but then we will have a problem of comparability of indicators depending on the conditions that are more relevant in each country. And each of them independently will have very little part in contributing to the complexity of sustainability. As a conclusion, we think, therefore, that the proposed indicator is a good compromise between the need of capturing all the main components of sustainability and the need to remain measurable, easily understandable, and comparable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to suggest the proportion of agricultural land benefited by the irrigation systems compared to all agricultural land, because the number of the households using irrigation system does not always represent improvement of the coverage of irrigation system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I go back now to the expert group. Sweden, please.
Thank you very much. Just to say that this is an indicator that we're using in the EU, so at least for parts of the world, that there is some type of agreement on what we consider to be sustainable agriculture for measurement purposes.
So Sweden, so what are you saying? You are, could you clarify what your recommendation is?
Yeah, well, what I'm clarifying is that a lot of the discussion has been around that that we don't know at all what sustainable is, but at least for some parts of the world, we know, we have decided for now what it is.
Thank you very much. So I now call on Mexico, Kyrgyzstan, India, and Bahrain. Mexico, please.
Yes, I support the FAO position of moving to green the indicator as it was proposed originally. as a compromise in an imperfect world where you cannot be fundamentalist in terms of concepts. So I support moving it to green, yes.
Kyrgyzstan, please.
I support Africa's proposal and move it both to green, except just to specify this eco-friendly fertilizers.
India, please.
Yes, this sustainability has so many you can say, dimensions, and I'm not clear what is this sustainable agriculture practices mean. Hence, that will, but we can go with the percentage of the household and other that Africa, what the Africa has suggested in their written comments. We can go with that and move it to green.
Thank you. Cuba, Colombia, Tanzania, Bahrain. Cuba, please.
Yes, we agree with African members. On the other hand, I would like to reflect something. I can see that many international organizations in our countries or some countries, they have developed a new index or new indicator or new models. But the problem is that many of them, or some of them, I will not say many, in some countries, they don't exchange information with the National Statistic Office. Then, sometimes we don't know the methodology, we don't know the indicator, and we cannot prove anything that we don't know. Sometimes it can be better even, and we can move to a more improvement indicator, where if the National Statistic Office is the main responsible of official statistics in a country, and they don't know, we don't know what's the indicator or the model or any multidimensional index is, we cannot approve. I mean, we cannot prove anything that we don't know and say, okay, we will later on, we'll show you. If we don't have another chance, the chance is today, is here, and it's in the Statistical Commission. Then we have to be clear on that. Some international organizations have approached us. I say, okay, I don't accept any pressure. I will very open to listen everything. Yeah, if I agree, if I understand you, I will support you. If I don't, we cannot do it. This is the point. And this is something that better we can move on and we can be better in future, I think. We have to reflect perhaps in the international environment about this because it's something that is lacking, it's wrongly, you know? Before I came, I say, okay, I would like to exchange experiences with international organizations, but it was not possible, it was not time. And we cannot support anything we don't know. I would like to remark that. It's a pity.
Thank you, Gisela. Colombia, please.
Thank you. I agree with the proposal of move to green, the original indicator, but also we need to clarify what sustainable agricultural practices are.
Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Madam. I do agree with Africa proposal because there's no way we can measure this sustainable agriculture thing. As my colleague pointed out, we cannot support something that is very difficult for us to come up with the measurement. So let us replace green with what Africa has suggested and make some progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Sweden, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to suggest something a bit different. So to move it to green, but to let the different regions have their say in what they would call agricultural practices, because I think the suggestion is very well for Africa and works well there, but the type of problems that we have in the European agriculture practices are very different. So for us, those indicators would be not sort of, since we're talking about sustainability within all its components, the different components play out differently in the different regions.
Thank you very much. Botswana, and then Bahrain.
Just to support really to move to green, the proposal from Africa in terms of it being clear. I've listened to the explanation in terms of what sustainable agricultural practices would be, but it's still not, to me, sufficiently clear. And I understand from the presentation from Sweden, in some parts, there's sort of understanding of what that would be and it's reasonably measured, but I would think at this stage perhaps it's limited. So for the sake of moving forward with clarity, let's make the proposal from Africa green.
Thank you very much. Bahrain, please, and then Mexico.
I'd like to adopt Cuba's position on this, and I accept FAO clarifications, and I suggest moving the existing indicator to green, please. Thank you.
Mexico.
Yes, I reiterate what I already said, but I want to add that one problem I see with Africa proposal is that percent of agricultural households using irrigation systems compared to all agricultural households may be easy to measure, but by no means guarantee sustainability, because you can be irrigating and at the same time depleting your water resources. So I do see a fundamental problem that is not solved with pragmatism and practicality.
I think, did Russian Federation, Sergey, oh, Senegal, did you, okay. UK, please.
I like Sweden's suggestion where we move the current indicator to green and allow the regions. The issue with what's proposed with Africa is quite relevant to Africa, but picks up only parts of what sustainable may be. So it is relevant. It's a matter of if we, perhaps with the sustainable agricultural practices, get a better definition and understanding and establishment as a method would help us take this work forward.
Thank you very much. Germany, please.
Thank you. I'd like to support the United Kingdom. I think the indicators suggested by Africa might pretty good work in Africa, but I think we would have problems in Europe using these indicators because agricultural households is normally not what we are looking at. And the indicator already suggested is a kind of broader definition and probably could agree to move it to gray, and then we say, okay, we have to talk about what is sustainable, and then we can define the term sustainability in the different regions differently, but then we have at least a broad definition for the global indicator.
Thank you very much. France, please. Okay, I want to now propose this, hearing it all three indicators we move to green. These are the current indicator coded yellow and the two indicators proposed by Africa. Yes, Claire. Please use your microphone, please. Claire.
I think we have to put it in gray because we have to define sustainable agriculture practices. It is not so obvious at a global level.
Okay, so I was proposing all three indicators to green, but there is a proposal. Which one do you want to code to gray? The FAO one?
I think the difference is either all three to green or only the suggested one to gray. So only the suggested one gray or all three green. I think that's the different proposal.
May I propose all three green? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So we move to the next indicator, which is 2.5.1. This is, the proposed indicator is XC2, Crop Collections Enrichment Index. And
timer. We now have a timer. When the timer is off, they have to stop speaking.
Okay, I am now advised that we have a timer, but I cannot monitor the timer. So I will request either Enrique or Francesca to just, yeah, thank you very much. So we have that proposed indicator, but we have UNEP's proposal, which is percentage of local crops and breeds and their wild relatives classified as being at risk, not at risk, or unknown level of risk of extension versus the suggested indicator, or using this indicator as suggested by UNSSO as an additional priority indicator. So there are two suggestions. We consider the current indicator coded yellow, and also the suggestion of UNEP, or replace the current with the suggestion of UNEP. May I please open the floor for discussion by the expert group members? I call on Germany and then Colombia.
Thank you. We suggest, we would like to follow the suggested indicator and accept the UNPD's proposal as well. So 2 indicators here.
Colombia, please.
Excuse me, I just want to go back to the last one because I'm not sure that we agree with the decision. We say Africa's proposal includes some specific sustainable practice that could be adequate for Africa, but the original proposal is more general, and so we could have the original one, and then we have to define what is sustainable practice for each region. I don't know if that's okay.
Yeah, that's why it should be moved in green. Oh, sorry, gray.
I actually didn't want to go back to this indicator, but because this is coming from an expert group member, Colombia, what you're saying is that you do not agree with making the African indicators green and you want them gray, or what is, could you clarify for me, please?
I think if we need more clarification of the definition, we should move it to gray. But no, the 3 could be green, but because African proposal is a specific definition of sustainable practices. Just couldn't be the 3 in the same target.
Okay. May I suggest that in our discussion, because we still are going to discuss on our electronic platform, these 3 indicators, can we please put that as a question when we discuss them, where maybe they can just be 1 indicator? Is that okay with Colombia? And our secretariat is writing down this issue when we discuss on the electronic platform. And I see Gisela nodding, so I expect Diana would also agree with me. Thank you very much. So I go back to the discussion of the current indicator. I call on UK, please.
And hopefully with time ticking. I agree with UNEP to cover the species as well. So support current one, but we need an additional one on species. Thank you.
Other comments, please? Senegal.
Nope, Sweden.
I'm very sorry, Sweden.
Yeah, just to support the comment from UK and Germany.
India, please.
In my view, this is a complicated indicator to be collected, to be compiled, and since these things are also to be understood by the politician bureaucrats who does not know about the statistics, we may keep it as simple. So I'm not, I cannot suggest at this moment the additional indicator. What can it be the additional one for this target? I suggest if I have to consult my government in this matter, and then only I can tell our view. So I will put it in a gray area so that we can discuss it further in our national government, with our national government, and come back with the full proposal.
Kumar, may I see clarification? You're talking about the proposed indicator that you want to make gray?
Yeah.
How about the proposal of UNEP? Or you don't have a comment there?
Immediately, I'm not able to respond on this matter.
Okay,
So
thank you very
I want to, the original one, if it is put in gray, it can be examined in detail, and then only I can reward it. But certainly, this is a complicated indicator. In its present form is a complicated one, difficult to understand by the politician and the bureaucrats who are going to ultimately use our data. They are not the statisticians, they are not the
Thank you very much. May I call on Jamaica, please?
I support the proposal by UNEP as a replacement for the current one, or moving the current one to gray, because it's not very clear what exactly, to me, what exactly the XC2 crop index is.
Thank you. Botswana, please.
My preference would really be to have one indicator here, and I'm of the view that the first indicator just seeks clarification, and I assume maybe the agency is here to give us that clarification, so that if there's a full understanding, we can then move it to green.
Thank you very much. Kyrgyzstan, please.
I also think that this different indexes, you know, as my colleague from Cuba already mentioned, there are so many international organizations and there are so many different indexes that are not based on statistical methodologies. And here are sitting the statistics who should in the future produce different data, right? And we already heard that some data will come from metadata and some data will come from different sources. But the main idea, and as I understand that the main producer of the data will be statistical offices. So we should don't forget about this, and the proposed different indexes, they are not how to say, back up by the methodology. So that's why I would propose to use the UNEP proposal.
Mexico, please.
I support the proposal by the United States for XC2 crop collections.
Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In African Experts Group, when we had the discussions, it seems like this indicator or index is a very complex one. So it needs more information about that. So we request the lead organization to provide more information. So we may put gray for further discussions.
Okay, thank you very much. Cuba and then China.
Yes, again, it's look very nice index, but we don't know. I hope that we can know later. And we agree with UNEP and Malaysia, but it's required to consider no more than 2 indicators here.
Thank you. China, please.
Yes, we support like Tanzania's suggestion, and we don't know much more about this indicator now. Maybe we can put it into green. Thank you.
Clarification, we put it into gray?
Gray. Maybe we can discuss that further. Yeah, gray. Thank you. All right, great.
Thank you. Now, because we are really running out of time, I just want to ask now the expert group members. What I'm hearing is that we recode the proposed indicator as gray and the UNEP indicator as green. Okay, maybe FAO And UNEP, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's what you just proposed would be incompatible. And we are in support of moving the discussion on the indicators for these targets to gray in order to reiterate the information that we have provided through metadata. The essential point with the other proposal is that you cannot combine in a same indicator what is done for agricultural crops and what is done for livestock, breeds, and other species. So there is a discussion of having at least two indicators, one for vegetables, genetic materials, and one for animal genetic materials. But
Thank you very much, thank you. Now, may I then suggest that all the indicators here be moved to gray? And UNEP, please.
I'll be very brief, Madam Chair. I would just hesitate to say that there is actually an error in the point which was included from UNEP. We would really want to see that there's crops and animals. And I just want to assure the members that, in fact, both of these indicators are currently collected under the Aichi targets, the Convention on Biodiversity. So yes, complex, but already well established and already being reported through FAO and through the Biodiversity Convention. So I just want to give that assurance that if you were to move it to green, most countries, I'm afraid, are already collecting data, and it may not go through the national statistics offices, but there is a very well-established reporting for both ex situ collections of crops and also for animals, together with FAO and other parties. So I just want to give that assurance into the room.
Thank you very much. Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If national statistics offices we are not aware of this data collection, and we are saying in this era of data revolution, national statistics offices has to play a key role as the gatekeeper. So I find it very difficult for this. So let's put gray, and then we continue discussing the issue.
Thank you very much. So all the two indicators to gray for further discussion with the assurance from FAO and UNEP that there are existing clear metadata and instruments. Thank you very much. So we go now to the next, which is 2A. The indicator is the Agriculture Orientation Index for Government Expenditures, with the issue to be discussed, ODA to agriculture indicator versus the suggested indicator. So there is an alternative indicator being proposed. May I open the floor for discussion? India, please.
Hello. Yeah, this is again, index. I don't know how to calculate, and therefore I will suggest that the ODA to agriculture indicator that may be agriculture sector that may be agreed to and move it to green. The suggestion ODA to agriculture sector.
Cabo Verde, please.
Just to say, we maintain our position that we don't have enough information on this indicator to give a position now, so we prefer it goes to gray.
Thank you. And I actually note in our document that 9 countries expressed concern regarding how this index is calculated. So I think we move this to gray. Okay. I just, Jose, just quickly, please, could you give your comment if I may request you to be very quick?
As an observer, my observation of this, because I also had concerns, and I put that in the matrix, that Ecuador has also concerned about this index and the methodology, but I have searched a little bit about it, and it's just the proportion of public sector agricultural expenditure divided by the share of agriculture in GDP. So it's actually a really simple indicator that I do think that is completely related with the target that we are discussing right now. So the methodology actually is really clear, and I think that is relevant, just to give that recommendation. I think that it can be put in green already.
Thank you very much for your comment. The expert group has decided to put it in gray, and we are taking note of your comment. I believe that when we discuss the indicators coded gray and there really is that clear methodology, then we won't have a problem later on to quickly make it green. But for now, we have already decided to code this as gray. And Felix, no more. You want to say something?
I just wanted to say that I like Ecuador's proposal, but I think it doesn't cover completely the target because it's also related to international development assistance. So I do like it, but I don't think it's perfect match.
Thank you very much. So as decided by the expert group, it will be gray, noting the comment from Ecuador. We have finished only one goal in 2 hours, so I hope the other goals will be much faster. We now go to
Goal 3.
We now go to goal 3.
6 millimeter indicator, and if you exceed this.
Thank you very much. So I was corrected. We now go to goal 8. Let me check my notes. Yes, we go to goal 8. Sorry. Yes, we go to goal 8 now. And again, I will request everybody to take a look at the timer there. The timer is 6 minutes per indicator. And again, I'm requesting Francesca to just alert me. So we go now to goal 8. And we have actually 5 yellow indicators there and 4 additional. So may I please ask you to go to goal 8. And the first indicator coded yellow is for target 8.2. Achieve higher levels of economic productivity through diversification, technological upgrading, and innovation, including through a focus on high value-added and labor-intensive sectors. And the suggested indicator is growth rate of GDP per employed person. I will not read any more of the issues. May I just seek the expert group to take a look at their document. May I now open the floor for discussion? My question is, do we turn this to green already? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so that's green. Let's go to the next indicator. Or did I surprise everybody?
Green.
Yeah, again, I'll give you the expert group members. We turn this to green.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I need to say something. On the next thing.
Okay, so on the next one, 8.3.1, share of informal employment and non-agriculture employment by sex. And I will request Francesca to make some clarification.
Yes, on this particular indicator, I was just alerted that one of the indicators on whether to retain current proposal, one of the issues to consider was whether to retain current proposal or the alternative as % of micro, small, and medium enterprises with a loan or line of credit. That indicator was already taken up under 9.3.1. So I think we can just skip the discussion on that. That's done, and move this to green, the informal employment.
So my question, and with the suggestion of Francesca, do we move this to green now? Do I call on the UN?
UNCDF.
For some clarification?
I don't know what they want.
I will call on UNCDF, but please, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Not even. I'm very sorry. may I request to be very brief?
Yes. So I understand by agreement, in terms of process, we're focusing on having one indicator, if an indicator appears under one of the targets, not to have it on another. But I think that the indicator regarding access to SME financing is even more pertinent here than under 9.3. So I wanted to ask the co-chairs, what is the process if we've previously addressed that issue, but it seems that it's most pertinent under this goal and target.
Our goal now is just to include our indicators that are not yet that are coded yellow to green. We will discuss cross-cutting later on, so there will be a mapping actually. So yeah, that's really the goal now. We will note, of course, that this will be very important in this particular target. So may I now go back to the expert group? Can we now code this to green? UK, please.
I assume we're talking about 8.3.1, just to clarify.
Yes, we are. We're talking of 8.3.1.
We're asking about share of informal employment, which to me, the spirit of the target is more in line with what was proposed regarding the percent of micro, small and medium enterprises with a loan or line of credit. I prefer that as an indicator. Informal employment doesn't help. It can be a problem in many countries.
Thank you. So, Glenn, you are suggesting that, let me call on India, please. And then Brazil. India, Kumar, are you going to speak?
My proposal is that this share of informal employment, that is the original one, can be moved to green, because the informal sector is very important for the developing countries, and the employment has not only for my particular, but the region as a whole, southern Asia region as a whole, and I think this can move to green, the original one.
Brazil, please.
The suggestion is to replace informal employment for non-formally registered workers in the population of workers. That's why part of the informal occupation, referring to employers and on-account workers in their own informal sector enterprises according to international law rules. Okay. That's just non-formally registered workers.
Roberto, you're talking about the other indicator there, which is for consideration as an additional indicator?
No, replace. Informal,
okay, I'm sorry. So
just a question of concept of informal employment for non-formally registered workers.
Okay, so your proposal is to replace informal employment to non-formal registered workers. Am I correct? Yes, okay. So I will call now, I'm sorry, Roberto, are you still going to? Okay, so I will now call on Tanzania, Botswana, Bahrain, and Fiji. Please keep your flags up if you haven't spoken yet. So Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For me, I'll support IMF by additional indicator that says percentage of SMEs with a loan or line of credit. This is very important for developing countries, so I support IMF.
Thank you very much, and that is already considered in another target. But when we actually finalize the mapping, we will not forget to include this one here. Thank you. So Fiji, please.
Yes, I support India's position on this.
The position of India to recode the existing one into green.
Yep.
Okay. Botswana, Bahrain, and Mexico.
This is to support the existing one, turning it to green, because the informal employment is important when you look at the target in terms of formalization and growth of micro and so on. So I would support turning that to green. And the one relating to the percent of micro, small, and medium enterprises and the loan credit, that will be achieved through the mapping, as you indicated earlier.
Thank you very much. Bahrain, please.
The formal or informal specification is nowhere exist in the target itself. So I opt for the percent of the alternative one, the alternative indicator suggested, which reads percent of SMEs with a loan or line of credit disaggregated later on. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I believe that your comment is similar to UK's comment. Mexico, please.
I support moving this indicator to green, but I want to make a comment from the previous one very briefly. I don't want to create chaos, but I support the idea of the United States that in the former one that was approved fast track, you don't take into account informality the way it is stated, because not all employment is formal. So agreeing with India that the informal labor is very important in developing countries, if you leave the former one as it is, you are going to leave out a good percentage of the people working.
Thank you. We are all indicators coded as green. We'll have time for discussion in the coming 3 weeks, so that will be very important there. Now, I hear two divergent views actually. One to already code this as green, but we are alerted by UK and Bahrain that this indicator does not reflect actually what is stated in the target. So may I seek another round of opinions from the expert group, and I would like to call on Senegal.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that indeed the target does talk about formalization of...
May I request you put up your mic? Thank you.
Yes, I was saying that the target indeed talked about formalization and growth of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. So I would support to move the indicator to green.
To green?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so Ecuador, please be very brief. Thank you.
Yeah, I also to support Senegal and in disagreement with the UK, because if I read correctly the target, basically it talks about decent job creation and it talks about formalization. So the indicator for me is completely relevant, and also to support the idea that informal employment is really, really important in developing countries. So we have to take this in consideration. The only thing that we have to think a little bit more about, but probably we can think later, is about the point made by Brazil, that if we are talking about informal employment or employment in the informal sector. Yeah, so I will agree with Brazil's position that is more relevant, the one of informality in the sector. Okay,
thank you very much. I would like to call on UK, and then we will seek ILO's guidance.
Just to clarify, I basically was picking up partly Brazil's comment in mind about the informality. It was my concern about the actual measure we're using. If we've got decent measures of the informal employment, I'd quite happily move it to green and cross-refer 9.3.1 to cover the loan or line of credit for SMEs.
Thank you very much. Jamaica, and then I will call on ILO.
Very quickly, the ILO has a very clear definition of the informal sector and how to measure it. It's something that has been used very widely in the developed developing countries, especially in countries such as Jamaica and Latin America and the Caribbean. So it's very clearly defined. There is no issue about definition or measurement within the formal sector.
Thank you very much, Lisha. Mexico, please.
Yes, this information is gathered by Employment and Labor Service, and the definition is well stated, very clear. It's really a quite settled issue. Yes, I agree with Jamaica.
Thank you. I'm hearing now that we will turn this indicator green. And if that is the case, then maybe we don't need ILO to say anything anymore. Yeah, thank you. So this is green. And we are now moving to indicator 8.5.1, which is average hourly earnings of female and male employees by occupations. And issues to be raised, issue of wages versus earning, and on decent work, add indicator and proportion of working poor. So there's a suggestion for an additional indicator here, but maybe please discuss the proposed indicator. I would like everybody to please take note of the time. We went over the 6 minutes rule earlier. May I request the expert group to give their comments on the proposed indicator? My usual question, green or gray? Verde or, what's gray in Espanol? Gris. Verde or, okay, we want verde, okay. So may I open the discussion to the expert group on this indicator? Senegal, please.
I think we can move quickly on this one, put it in green.
Thank you very much. Kyrgyzstan?
I also agree that we can go through both of these indicators in green.
So for the proposed indicator, Mexico.
Yes, I agree the way it's stated, move it to green, although there are some minor proposals by, for instance, the UK in terms of wording that I think they are worth while considering, but generally speaking, move it to green.
Glenn, you want to say something? UK?
I'd agree to moving it to green. The issue, I think, is largely about wages or earnings, and I think we can take that offline.
Thank you very much. So the proposed indicator, we turn to green. How about the additional indicator, which Kyrgyzstan is proposing? We also turn to green, and the proposed indicator is proportion of working poor.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say, Kyrgyzstan?
It's about 852.
Unemployment rate by sex.
Unemployment rate by sex, age group, and disability, it's also
Oh,
green.
okay. So we're discussing both 8.5.1 and 8.5.2. May I call on ILO for guidance, please?
Yeah, thank you. Just a minor clarification. We have already approved the working poor in the indicator 1.11. So it's, if you remember, there is a breakdown of employment status. That's why.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mine is on 8.5.1. In African group, we agreed partially because measurement of informal and rural activities in developing countries is very, very difficult. I don't know how ILO is going to take over on this in terms of metadata and so on. But partially we agree, it's very important. But informal sector is very difficult in developing countries to measure this.
Thank you very much, but I hear that we can code this as green, and we can, moving forward, we can discuss further how we can assist and support concerns of our different countries, in this case, the African countries. So both indicators, 8.51, 8.52, green. Thank you. We go now to 8.9.1, tourism tourism direct GDP as percentage of total GDP and in growth rate, and number of jobs in tourism industries as percentage total jobs and growth rate of jobs by gender. So there are two indicators.
It's a very small modification that would be, or just combined, basically. The
So-
rephrasing proposed is just
I would like to ask Francesca to clarify.
Yes, if I understand correctly, the proposal by the UN statistical system and supported by Germany also in the questionnaire is just to list this as one indicator as tourism, because it's basically the same thing, direct GDP and number of jobs as one indicator. If I'm wrong, I think our colleagues from the observers can correct me. Indicator, basically, that's what it is.
I'm very sorry. Yes, please. I cannot read. Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Yes, to clarify what Francesca said, I think this target is again another good example of a multidimensional target and the difficulty we as statisticians have in measuring that. So there are at least 4 dimensions in it. Sustainable tourism, what is that? We had the discussion on sustainable agriculture, which is similar. It's more a policy concept than a statistical concept. We have local culture, local products, and creating jobs. So at least, in my view, there are 4 dimensions in there, and it's difficult to do that. And tourism is much more about than only physical connectivity between countries or within countries by different modes of transport, by air, land, and sea. It's various dimensions of industries, etc. So what we suggested, and that is the World Tourism's main tool, is a tourism satellite account to cater for all these dimensions. It's not perfect, but it gives at least a good dimension of the economic aspects and the social/employment aspects, and therefore the 2 indicators which we consider more 2 components of the tourism satellite account. We know that it's an account, the tourism satellite account, but it gives you information about the economic contribution of tourism to the economic development, and I think that is goal 9, and also the employment creation. If you do have a fully fledged tourism satellite account, you have also information about local products, cultural services, but not many countries have that. The number of jobs is definitely something which a lot of countries have if they don't have a fully fledged TSA. The last remark I would like to make is if at least if you want to think about or if the group wants to think about an additional indicator to cater for this target, which is about sustainable tourism, we don't have yet any conceptual international framework in place. We are looking at how to combine the tourism satellite account with a system of economic and environmental accounting, and to cross-check both the tourism dimension plus the environmental dimension. But this is not yet in place. But at least you should consider whether you want to have a placeholder like the use of energy by the tourism industries or the CO2 emissions caused by the tourism industry for future development. This as a placeholder. Last but not least, for implementation purposes, there is target 12.B, which is monitoring tools, and there we could count the numbers or the countries who have implemented TSA or the SIA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I'm hearing is that actually what we have here are 2 components of the tourism satellite accounts, and for countries with tourism satellite accounts, these will not be difficult. And so moving forward, eventually we can discuss tourism satellite accounts, but there will be additional work in the future, as mentioned earlier. I go back now to the expert members. May I call on Brazil first?
First, we've trying to do a tourism satellite account for 5 years. It's not easy. It's not an indicator. It's just account. it's a part of a system of national, satellite national accounts, and that's a question. And I think it's not a matter for this forum. The second point for me is the definition of a tourist DGP. You have a lot of different concepts. The tourist GDP concept is a little bit different than GDP is usual. Then I think much better consider as a simple indicator for green the number of jobs in tourism industry, and I'd like to put in keep in gray exactly how can you measure tourism direct GDP, because it's not a clear concept. It's not easy. Probably a lot of countries can estimate exactly this. That depends on your statistical system, blah, blah, blah. It's not simple. I think it will be much better keep the number of jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto. What I'm hearing is that you're suggesting the number of jobs in tourism industries as green and the other one as gray. And thank you for your note regarding the tourism satellite account. I'll call on Mexico, Germany, France, UK, Tanzania, Sweden, China, and Cabo Verde. Mexico, please.
I understand the limitations in some countries for estimating the satellite national account, tourism satellite account, I'm sorry. But I would move both indicators to green nevertheless, because I do think that they are quite relevant. And my only caveat is that, again, the targets refers to sustainability, as the international organization just acknowledged, and this indicator says nothing about it. You may be increasing tourism by destroying the rainforest, and according to this indicator, everything is excellent.
Thank you very much. Oh, may I call on Germany, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say that the formulation of this indicator is somehow horrible. It's not one indicator, it's two indicators we have, or even more than two indicators we have in here. But I think this is an area for further development. I mean, for us, it's easy to measure tourism direct GDP or number of jobs in tourism, but the target addresses policies to promote sustainable tourism, and that's not what the indicators addresses. So my suggestion would be put these indicators to, let's say, a gray-green, use them now, but start to developing something that's more reasonable to aim at this target.
Thank you very much. I think we would rather have gray instead of gray-green. France, please.
I support my colleague German.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We have to put the indicator in gray. If we want to be coherent with sustainable agriculture, we put it in gray.
Thank you. UK, please.
I support my German and French colleagues. It's very much, I think there's two indicators here, and we start with those. But the key, I think, is highlighted is the sustainability element that we need more work on.
Thank you. Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I echo previous speakers. And for me, since there is no clear statistical framework that is embedded on this indicator, so I will suggest to remain with one indicator, that is number of jobs in tourism by industry. This is very easy to aggregate this information, and it is available already. So we better put gray, and then we continue with discussions on this.
Thank you. This is the order of which I will be calling the next countries. Sweden, China, Cabo Verde, Fiji, Egypt, Cuba. Sweden, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to say also that I think we can move the employment as a proxy to green, and then discuss and try to find out how we can get the environmental part of this and possibly other issues as well. But I don't think that the GDP is something that we need to work with here. Thank you.
Thank you. China, please.
Yes, thank you. We prefer to use one single simple indicator as tourism as a percentage of GDP. Yeah, thank you.
Cabo Verde, please.
I'd like to say that although we have a tourism satellite account, we understand it's very complex, and as Brazil said, it takes a long time to implement. So it's not that there's no methodology, there is methodology, but we believe it should go to gray to be discussed if we can do it as a world, and we move the second one to green.
Thank you very much. Fiji?
I support moving both to green. Looking forward, there is possibility of development.
I'm sorry,
further.
Sandeep, could you say that again, please?
Both the indicators to green.
Okay, thank you. Egypt?
We supported the German position to move this indicator into green so that we have further opportunity to discuss more the sustainability part of the target. Thank you.
To gray, as mentioned by Germany. Thank you. Cuba?
Yes, I support also Germany and the comments of UN statistical system that they did in the first file. I mean, I don't know exactly if I want to pass to them to gray. Better to green, better half of jobs, that is more clear. And the other reformulate again, but I mean the proposal of Germany, I was just agree in the before file.
So clarification, both gray is your, you agree to
Yes,
both
I think
gray?
both.
Okay.
I support the Germany proposal
Okay.
in the first file.
Thank
We
you.
have to analyze what we will take it for them.
Thank you. Russian Federation, please, and then Colombia, and then Kyrgyzstan, and then Mexico. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you. In our country, we still do not make any estimations for tourism satellite accounts, and that is why we propose to put both indicators to green. This will be good reason to do this job, because this is very important for many countries to understand how this sector is developed. And the second indicator is very important to estimate the situation in other sectors servicing tourism. Thank you.
This is really why statisticians are needed in the world. The variance is always greater than zero for the responses. May I call on Kyrgyzstan, please, Mexico, and then Colombia.
And I think that, as my colleague already mentioned, and I mean for Mexico, the number of jobs in tourism industries is not informative from the point of sustainable tourism. So I don't think that this this indicator can give us the information about this sustainable tourism. So I suppose that we cannot use this indicator. But what about tourism direct GDP? I mean TSA, we should put it in a gray.
Can you get both gray? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay, Mexico, please.
Yes, after listening to Germany, in fact, the position of Mexico is the same. So to be consistent is not really the main issue of whether you have the satellite account or you don't have it. So on second thoughts, I prefer them to move them to gray.
Thank you. Colombia, please.
Thank you. I support to move the first one to gray and to discuss how to include sustainability, and the second one to green.
Brazil, please.
Thinking better, thinking sustainability, both of these indicators are not adequate for this. I suggest both to gray and think more about the real indicator for sustainability. Not keep this, but try to change.
Thank you very much.
Supporting German, French, and other with some more details.
Thank you very much, Brazil. So this is now what I'm hearing. Both will be gray, and as our colleague from WTO, we will be getting guidance from them on moving forward on sustainability, sustainable tourism. So both gray. Thank you very much. So we now go to goal 3. For goal 3, we have 6 yellow. And actually, we have 7 additional indicators. So may I request we go to goal 3.3.1. And 3.3.1 is number of new HIV infections by 1,000 susceptible population. And we discuss this aggregation later. So it's number of new HIV infections per 1,000 susceptible population. May I open the floor for discussion? Jamaica, please.
My suggestion is to remove the susceptible population and measure the number of new HIV infections as a proportion of the entire population.
Thank you very much. Russian Federation?
Yes, we also agree to move this to green color by deleting word susceptible, because without this word, the indicator is really what we collect and what we estimate now. Thank you.
This to clarify, because he already has provided enough.
May I request WHO to clarify this before I go to Canada and Brazil? WHO, please.
Thank you. I think removing the word susceptible is okay. But with HIV, which is a chronic infection, one wants to calculate the rate over those who are not infected. So the suggestion is to include uninfected.
So the suggestion is to replace susceptible with uninfected. Am I understanding? Thank you very much. May I seek guidance also from UNAIDS?
UNAIDS is also of the same opinion as WHO, and that's what UNAIDS meant with susceptible when it was first included in the indicator. It's referring to uninfected.
Okay, thank you very much. Canada, Brazil, and Jamaica.
We support the indicator with removing the susceptible population.
Removing susceptible, how about using uninfected instead? Okay. Brazil?
To remove this horrible susceptible population for the suggestion, I forgot what's the word that we will propose?
Uninfected.
Uninfected could be, or the number of infection per population.
Thank you. I hope the expert group members don't mind. I'm not calling you anymore. Unless somebody has a serious concern, the proposal is now to turn this into gray, replacing green, replacing susceptible with uninfected. Cabo Verde has a concern? No, okay. Tanzania, you still have a concern? Okay, thank you. Yes, please. No concern. Okay, so this is green with the suggested change.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam. Mine is, I don't know, the key population. We need to define this key population, either people with disability or those who are in sexual workers and all these kind of things.
So we will
We need
discuss
the
these
metadata for that.
aggregations later. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we move to the next indicator, which is 3.4.1. Probability of dying of cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, or chronic respiratory disease between ages 30 and 70. Francesca, could you help me? And could you
Yes.
read the issues to be
Okay.
discussed?
Thank you, Lisa. So the issues to be considered perhaps should be whether this indicator should be restricted to ages 30 and 70. There was that comment got support from countries, and also there was proposal for the consideration of an additional indicator on mental health. Specifically, the indicator proposed was suicide mortality rate.
So may I request that we discuss the first issue of removing the age restriction to this indicator, and then we can discuss include this in the discussion and disaggregation by age later. Mexico.
Yes, Mexico agrees to remove the age restriction.
Russian Federation.
Yes, we agree to drop indication of age, and as regards mental health, we think that, of course, we need some additional indicator, but mental health is just one of grouping in ICD-10. So we could have the same indicator, probability of dying of diseases, of mental and behavioral diseases, something like this, taken from ICD. Thank you.
Uganda and then UK.
Uganda also agrees to remove the restrictions on age limit and leave it be open-ended.
UK and then Botswana.
UK proposes removing the probability and replacing with mortality in keeping with WHO and World Bank.
Thank you. Botswana.
We support removing the age restriction and also including an indicator covering mental health.
May I now open the discussion to the observer countries, the US?
We support removing the floor of 30 and the ceiling of 70 for the probability of dying of the diseases identified in 3.41.
We go to Kyrgyzstan, Botswana, and then I will call Denmark. Kyrgyzstan, please.
Thank you. I also support the idea to remove the age limitations and to add this additional indicator related to mental health.
Cabo Verde and then Denmark.
We agree with, I think, UK to replace mortality with probability on the main indicator. We agree of removing the age restriction, and although it's not perfect, we cannot think of any better indicator for mental health than suicide mortality rate. We'd prefer there was another indicator, but we don't.
Thank you very much. Denmark, please.
Thank you. Denmark supports introducing mental health in this indicator.
Colombia.
Thank you. About mental health, I think that we should include not just death, but prevalence of mental disorders in general, because the target define, prevention and treatment and promote mental health. Is not about mortality in the case of mental health.
Thank you. May I request guidance from WHO?
Thank you. Just 3 brief points. One, on the age limits for the NCD indicator, 30 to 70 years. The reason why the member states in the World Health Assembly adopted 30 to 70 years was that above 70 years, the cause of death data are really not all that reliable and not available for many countries. And second, there is a good correlation between premature mortality before 70 and after 70. The second point is on promoting mental health. The member states have adopted 2 indicators. One is the suicide mortality rate. The second is the coverage of interventions against depression. And it was felt that suicide mortality would probably be the best in this context. Third, if I may go back to the previous point, Madam Chair, there was one additional indicator proposed by many countries, and that is about neglected tropical diseases, which seems to be neglected again here. The target says calls for end the epidemics of HIV, TB, malaria, and NTD. The indicator proposed is the number of people requiring interventions against neglected tropical diseases, which is available from all countries that suffer from one of the 17 NTDs and is compiled on an annual basis by WHO.
Thank you very much. We will discuss those later at the end. So what I'm hearing is that the proposal of WHO is suicide mortality rate. And to address the concern of Colombia, I'm hearing that instead of prevalence as prevalence of mental, may I request Colombia to again state the proposal?
Prevalence of mental disorders.
Okay, so this is my proposal. We will discuss those later, the suggestion of Colombia, and I'm looking at the Secretariat to remind me. May I now ask the expert group to decide on the making this yellow-green, this indicator coded yellow to green with the revision as proposed by UK of replacing probability with mortality, removing 30 to 70 age restriction, but taking into account the comment of the WHO, and thus we can discuss the age restriction when we discuss levels of disaggregation. And I will request the Secretary to always alert us for specific indicators for which there are really specific age issues when we discuss disaggregation. So if there is no other intervention from the expert group member, we now put both the proposed indicator with the revisions from UK and without age restriction to green, and also suicide mortality rate as green. There is no, I see more nodding and I don't see any violent reaction, so we move on and we go to 3.5.1. Oh, yeah. Coverage of treatment interventions, pharmacological, psychosocial, and rehabilitation and aftercare services for substance use disorders. And the issues for these are on the definition of treatment interventions. These need to be clarified. My opinion is this can be discussed for when we finalize the metadata. And there is this additional indicator for consideration, which is coverage of interventions for the prevention of substance abuse. May I open the floor for discussion by the expert group members? Bahrain?
Can we listen to the agency first, please?
Okay, so Angela, yeah, yes, please.
Yes, in relation to the definition of treatment, the definition of treatment has been done by member states in 2010, and in the interest of time, I'm not reading the definition, but if you're interested, of course, I can read you the definition. So there is a definition of treatment intervention, and so in that case, also the indicator is regularly collected by UNODC, and member states regularly report on this indicator. On the prevention, I have to stress that we do collect some data on prevention, but on a qualitative basis, and it's very difficult to compile a global indicator in relation to the coverage of prevention interventions.
Thank you very much for the advice. WHO, please.
just to briefly add, the target also talks about the harmful use of alcohol. We have proposed an indicator called alcohol per capita consumption, and several of the members picked that up as well.
I see clarification. It is my understanding that the indicator, as stated, already includes alcohol. Wouldn't substance abuse include alcohol abuse, abuse of alcohol as well? WHO, please.
I think there are different opinions about that. Our alcohol program would argue that a separate indicator would be needed to track this.
May I request Angela to, if you can help us here?
We do collect data only on drug use, treatment relating to drug users, so I cannot really comment on the alcohol.
Thank you very much. So now what I am hearing is that we include alcohol abuse explicitly stated in this indicator. But I would like to hear from the expert group members, hearing these comments from the experts, Sweden and then Tanzania.
Thank you very much. We suggest that the indicator as it stands will go to green, and with the addition of an explicit alcohol indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, let me say that we needed to change yellow to green, and since prevention is very difficult to have this data, I would suggest that the lead organization to assist on how to come up with this prevention, because in Africa, when we are discussing, we say we needed to add prevention the way we collected this data. And I do agree to add the drug abuse indicator also.
Thank you very much. May I now give this proposal to the expert group? We put this proposed indicator to green and add alcohol abuse. We do not consider the additional indicator. If there are no other interventions from the expert group,
Excuse me, Madam, how about the prevention?
As discussed earlier by Angela, prevention is still a very difficult indicator or concept to measure, so we do not yet consider this for our proposed global indicators. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we move forward now. We go to 382. This is the fraction of the population protected against catastrophic, impoverishing, out-of-pocket health expenditure. And may I request, Francesca, if you can read the issues, please?
Yes, thank you. In this case, for this indicator, there was a proposal put forward by the group of IEG members in Africa, number of people covered by health insurance per 1,000 population. And then there is an additional proposal made by World Bank and WHO to replace the current indicator with two indicators: the fraction of population protected from experiencing catastrophic health expenditures and fraction of population protected from experiencing impoverishing health expenditures. So the idea is, one is the Africa proposal, two is the new formulation by World Bank and WHO for these two data series to address this indicator.
Thank you very much, Francesca. I understand that the proposal of World Bank and WHO is to disaggregate the catastrophic from the impoverishing. WHO, please.
Thank you. this indicator, I think we're not really in favor of splitting them. I mean, both impoverishing and catastrophic expenses come from the same data, so I think they can easily be reported. If I may, though, comment on the health insurance proposal, we don't think that's a good alternative because countries have very different models of providing financial protection that are not necessarily linked to health insurance schemes. And even in such schemes, they may vary a lot to what they actually mean in terms of coverage of interventions, in terms of co-payment, so there would not be globally comparable data. Indicator 381 was put as gray. We do have, however, in universal health coverage, if one reads the definition, these two indicators about coverage of interventions and protection against catastrophic expenses go in tandem. It's a twin. So while we acknowledge that further methodological work is needed, it'd be important to realize that these two always go together because people cannot have catastrophic expenses if they cannot use services.
Thank you very much. I would like to request the Secretariat to put that in very important consideration by the expert group that the suggestion of WHO is that 381 and 382 should really be considered together. So we are actually now not, my understanding is that there is no need to disaggregate catastrophic from impoverishing. And so I want now to take a look at the indicator as proposed and ask the expert group countries to give comments. Jamaica, please.
My suggestion is that the indicator as proposed needs to be defined a little bit clearer in terms of quantitative terms. I'm on the WHO's website and their definition of a catastrophic expenditure is very subjective. It's saying that you have to cut down on necessities such as food and clothing, but if I cut my food expenditure by 10%, is that catastrophic? Where do we draw the line? It needs much more methodological development before we can adopt it into our national statistics system. So I'd suggest putting it to gray.
Thank you very much. Kuba, please.
Sorry. Yes, I will also put in gray. I mean, we don't support this indicator, and instead we support the suggestion of US that's considered an additional indicator, but perhaps replace it this one, because it's a little confused. We have to define what is the population that is protected against catastrophic, what kind of catastrophics are. I mean, this is our opinion.
Thank you very much. And now may I give this proposal to the expert group. We recode 382 to gray and note that this should be discussed along with 3.8.1, which is also gray. Thank you very much. And I will not anymore ask, well, because of the advice of WHO about number of people covered by health insurance, my proposal is that we do not consider anymore this suggestion. I hope African country representatives here agree with me. I'm talking about the additional indicator that is proposed, which is number of people covered by health insurance per 1,000 population. Cabo Verde, please.
The indicator is already there. It was already there, but in another goal. So the only reason we suggest this indicator was because we believe the main indicator, we need a lot of time to work it. So for the target not to be without,
okay, thank you very much.
It will be just a substitute.
Okay, thank you. So what Cabo Verde is alerting me is that actually this indicator, which as WHO says may not be appropriate here, is already in another target. Thank you. WHO, you still want to give us some guidance?
Well, just to clarify on the catastrophic expenses, almost 100 countries have data on this indicator that is compiled regularly, and it comes from household surveys that take a full module on full expenditure and that what's related to health. and then a cutoff to determine if it's catastrophic.
Okay, thank you very much. So that, again, I would like to request for an alert from the Secretariat because we want to discuss this indicator with the other one. Thank you. So it remains gray, but with that very important note that there are existing methodologies and this is already being measured by some countries. Now we go to the next indicator, which is 3.9.1. Population in urban areas exposed to outdoor air pollution levels above WHO guideline values. Germany, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. For me, this is a colorful gray indicator. I mean, if I look at the target, it tells me we should look at the number of deaths and illnesses. And if I look at the indicator, it doesn't take account the death and the illnesses anymore. If I look at the target again, I see chemicals and water and soil pollution. And looking at the indicator again, I don't see the water, the soil pollution, and so on. So I would suggest keeping this indicator as a good proxy for the start, but then immediately start to developing something that's more reasonable, aiming at the target.
Thank you very much. Botswana, please.
Just to indicate here that this particular indicator looks at the urban areas in terms of outdoor pollution, but there is no coverage of rural areas in terms of indoor air pollution, which also causes deaths. So there is need to have an amendment to, in our view, to cover indoor pollution in rural areas. And also there is, the indicator talks about pollution levels above WHO guidelines. And I think the indicator can be improved to actually be articulating be based on these guidelines so that it's clearer in the indicator itself. So perhaps one would propose that WHO can clarify to us what these guidelines are and see whether or not whatever is said in the guidelines can be put directly into the indicator.
Thank you very much. France, please, and then Mexico.
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues. We have to extend the area of these indicators to other areas. It is limited to urban areas. We have to extend it and to other pollution, and we might include the number of technological disasters. Thank you.
I will now call on Mexico, and then Sweden, and then Colombia.
Yes, we agree with Germany and France.
Thank you. Sweden, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that the issue about pollution in indoor is something that we covered yesterday when we talked about the energy goal, because we have the issue of clean technology and clean energy. So that part of it could actually be cross-referenced to the clean energy, because the indoor pollution comes from using bad fuels inside. There is actually some way of covering also the rural areas. I would also like to say that not all statistical offices have a lot of environmental statistics. And if you do, you soon discover that when it comes to going from the actual emissions to the number of deaths and illnesses, this is a very tricky thing to do, and you will need models and you will need researchers who are very skilled at doing this, which means that I think the people who set up this target thought that they were doing it in a very good way because it's exactly what they want to prevent, but they didn't know that in fact also in the very developed countries, this is something that is done by universities with the input of some statistical data. So, but we have to do the proxies to the targets that we have. And so I suggest that we go from yellow to green, but that we don't despair so much that we don't have all the components in this, but just feel that the satellites and the fuel will take us a long way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colombia, please.
Thank you. We agree with Germany and France. We think that the indicator doesn't fully cover the target. It's necessary to include indicators about deaths and illness for different sorts of contamination. So I propose to move it to gray and to discuss more in depth this indicator.
Thank you. Tanzania, please.
I do agree with Canada that we needed to extend a little bit of it because the indicator as it is now, it doesn't cover the entire target. And I concur with my colleague from Botswana that we need also to look at the urban population, rural population also.
Thank you very much. I'm hearing now Cuba, please.
Yes, we agree with Germany and also France and the comment of Ecuador here in the file that says that an indicator that measures the rate of exposure to chemical products, air, water, and soil contamination. Thank
you. UK, please.
Thank you. Just a piece of clarification, if I may. I think we're moving into areas of 50 shades of grey. What I mean is we've suggested green or grey on this one, and I think there's different definitions of grey. Grey could have an indicator like this that we accept, but it's not complete enough, so we need more work to expand it or have additional indicators. Others that we've classified as grey need more work in their own entirety, and I think we need to be clear which shade we're putting some of these grey in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Actually, I heard Sven say colorful gray. So I would like to say the proposal is gray, to which most countries also acceded to. So for this indicator, this is reclassified as gray. Thank you. Okay, now we go to the next indicator, which is 3.B.1, which is proportion of population with access to affordable essential medicines on a sustainable basis. And the issues to be raised are the suggestion, whether we consider the suggestion of a modified formulation by the UNSSO, which is a statistical system, access to affordable essential medicines, vaccines, and technology. So additional to medicines, the suggestion is to include vaccines and technologies. And there is a consideration of an additional indicator on R&D for vaccine and medicine, stated as total net official development assistance to the medical research and basic health sectors. May I now seek the guidance of the expert group? Kyrgyzstan, please.
You know, the indicator is okay, except there is no clear definition what is essential, because, you know, it depends on the country and it depends on the region.
Thank you. I believe there is a clear definition of what essential medicines is, and we shall include this in the metadata. But maybe we can request WHO again to guide us, just to seek assurance that we already have clear definitions, operational definition instruments to measure essential medicines.
Absolutely. This is a list that is updated on a regular basis, just last week. But a set of tracer essential medicines will be used to track the situation.
Thank you very much. We move this to green then, this indicator coded yellow. I would just like to ask, how about the additional indicator? Do we include this for consideration? Colombia, please.
We agree with the suggestion of the additional indicator.
Russian Federation, please.
Agree with additional indicator and have some concern about mixing essential medicine with vaccines and technologies. We have good data from household survey about essential medicines, but it is impossible to ask people about vaccines and technologies. This could be only administrative data, and maybe this is not possible to put it together. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request the Secretary to take note of the concern of the Russian Federation? May I call on Ecuador?
Yes, I also just to mention that I agree, that we agree as well with the new indicator, because remember that these A, B, C, D kind of indicators are supposed to go in line with means of implementation. So I think that this actually is a good indicator for means of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mexico, please.
Yes, we agree with Colombia about the additional indicator, although I think that it's not only a matter of research and development, because it's also a matter of procurement and procurement policies. So.
Thank you very much. So we have Cuba, please.
Yes, we also agree with Colombia and the US and UN Statistical System Organization, and also we comments in the file that it could be public spending on health and research and development from the total state budget, and public and private spending on health in research and development as a % of GDP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have this already, the additional indicator. Here we will also code as green, taking note of the various comments, especially the one that Cuba has just provided. Thank you very much. Yes, so the additional indicator is also green. Okay, thank you very much. We now go to the additional indicators. Where are they?
Yeah,
We go back.
I can go back.
I will now ask Francesca to remind us of the other additional indicators that we need to discuss.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So we also have a series of additional indicators that have been proposed under indicators that have already been coded as green. So I'll go back from the beginning. The first one is under target 3.1. And it's sort of attached to the second indicators, the proportion of births attended by skilled health personnel. There is a suggestion to consider an indicator on percent of pregnant women with 4 antenatal care visits. The 4 antenatal care visits is the WHO recommended number of visits, and it was an MDG indicator, as many of you might remember. And also to consider postnatal care coverage for mother and baby, either at home or in a facility, and within 2 days of delivery, 1 or more visits. That's the definition of these second proposed indicators.
Thank you, Francesca. So I request now the expert group members to react to the additional indicator being suggested for target 3.1. The UK, please.
Following the principle of limiting the number of indicators, I think the 2 already proposed covers the target adequately.
Thank you. Tanzania, please.
Madam Chair, I do agree the additional indicators, these are very important. And the data availability, there is no problem. It's covered under household-based surveys.
Cabo Verde, please.
We believe the 2 new indicators should be maintained, and for the same reason as Tanzania.
We have 2 varying opinions, one from UK and one from Tanzania and Cabo Verde. I would like to request the other members of the expert group. Netherlands.
Support UK.
So it's a tie now. I call on Canada, and then Cuba, and then Sweden, and then Jamaica.
Canada supports the UK. That would give, if we added the other 2, that would have 4 indicators for 1 target. I think that the 2 that are proposed here cover it sufficiently.
well, we actually still maintain that we agree by consensus, so we, please don't mind my remark about the count. So I call now on, yeah, I think, I forgot now who I said I will call after Canada, but I hope you don't mind, I will just go this way so I don't forget. So I will call Mexico, Jamaica, Egypt, Colombia, and, I'm sorry, Egypt, Cuba, Colombia, and then Sweden, please. Gisela and Viveka, could you please leave your flag up so I don't forget? So Mexico, please.
We support the UK.
Jamaica, please.
We support the UK. These two additional indicators that are proposed, they are most likely already produced, but we don't need 4 indicators for one target.
Egypt, please.
We support the UK. Thank
Cuba.
Sorry. We propose we support the proposed indicators.
Colombia.
We support UK.
Sweden.
We support the UK for the global set, but think that this could be done on a regional setting when you feel you need it.
Okay, so based on our discussion of as much as possible limiting our number of indicators, it seems that we will not anymore include these additional indicators, but with the note that countries, of course, should continue generating this if they are already doing so. The Holy See, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would just like to express support for perhaps the solution provided by Sweden. I see the need, especially in African countries, for these indicators that are proposed, but perhaps the regional suggestion is a better way, a better approach. We'd just like to support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we note that we will not consider, well, we've decided, I would like to say that we've decided that this will not be for global indicators, but we note that regional, this could be for consideration as regional indicators. May I, because I said we, as much as possible, we would like to do this by consensus. So I seek Cabo Verde and Tanzania, is this a proposal okay, that we just put this under regional monitoring?
We accept.
Thank you very much. Tanzania?
Agreed.
Thank you so much. So we have moved on. No additional indicators, but the proposed additional will be for consideration in regional monitoring. The next, Francesca, could you
Yes,
guide
thank
me,
you.
please?
The next one is in relation to the under 5 mortality rate, already a green indicator, to consider the addition of indicator on stillbirth rates and addition of reach and sustain. This is actually not an indicator, but that's how it was phrased as a proposal: reach and sustain 90% national coverage and 80% in every district with all vaccines in national programs. I'm not sure what the exact phrasing of the indicator would be in this case. But
May I now seek the comments of the expert group members? Jamaica, please.
My position is the same as before. If we add these 2 new indicators, we'd again have 4 indicators for this one target. If it is important to you, add it as a regional or a national target.
I think based on how we made the decision earlier, we will not consider this proposals, but suggest that they be included for regional monitoring. If there are no other comments from the expert group members, I will proceed. Thank you. Francesca, please.
okay. Okay, there is a proposal for an additional indicator in relation to the to target 3.3 and in relation to the already green agreed indicator, the second one, and that would be on number of people requiring interventions against neglected tropical diseases. And that again is would be the 5th indicator. Yes, 1, 2, 3, for the fifth indicator for the target 3.3.
May I have the comments of the expert group members? UK, please.
I think this is slightly different to the other comments we've just made. This one is clearly one of the elements of the target and should be considered.
Colombia, please.
We also support the inclusion of this indicator.
Mexico.
Supportive.
Thank you very much. This additional indicator will be tagged as green. We go to the next, please.
Sorry. So the next, if I'm correct, would be 3A1, already a green indicator. The additional would be an indicator about the progress in the implementation of the Framework Convention, and this is in relation to the Convention on Tobacco Control, which is mentioned in the target. The target is strengthen the implementation of the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control in all countries as appropriate. So in reference to that, there will be an additional indicator measuring the progress in the implementation of the framework. That's the proposal.
Comments from the expert group? Mexico.
Well, from what I am hearing, I have one problem with this because progress in the implementation is really an implementation indicator, and here we want to take into consideration outcomes.
Oh, this is a mean of implementation indicator.
Clarification, this is a means of implementation target.
We're not measuring outcomes. Huh?
Felix, could you clarify?
Yes, I understand that it's an implementation target, but I think that the two indicators that are already stated give you very valuable information, and if we don't want to have an inflation of indicators. I mean, I don't see that the marginal contribution is quite grandiose.
Thank you. May I call on Ecuador?
Just to support Felix with another argument, what will be the indicator of progress? Have you progressed on this convention? Yes, no? So, yeah, just remove it.
Thank you. So I'm hearing that we don't accept this additional indicator. Thank you very much. Oops, Tanzania and Brazil.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's not the way of saying not accepting. How can you measure the framework? Because the two indicators are already being used to measure the implementation of it. So it is redundant.
Thank you. Brazil, please.
Support Mexico.
Thank you very much. So we move on, and yeah, it's a no. We're not including this. Thank you. Well, are we through with the? So we're through with goal 3. Yeah, UNFPA, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I apologize for drawing us back, but I really fear it would be a missed opportunity if UNFPA did not respectfully recommend an additional indicator under 3.7. And this is the percentage of primary healthcare facilities that offer essential SRH care services. And we request that this be considered in the gray category. This is an indicator that does not replicate the two green, but in fact is complementary. It gets to the heart of the indicator because it is really about universal services. This is provision. The others indeed are measuring outcomes. And I would note that there was, it was noted as a priority indicator put forward by the African IAEG SDG members on page 41 of the Shasa document. It has been seeing a large growing interest by a number of countries and organizations. In the Lancet this month, there was a statement by Chris Murray that there should be an indicator for 3.7, which is measuring the availability of a package of reproductive health services. And this has been clearly a goal since '94, and this takes us beyond the aspirations of the MDGs. And UNFPA is committed to developing this indicator if it would be included in the gray category. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suggest that the expert group members not take action on the proposal, but we will include it in the notes of the Secretariat. We have a closed session later on, and I will be requesting the expert group member on how to address some additional comments that either are stated here or that we have received and are included in the statements. I will now call on the Holy See, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's actually, this is a very good time, I think, to bring up once again what we mentioned yesterday about working methods and also suggesting indicators. Again, we're looking at a green target, and we're suggesting indicators. Now, our concerns related to 5.6 are actually expressly related to this next suggestion that was made in Sexual and Reproductive Health Services. This term is very widely known within the ICPD to include abortion. And I'm here also from New York, so I just want to be very clear on this point. There was a very, very, very difficult compromise that was struck during the post-2015 development agenda negotiations, and we'd like to make sure that that is maintained. In addition, our colleague from UNFPA mentioned that this was suggested by the African IAEG group. Their representative from Cameroon is actually not present, so I'd actually like to hear his opinion before we move forward with that suggestion, and I would respectfully request that it not be put at all, especially not in gray. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So these are very important comments that I am requesting the Secretariat to include for our discussion, the discussion of the expert group members in the closed session tomorrow. Thank you very much. So we move forward, and we are through with goal 3, and we now go to goal 12. So goal 12, please. And for goal 12, we have 2 yellow indicators and 2 additional. So the first is target 12.8, and the indicator for discussion is number of countries reporting inclusion of sustainable development and lifestyles topics in formal education curricula. The concern or issue to be addressed is consideration of the different proposed modifications made by countries. These are listed in our document, and they are all different. So may I now open the floor for discussion by the expert group. May I suggest that if there are no alternatives or comments, we make this green, and discussion on the e-platform will further move this forward. Jamaica.
My concern is that the indicator shouldn't be the number of countries reporting having sustainable development topics in their curricula. It should be whether or not these programs exist at the primary, the secondary level. Because this is not saying anything to the country itself. It's a global indicator, and it means nothing to us as a country.
Thank you. Other comments, please? Colombia, please.
We suggest the indicator not should be restricted to formal education curriculum, but in a more general specification. They include other related communication, dissemination, and education means.
Thank you. Other comments? Mexico.
Yes, I agree with Germany's position that counting number of countries doesn't make much sense at all. Yes.
So this is now my question. Do we make this green and then discuss further some of the comments, or gray? I need to hear from other countries. Bahrain.
What I'm hearing is that it should be dropped altogether.
Okay, thank you. I would like to seek the assistance of UNEP. Oh, UNEP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would very much like to support the inclusion of this into the green, but to extend to formal and informal in the broader education, and also move away from having number of countries and instead have the percentage of education institutions providing this type of module, these types of modules. So move away from numbers to the percentage of institutions.
So the suggestion to address the concern of Germany is to change this from number of countries to percentage of institutions providing these. Okay. May I call on Sweden? Did I?
Yes, I'm hesitating, but I think I support that we move it to green and consider the suggestions for changes that you made. Thank you.
Tanzania?
Madam Chair, I think let's put gray and then we continue with the discussion, because even though you say number of institutions, it has to be either public, private, and all these kind of things. So more clarification is needed here, so we can continue with the discussions here.
Other comments, please? Senegal and then India.
Yeah, I support the changed the number to % of institution providing the formal and informal education as proposed by UNEP. I think it makes sense. Thanks.
India? Kumar, please, your microphone.
Well, we can put it, the indicator in its original form in the as a green and discuss on it in later stage.
Mexico, please.
I also agree with Canada that the indicator doesn't cover fully the target, because one thing is to have number of countries, but awareness demands more, yes.
Cuba?
We don't support the proposed indicator. We agree with the UN Statistical System Organization with their comments and the comments of Germany, Canada, and Estonia. Thank you.
She's just reiterating what was in the consultation.
Germany.
I think it's, for me, still a typical gray indicator. I mean, we've heard different positions how to modify this indicator, and I think that's a typical gray one now.
Thank you very much. So my proposal is that this be gray, taking into account the suggestion of UNEP for the change. Thank you very much. We go now to target 12.A, a number of this is gray. We go now to target 12.A, number of qualified green patent applications. And issue to be addressed, consideration of whether to add a denominator of total number of patents, as Brazil suggests, or to replace this with amount of spending in R&D in developing countries for SPC, environmental sound technologies. Brazil, please.
No, the suggestion is very simple. It's just to change number for ratio. The proportion of patents classified as green over the total patents.
Thank you very much. Sweden?
Thank you very much. I would like to provide some information saying that to this conference we have, together with Chile, come up with a draft executive report on a report that will come later on this year, where we investigate how you can use the information on environment and economy to do this type of information. So just to tell you that there are 3 pages on how you use environmental accounts and environmental statistics that we're working on together with the Ministry of Environment in Chile to talk about capacity building and how we could actually inform this type of target that the goal 12 is. So the report concerns, in fact, the whole goal 12. And I hope that there are people who would like to investigate this with us, because I'm afraid that we're moving more and more of the environmental targets out of the system, and so we need to also make a move to actually get some of them in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to call on Cuba and then Colombia and then Mexico.
Yes, thank you. We don't support the indicator. We partially agree with the UN Statistical System Organization, but I mean, be patient with me because I wrote a little big here. But we must measure the different role of developing and developing countries in this issue, and also taking into account the third-source cooperation. So for all countries could be amount of public-private spending on research and development for SCP, environmental sound technologies, as a percent of GDP. And perhaps for less developing countries, and spending on research and development for SCP, environmental sound technologies. I mean, I wrote already in the file, perhaps you can consider, but the clear thing is that I don't agree with the indicator, and you could consider what I say on that.
Thank you very much. Colombia, and then Mexico, and then Brazil.
Thank you. We totally disagree with this indicator. We think that this indicator does not measure support to developed countries. The target is defined as support developing countries to strengthen their scientific and technological capacity to move toward more sustainable pattern of consumption and production. So we think that the indicator should be defined in terms of resource or number of technical cooperation projects to developing countries in these topics.
Thank you very much. Mexico, please, and then Brazil.
We agree with Colombia and also with the United States that there's no methodological definition of green patents, even though we are informed that we may soon have one, but as of now, there's nothing really.
Thank you. Brazil and then UK.
I forgot.
Oh, okay, thank you, Roberto. So UK and then China.
I support Colombia. The actual target is about supporting developing countries, and even if we did have a definition of green patents, that may not, the developing of patents may not actually help developing countries, it may hinder them.
China, please.
We support Canadian suggestions and replace this indicator with total R&D expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kyrgyzstan?
I also support the Canadians' proposal.
I'm sorry, Kanike, could you repeat that?
To mention that
you support
Canada.
Thank you. Egypt, Fiji, India? Egypt, Fiji, and then India.
We support Colombia position. Thank you.
Fiji, please.
Yeah, we support Colombia's position. Thank you.
India? Canada?
We actually support Colombia's position on this.
Thank you. Bahrain?
I tried to recall that yesterday we had a discussion about moving an indicator. Indicator was about FDI flows to developing countries, helping them and developing their local capacities for our R&D. Why can't we substitute that, replace the existing one with that?
Okay, thank you very much for the suggestion. May I propose this, that this indicator be gray with all of the comments, including the important comment of Bahrain? Thank you very much. We now go to the next indicator. Yeah. We're through, well, we have good news. We're through with this goal, number 12. And so we actually have lined up statements from our stakeholders at various time points. And unlike how we did it yesterday, where all of our stakeholders gave their comments, so I would like to call on Matt Simmons to talk about goals 8 and 10. Matt, please, may I request you to use this podium?
Okay, thanks. Good morning. Yeah, so we're going to limit the stakeholder comments to our key concerns, addressing primarily those indicators that are in or were until recently yellow, that referring to Goal 8. And we have elaborated comments which we'll send in writing. And yeah, I'll be focusing on goals 8 and 10. So Goal 8 being the place to address the obligation to ensure access to decent employment. On target 8.3, we believe the indicator should stay green and retain the measure of informality and suggest a further disaggregation by gender. On 8.51, the indicator should measure average earnings of female and male employees by occupation, and we would suggest to strike hourly. Average hourly earnings does not sufficiently capture the gender wage gap, given earnings in additional benefits such as overtime, bonuses, social protection contributions, and so on. On 8.52, as a principle and in line with the target, unemployment rate should be disaggregated by disability and should be feasible, so we're pleased that this indicator has gone to green. For 8.8, where actually the indicators are actually green and gray, we think 8.81 needs a small but important revision, and we deeply regret that 8.82 is gray. Specifically for 8.81, occupational injury should instead be occupational disease and injury, as the two disorders are quite distinct in international classifications. For 8.82, the current proposed indicator is gray on the ratification and implementation of ILO conventions. We think this is a bare minimum and it should be agreeable. And we would actually go further and suggest to measure the percentage of employees covered by national labor codes aligned with ILO core conventions by sex and migration status. Moving on to Goal 10, the omission of any indicator to measure inequality between countries is glaring, especially for this goal. That was the original spirit of the goal. So we propose an indicator based on either the Gini coefficient or the Palma ratio between countries, which shouldn't require additional data from states, but will provide a crucial guide to the effectiveness of the entire agenda. And in general, inequality is not limited to income, and therefore the Gini and Palma ratio must be addressed within countries, or measured within countries. Of the proposals to measure inequality, we support 10.1.1, comparison of the top 10% and bottom 40%, and further breakdown wherever possible. We support 10.4.1, but would suggest to add an additional measure on trade union density, as there's a strong correlation between trade union density and more equal societies. The need for an FTT has been included in several intergovernmental statements as a measure to both increase stability and raise redistributive funds for sustainable development. So we, as a first step, support the indicator 10.5.5 on FTT. For indicator 10.7, we support the IOM proposal to develop a composite indicator that measures the extent to which countries have well-managed migration programs. We understand they've provided criteria to guide this indicator. And then in the absence of other measures to adequately assess progress towards safe, fair, and responsible migration, there should be an indicator that at least measures the mortality of migrant populations as proposed by OHCHR. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Matt. We move on, and I was alerted that we have to go back to goal 12 because we have additional indicators that we need to discuss. So I would like to request Francesca, please, to guide us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were two additional indicators being proposed in connection with the already approved green indicators, and those are in relation to target 12.4. The additional indicator to be considered would be treatment of waste, generation of hazardous waste, waste management by type of treatment, and waste management by type of treatment. And that would be in addition to the already included indicator on number of parties to international multilateral environmental agreement, etc., etc. It's target 12.4.
So may I request the expert group to make a decision, please? May I hear from you? Germany, please, and then Sweden.
Thank you. I like the idea of this indicator, but I think the formulation is not really indicator-like. I mean, it's treatment and generation and management, so it's mixed up all together in one text. So if we probably could keep the idea of keeping this inside and put a new gray indicator telling us we need something on treatment of the waste.
Thank you very much. Sweden, and then Mexico, Jamaica.
Thank you. We think that it's good to have this additional indicator, and we believe that UNSD is already collecting waste data in this form, so I'm sure that you could just reformulate it. Thank you.
Mexico, please.
We agree with Germany. It's a very good idea, but needs further discussion before adopting it.
Thank you. Jamaica?
I also agree with Mexico. I like the idea of having an indicator that actually means something to the countries themselves, but it needs refinement.
The UK, please.
Similarly, agree with Germany and Sweden and Jamaica that we need something extra.
France?
But it should be grey to be completely developed.
Thank you, Glenn. I'm sorry about cutting you. France?
Me too.
So this indicator moves to gray, as suggested by Germany, with reformulation to really clarify how this will be measured. Thank you. Francesca, please.
Thank you. And the other additional indicator that was suggested in connection with the, an already existing one as approved as green is in connection with target 12.5. And that is national waste generation, solid wastes to landfill, incineration, and disaggregated data for e-waste, kilogram per capita.
May I seek the comments of the expert group? Mexico, please, and then UK and Sweden.
Again, I think this should be moved to gray to have an informed discussion. Yes.
UK, Sweden, and then Germany.
This one I thought was slightly different, as in it seems more variation on what we already have rather than addition. So I reject it.
Sweden, please.
Thank you. I think we could consider this together with the other one, because the first one that we discussed was about hazardous waste, and this is a more general one about waste generation, also the non-hazardous. So perhaps we could just lump them together and treat them together. Thank you.
Thank you. Germany, please.
I like the Swedish idea. Thank you.
Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think we need to put grey because of probably having an alternative indicator for this.
Thank you. France, please.
Okay with me putting it in grey with reformulation.
Brazil.
With the UK.
Okay, may I now make this recommendation that because the original indicator is already green, so when we discuss in the coming 3 weeks on our electronic platform, we include in our discussion this proposed additional indicator. So my proposal is in agreement with UK. I hope those who suggested that this be an alternative or a separate indicator coded gray, I hope you're okay with that. So I'm talking to Claire, to France and to Tanzania.
No, UK rejected it.
Oh, UK? No, UK said this could be discussed with the original. Okay, I would like to clarify. Did I understand that, Glenn, UK correctly, that your position is that this additional indicator is actually could be discussed along with the original indicator because they seem to be, you know, not that different. May I see clarification?
It was more in keeping with limiting the number of indicators. I couldn't see this was adding that much more unless we need a further refinement, but I thought what we had was adequate already and I was rejecting it.
Okay, so we are rejecting this indicator and keep the original indicator coded green. This may seem different from the suggestion of Tanzania and France. My request, Tanzania and France, to put this discussion in our electronic platform when we discuss this green indicator that we already have. Are you okay with that, Tanzania and France?
Yes, Chair.
Claire, France, is that? Thank you very much. So that means we only still have one indicator coded green, the original one. Thank you. So I reiterate the good news I said earlier. We're through with this indicator, and we seem to be moving at a better pace. I will give a brief time for Ecuador to speak out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because I think that right now is relevant, the comment that I'm going to do. You know that in the intergovernmental negotiations in which this agenda was approved, countries made reservations. So if the group is okay, I will really recommend to be in the records of this meeting that we are aware of this reservation that country did. For example, Ecuador had made a reservation, really strong reservations, for the target 12.C. So in that sense, I mean, the reservation that we have made for targets, they have to be more or less derived to the indicators as well, okay? So because Ecuador, in general sense, will not compute this indicator 12C because we did reservations in the intergovernmental negotiations. So my recommendation is to be in the records that we are aware that there was reservations in those negotiations, and that has to be translated to the indicators as well.
Thank you very much for alerting us. So we will, and I think I'm getting the nod of the Secretariat because they're actually doing all the hard work. We will provide a list, we will include reservations for the indicators so that everybody knows that there are some countries that have reservations on particular targets or indicators. Thank you very much. So I would like to report that we scheduled up to 15, so 13, 14, 15 for the morning session. We now go to goal 13, and there are 3 yellow indicators and no additional. So we go to the First, indicator coded yellow, target 13.2, number of countries that have formally communicated the establishment of integrated low-carbon, climate-resilient, disaster risk reduction development strategies. For example, a national adaptation plan process, national policies and measures to promote transition to environmentally friendly substances and technologies. And may I request the expert group members to just go look at your document for the issues that need to be raised, and there is actually a suggestion to adopt a modification coming from the UN statistical systems. May I open the floor now for discussion? India, please, and then Mexico.
I agree with the proposed modification by UNSSO.
Thank you very much. Mexico, please.
Agree with a number of countries that, as it is stated, it is meaningless. I mean, the way it is doesn't make much sense at all. Yes.
Thank you. Bahrain. Okay, Bahrain, please.
I think that Mexico's point is valid. Thank you.
Okay, Kyrgyzstan and Sweden.
I agree with the proposal of UNSSO.
Sweden, please.
Thank you very much. We would suggest to move this to grey and discuss the possibility of adding the proposed additional indicator from IMF, which is really about what the target is about, to integrate climate change measures into national policies by looking at the tax systems, because the rate of taxation applied to fossil fuel consumption is straight in the body of the target. Thank you.
Thank you. Fiji, please.
I agree with the UNSSO position.
I would like now to call on Netherlands and then Canada.
Agree with Sweden to take the IMF point of view on board.
Canada, please, and then Egypt.
Also agree with Sweden.
Egypt, please.
Me too, we also agree with Sweden. Thank you.
I now hear that we will put this indicator to grey, taking note of the suggestion of Sweden and even still considering the suggestion of the UNSSO. Thank you very much. We go to the next indicator for target 13.3, number of countries that have integrated mitigation, adaptation, impact reduction, and early warning into primary, secondary, and tertiary curricula, with the issue, with a suggested modification from the UN statistical systems, which I would like to request the expert group members to please just read. May I request now comments from the expert group? May I read the suggested modification? Percentage of education institutions providing education for sustainable development, UNESCO global modules, which are 11 components, including biodiversity and climate, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable lifestyles, health promotion, and cultural diversity. Kyrgyzstan, please.
Actually, I support the idea of UNSDR about the number of countries who have multi-hazard early warning system.
So you are pointing out another suggestion, Kanike. Okay. Kumar, I think you forgot to put your flag down. Okay, so may I call on Jamaica? Oh, but you also want to talk. So Jamaica and then India.
Okay. I agree with the original suggestion by Singapore, which is a slight modification of that being proposed by the UN system. it just isn't specific to the UNESCO global modules. So I would suggest that the indicator should read the percentage of educational institutions providing education for sustainable development, and stop right there.
India, please.
Yes, similar to Jamaica comment.
Okay. Colombia?
Support Jamaica too.
Tanzania?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To me, the indicator does not address institutional capacity, which really we are looking on it. So I suggest further discussion on this.
Mexico?
Support Jamaica.
May I then suggest that we make this green using the formulation of Jamaica with a note about, with consideration of the comment by Tanzania. Moving forward, this will be discussed on our electronic platform. Oh, may I request UNESCO, please?
I'd just like to say that I think people think UNESCO would be the source for this indicator, but we don't feel that we would be able to collect that indicator. So I think that would be an important consideration to take into account, neither the first one that was proposed nor the one about the percentage of educational institutions. So we would suggest it goes grey and we spend more time looking for a better indicator.
I think we really need to follow the suggestion of the experts, but France, please. So we turn this to gray. Thank you very much, UNESCO, for the advice. The next indicator is, where are we? 13B1, and may I request to scroll the, okay, and 13B is stated, number of LDCs that are receiving specialized support for mechanisms for raising capacities for effective climate change related planning and management, including focusing on women, youth, local, and marginalized communities. For consideration is the following modification as proposed by Brazil: number of countries implementing capacity building public policies for planning related to climate change and effective management in the least developed countries, including focusing on women, youth, local, and marginalized communities. May I open the floor for discussion? May I call on Fiji?
Yeah, thank you. I support the modification by Brazil, but I see that the small island developed states have been removed from this particular indicator, which was previously agreed to. We now only have LDCs instead of the small island development state. I'd suggest we include small island states in.
So we include SIDS, SIDS to LDCs and SIDS. Jamaica, please.
As a fellow small island developing state, I support Fiji's proposal.
Thank you very much. May I call on the US?
Thank you. I'd like to propose that we consider this indicator as gray. We have some upcoming meetings on climate change to occur in Paris in December, and I think that those discussions will inform improved measurement for this indicator. And I think that by coloring this indicator gray, we allow those discussions to occur. We're not saying that the indicator is unimportant or that we won't follow up. We're just allowing those voices to be heard. They would not necessarily all be heard if we were to consider this a green indicator at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to call on Mexico and then France.
Yes, the Mexican position is that more specific counting principles are needed in order to harmonize country-by-country expenditures towards the target.
So I'm hearing you, Felix, this could be gray. France, please. The same?
Me too, the same. We have to wait.
Thank you, France. UK, Egypt, Cuba.
I agree, it's grey. We do have to see what comes out of the December discussions on climate change, and that will influence not just this indicator, but several others.
Egypt, please.
I agree with the US to make it grey up until the next climate change summit in France. Thank you.
Cuba?
We support the pass rate and we support Mexico proposal.
Thank you very much. So this is my proposal that this be gray, and I hope UNEP doesn't mind. I will not call you anymore because this will mean more further discussion. So this is gray, noting all of the comments that were given earlier. Thank you very much. Okay, we're through with goal 13. We just have 2 goals left in our schedule for this morning, so we go to goal 14, please. And there are 5 yellow indicators, no additional indicators. So the first indicator coded yellow is for target 14.3, average marine acidity measured at agreed suite of representative sampling stations. The comment, the issue is we need to discuss what representative sampling stations refer to and where these will be located, and metadata issue. May I request the expert group members to provide guidance? Should this be green or gray? May I call on Sweden?
As far as I understand, this is something that is already ongoing, and I think we could color it green and just seek that information.
Thank you very much. And may I request on UNEP for guidance for us?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, as Francis said, this is an ongoing program, and it's related to the Global Ocean Acidification Network, where there is, in fact, an internationally established carbonate chemistry parameter measurement program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Sweden. May I then propose that this be green, given the assurance from UNEP that these are really already well established. We have well established metadata. Any? Go. So this is a green. Let's go to target 14.4 with the indicator proportion of fish stocks within biologically sustainable level. And the issue to be addressed is really more about definitions, and I believe this will still be again about metadata. So who do I call to assure us that there are existing metadata? May I request FAO for guidance, please?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. FAO would like to reassure the IAG that by biologically sustainable levels, it is meant that the abundance of a fish stock is at or higher than the level that can produce the maximum sustainable yield. Therefore, the definition of the indicator fully responds to the target, and furthermore has been approved by the FAO Committee on Fisheries. And it is an established MDG indicator. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the guidance. I call on Tanzania and then Fiji.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My August comments was about the availability of the data. And due to availability of the data and the definition and concepts of the indicator is very cumbersome. So it has to be considered.
Thank you very much. Fiji, please.
Given the explanation by FAO, coming from an island nation, I support this moving to green.
Thank you. Sweden, please.
We also support it moving to green and are happy that there are some organizations that can report this on a global level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hear that this will be green, noting the concern of Tanzania. I think the concern of Tanzania will really be moving forward for capacity building, and that will be discussed in the high-level group. Thank you very much. Okay, we have the next one, which is 14.5, coverage of protected areas. And there is a suggestion that this be defined in relation to marine areas. I guess the suggestion is really to maybe later on disaggregate this into different protected areas. So I would like to seek guidance from UNEP again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, in fact, we can sustain a revision which actually specifically identifies marine so that it would be coverage by protected areas of marine sites, especially areas of particular importance for biodiversity. And these are data that are already identified and collected and reported on.
Thank you very much for the guidance. Sweden, please.
And just to say that we, as far as we know, this is already in place and we would like it to be moved to green.
Thank you. Fiji,
Support Sweden on that.
Mexico, UK, and Canada.
Sweden.
UK,
Support Sweden.
Canada.
Support Sweden, move to green.
Wow, I'm really so encouraged. So this is green with the modification as clarified by UNEP. Thank you very much. We go to the fourth, which is 14A, budget allocation to research in the field of sustainable marine technology as a percentage of all research in field of marine technology, with the consideration of the following from Brazil to reformulate this as budget allocated to research in the field of marine technology. So we have two choices, the original or the one proposed by Brazil. Colombia, please.
We support Brazil.
France, please.
Support Brazil.
Thank you. Sweden.
We support Brazil, but hope that there will be a note somewhere to say that we need to work further on this and that in the next version of the indicators, this must be a subset of that.
Thank you very much. Mexico.
Support Brazil.
Okay, so we make this green with a very important note from Sweden. But may I request UNESCO's guidance?
It's not exactly guidance. I'm speaking on behalf of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, which is part of UNESCO, and we have the following to say about target 14.A. We suggest to downgrade the earlier proposal to an optional indicator for thematic or national monitoring due to scarcity of data sources. So that might also apply to the new proposal from Brazil. And instead, we would propose the percentage of GDP invested in ocean research, as well as a second indicator on the growth in ocean science capacity, technology and knowledge, as well as cooperation between countries and regions, both of these as priority indicators. Both these indicators are currently under development. An initial assessment is expected to be available through the Global Ocean Science Report to be published at the end of 2016. And just one more little sentence to say, a plea on behalf of the IOC. We have put forward a number of indicators under other targets, which I know are grey and we won't be discussing, but in the process to review the grey indicators, we really hope we will have the chance to provide our expert advice on those other targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call on Ecuador, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Just to raise the point that the indicator proposed by Brazil is just like a nominal kind of indicator, it's budget allocated. So I would prefer to have something that is a relative indicator, so budget, but in proportion of what? Even if we would like to make this even a global indicator, how then we will just sum the budget. So it's just my call of attention that I think that we should discuss a relative indicator instead of an absolute indicator.
Thank you very much for those comments. Now, I would like to say that we maintain this decision of this expert group to make this green, because there was actually a note from Sweden that this really still needs more discussion and for future enhancement or reformulation. And the comment of UNESCO was really very important. As we discuss further on the electronic platform, this green indicator, I would like to request that our expert group members take note of the suggestion of Ecuador. Bahrain, please.
I think Ecuador's observation is very important. In order to be for the indicator to be comparable, we need to have a standard, and that standard doesn't apply to the budget proposed. So I think perhaps you wanted to regenerate the discussion on this indicator. Thank you.
May I call on Brazil?
Just to agree with Ecuador, but recommended that budget allocated in relation to total budget. Never, it's not interesting to put GDP in this kind of measures, but it's important to see the relation budget for this kind of goal to the total budget of a government.
Thank you very much. Because the comments of the expert groups were to agree to Brazil, I believe that we will agree to the modification of Brazil per advice of Ecuador. So is this okay? And I think our colleague Nadil from Bahrain, this addresses your comment earlier. Okay, so this is still green, but it becomes percentage to total budget. Thank you. Did I again? So again, I reiterate, we maintain our decision to make this green, but we done a modification also suggested by Brazil to make it percentage to total budget. Thank you very much. So we go now to 14B. Percentage of catches that are subject to a catch documentation scheme or similar traceability system as a percentage of the total catches that are less than X tons and traded in major markets. The issue is for a consideration from Korea to change this to a proportion of national fishery production by country that are catches by small medium fishery business. May I request comments from the group? UK, please.
I prefer the proposal for Korea about the proportion of national fishery production by country that catches by small, medium fishery business. Not all countries will have catch documentation schemes, and actually small-scale fishers can have very good access to markets without the need for catch documentation schemes. So I think the Korean proposal I'd support.
Thank you. Fiji, please.
Thank you. I support the Korean proposal. Thank you.
Ecuador, okay. So I would like to call on FAO.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. We recognize the difficulties in operationalizing the indicator currently in the list. Of course, FAO had initially suggested two indicators for this target. One to capture the market access, which is this indicator. Another to capture access rights. We're not sure why only this indicator made it to the list, but in any case, during the online discussion during the summer, it became clear to us that the other indicator on access rights would be much easier to implement. And we have submitted metadata for that proposal. Conversely, on the Korean proposal, we would hesitate to agree to this because it wouldn't provide a clear indication of progress towards the target. And in addition, it would miss the institutional governance and human rights aspect that the alternative proposal by FAO has. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I seek comments from the expert group? Listening to FAO, I am considering proposing that we make this green with the comment of FAO that the indicator coded yellow here is indeed not yet feasible. So the discussion, if we make this gray, is really to discuss the Korea suggestion and taking note of comments as given by FAO. So may I seek guidance from the expert group? Jamaica, please.
Did you just say gray or green?
I said gray.
Gray, okay.
Gray, gray.
Okay.
Approved. UK, please.
Slightly confused. Again, just what FAO said implied to me that the data wouldn't be available as yet. So are we accepting the sort of Korean proposal initially with the grey as a secondary replacement in the future as a further development that is needed? I'm just seeking clarification of what we're actually agreeing to, because if we agree that the proposal as presented, we won't have anything for.
My proposal is to make this gray, the Korean proposal gray, but with further discussion given the comment of FAO of an alternative indicator of the access rise. Did I clarify it, Glenn? Yeah. So gray to the Korean proposal, it is gray because there is this other indicator that FAO is suggesting. Thank you very much. Okay. So we've finished goal 14. We're looking at 12:15. We have one more stakeholder. May I request that we postpone, FAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Just before we go on to the next goal, just to point out that on 14.C, there are some issues to be discussed, even though the existing indicator is coded as green, and we look forward to discussing that.
Thank you very much. Since this is green, actually the expert group members will be discussing this. We will have a closed meeting tomorrow of the expert group, and we shall give more detailed guidelines on how we will move forward on discussing the green indicators that we have already coded. Thank you very much. And we will advise everybody after the closed meeting. Now, this is my proposal. The next goal, which is goal 15, has 8 indicators coded yellow and 2 additional indicators. My proposal is that we delay discussing this goal in the afternoon, and I'm looking at Enrique because he will be chairing that meeting. So I'm giving Enrique another goal for discussion. But the reason is because we have one more statement from a stakeholder, and it's already 12:17, and I don't want us to be in the situation we were yesterday, where there was not much for us to eat. So,
Sorry, Lisa, one more organizational
okay, yes,
question.
please. Yes, please.
Can you ask to make air conditioner a little bit warmer, because otherwise I won't come tomorrow to this meeting.
Verdi supports. So everybody is supporting that. Actually, I also already was wearing my blazer. So yes, we will request our support people to take note that, because we don't want to come tomorrow sick. And we want Kanike to still be tomorrow present in the meeting. So, no more? I was advised that the Secretariat, the person who is supposed to make a statement is not ready. So
Let's do one indicator.
okay. So instead of that statement, the suggestion of Francesca is we go to goal 15, but discuss only the one indicator. So this is in lieu of the statement of that we were supposed to listen to. Let me hear from the expert group members.
Can we take a vote on whether or not we should proceed? Because my suggestion is that we should break for lunch.
Okay, so let us break for lunch, and we should be here at 2 o'clock sharp, and we request that the pace that we have already, started, now we continue. Thank you very much, and have a good lunch.
There you go.
Yes. So we start now with goal number 15. And so actually I want to make a more general statement. First, I would like to keep the pace that we had at the end of the morning session. And secondly, we have 5 goals to go. And I am thinking that it might go between 3 and 5 hours. That's my guess, depending on the intensity of the debate. So there are about 31 indicators that we should address. So let me start right away with goal number 15. The goal is protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems. Sustainable, let me read from here. Sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, and halt and reverse land degradation, and halt biodiversity loss. So in the case of this goal, we have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 indicators that we should go into. So for 15, target 15.1, it reads as follows. By 2020, ensure that conservation, restoration, and sustainable use of terrestrial and inland freshwater ecosystems and their services, in particular forests, wetlands, mountains, drylands, in line with obligations under international agreements. So as in some other cases, we have many elements. The proposed indicator is forest area as a percentage of total land area. And there are many comments, and the issues to be addressed are the following. Brazil has proposed an alternative indicator. That's area of natural vegetation covered as percentage of total land area, broken down by phytophysiognomy. I cannot say that even in Spanish. Okay. And sorry, I don't know what does that mean. And let me read again. So it's area of natural vegetation covered as a percentage of total land area. And that's against currently proposed indicator that I read. And then there is an additional proposal by France, that's coverage of protected areas of important sites for terrestrial and freshwater biodiversity. So probably I would like to ask first Brazil and then France for some comment on the indicators, and then open the floor for the members of the group. Please, Brazil.
Oh, no. When you use the word forest, you are limiting you are limiting the indicators. There are other types of natural vegetation found on the extended areas in the world that are not being considered. The idea of forest is it's not a complete word for all the natural area. Thanks.
Okay, so it might be more semantic, or the concept of
No,
forest,
physics. The idea is the definition, because you have a forest is one kind of vegetation.
Yes,
But
okay.
you have, when you spoke about natural areas, you have different kind, this word that we can also avoid the pronunciation.
Thank
or
you.
fit or something like that.
Yes. Thank you. Franz?
Sorry. It is the sense of my comment. We would like to complete these indicators because we are on a part of the target with other areas which have to be protected. Thank you.
So besides vegetation, we have terrestrial and freshwater biodiversity. That would be the proposal. So now, please, if someone else from the IAEG wants to comment. The United Kingdom.
Thank you. I'd suggest we might want to move this indicator to grey fairly quickly. It's fairly clear we're not covering all the requirements. We've got a couple of indicators we can start to use while we do further development to cover the range of forests, wetlands, mountains and drylands that would need some developments, I think, in natural capital area. I think as a starting point, I'd support what France is suggesting and Brazil to sort of give us initial coverage, but it might be in the grey area for further work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sweden, please.
I support the UK proposal.
Thank you. Germany, please.
I support as well.
Okay, is everybody about approved? Okay, so we now excuse me. So we start with number 1. We move it to gray, right? Okay. So now we continue, and thank you for the time. Oh, sorry. Adelante. It's Spanish.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Target 15.1 is obviously very broad, but the indicator currently in the list is an established MDG indicator. Certainly, it will be insufficient, perhaps, to cover all aspects, and therefore we would support perhaps a second indicator on protected area overlays with biodiversity. In response to Brazil's proposal, it is currently not possible to report on phytophysiognomy, as this data is exceptionally rare. But even if it were possible to collect, it would be a difficult indicator to interpret. FAO collects data from countries also on other wooded land, which increases the vegetated area covered, but still comes short of the suggested indicator by Brazil. Mixing all vegetation types in such an indicator provides perhaps a weak measure of progress towards the target. Thank you.
Okay, acknowledging the difficulty, that's why we are moving that to gray. And I couldn't, could you please repeat your additional proposal, because you have another proposal?
The additional proposal would be protected area overlays with biodiversity. That is an established BIP indicator under the CBD framework.
Okay, well, since France has also included biodiversity, I think we could send both of them to gray and try to integrate into one and move forward. Yes. Do you agree? Yes. Okay. Okay, so let's go to 15, number 2. Sorry, 15.2. So by 2020, promote the implementation of sustainable management of all types of forests, hold deforestation, restore degraded forests, and sustainably increase afforestation and reforestation globally. So there are several issues here as well. The proposed indicator is forest cover under sustainable forest management. And then we have several issues to consider. There are two alternative proposals, one from Colombia and the UN statistical system. And Colombia proposes proportion of deforested area and net forest loss. And UNSSO proposes two indicators. Actually, so we are speaking about three. Sustainable Forest Management Index and carbon stocks in woody biomass. So, Colombia, do you want to comment on your proposal?
Just to say that we would prefer the second one, net forest loss, as the indicator.
Okay. Canada?
We'd like to support the proposition by Colombia for deforestation.
Okay, that's interesting. Colombia proposes deforestation, but now does not support for deforestation. Yes,
If we have to decide just one, we would prefer the second one. Yes.
Okay. So China?
We also support Colombia for the second indicator of net forest loss.
Please.
If we go to the second indicator, could we have permanent forest loss as some of it could be non-permanent, for example, from fire, et cetera. So if we had permanent forest loss, we'd support the second indicator.
Permanent forest loss. Germany?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There once was an UNEP suggestion on a certified forest management, and it somehow got lost during the process, but we would like to keep it on the list.
Do you remember how it read?
I don't have the exact wording, but it was on sustainable forest management.
Sustainable forest management. Okay. Is that the one on the list now? Because we don't have the screen. I am on the screen. So that's yes. Is that the one?
It was the indicator which was proposed, the first one.
Yes.
Sustainable forest management. And we want to change it into net forest loss. But it is not exactly the same thing. It is reducing forest loss to sustainable forest management. And we prefer forest.
So you prefer to keep the original
the first one because it is more general.
Okay. So the Netherlands, please.
I prefer a permanent forest loss.
Could you repeat, please?
Permanent forest loss, like Canada. Yeah.
Jamaica?
I support Canada's recommendation to look at net permanent forest loss. My concern with the current indicator is sustainable forest management would have to have some discussion on what exactly that entails.
Sweden, please.
Suggest to move it to a green indicator and use the net permanent forest loss.
Mexico?
I agree 100% with Jamaica. Yes.
Okay. So we have permanent forest loss, and then we have forest cover under sustainable forest management. Is that correct? Bahrain and then Botswana.
I think that this target and, of course, the following indicators don't apply to my region at all. So shouldn't this be applied as a regional indicator?
This is, I'm not so sure, but we have been proving, I would say, moving into green some indicators that are main concern of given region, but we think they could be more global. I can think of several countries where you have this same type of geography as you do in your country, but at the same time they are large enough to cover other latitudes. So I don't know. So let me continue. I have Cuba, please.
Yes, we support the proposed indicators, and also we agree with the second one proposed by Colombia.
Colombia as permanent forest loss? Because we were moving from net to permanent forest loss, just to Fiji?
Yeah, we support Colombia and the modified version of the permanent forest loss. Yeah.
Thank you. France.
Thank you. I suggest to keep the first formulation, but we can implement first with net forest loss because it is one dimension of sustainable forest management, and the indicator can involve according the reflection in this.
So you propose to merge these two?
To keep the same formulation, but to implement in the first time by net forest loss. It is,
India.
I don't know what does it mean by the sustainable forest management. Hence, I propose that I will go with Jamaica and Canada's.
Thank you. United Kingdom?
I'm quite happy to support the net permanent forest loss. I just want to clarify that that's a full replacement indicator, or are we still looking for an indicator about the sustainable forest management as a second point, as proposed by UNSSO on a sustainable forest management index? So is it, as a green, perhaps we do the net forest loss, and perhaps the grey, we look at the forest management for the future? Suggestion.
Excuse me. So we have, you are proposing two indicators.
I think on the table is 5 indicators, so bring it down to 2 is
yes,
progress.
Yeah, but the two that you are saying.
I'd suggest, because I think there's broad agreement on the net forest loss.
Yes.
As a lead, and we go straight to green on that.
Okay.
The second part of the target talks about sustainable management.
Okay.
And I think we need some more development on that. And I propose that should perhaps be recorded, but keep it grey for the future.
Okay.
So we don't lose sight of it. That's
Tanzania?
I do concur with the UK and my colleague from Botswana, because when we were discussing in Africa, we couldn't manage to see what best we can do with this, either to remain at the regional level, but if we have to put a gray so that we come up with additional indicators, this will sound okay for Africa.
Thank you. Mexico?
Yes, I agree with the United Kingdom, yes.
Thank you. Botswana?
Just to say that we don't have a lot of forests, and we are further still looking for a piece of the ocean. But given where we are, we would go with the net permanent forest loss as a single indicator. Thank you.
We support with the UK that we move the net permanent forest loss to a green indicator right away and to gray sustainable forest management, some sort of sustainable forest management indicator.
Brazil?
Different from my neighbors, I believe we have forests, and I believe in the sand forests. And I'd like to support the second, Colombia on the second permanent loss.
Thank you, Roberto. So, if there are any other strong opinions on the indicator, because I can see the US was raised and Japan. Do you have, okay. Let me go first with Japan and then Denmark.
Thank you. Japan can support UNSSO proposal. The combination of sustainable forest management index and carbon stocks in woody biomass, because data on these indicators are already available as they were collected in the Global Forest Resource Assessment at 2015 based on the globally shared definition. Thank you.
Thank you. Denmark?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm afraid that I'm just complicating things because Denmark supports Germany and UNEP's proposal on certified forest area, which we find more operational, providing us with a concrete framework for assessment. Thank you.
Okay. India, do you want to speak or you have your flag up? I'll give the floor to FAO.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I would just like to clarify that forest area under sustainable forest management and the sustainable forest management index are basically the same things. It's just a question of reformulating the headline title.
Okay.
Moreover, the actual indicator is indeed already available as expressed by the delegate from Japan. And in 2015, some 155 countries reported for this indicator. Thank you.
Okay, so we have this comment from FAO and then the proposal by Denmark. The United States wants to comment.
We're supporting the proposal from the UK, voiced by others, that given that there is perhaps still some discussion warranted so that folks understand what sustainable forest management is and how it is measured, that we can, for the purposes of this discussion, that we treat it as gray, that we will get back to it, and that we identify the net forest loss, permanent forest loss as green so we could move forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. UNEP?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think I would like to pick up on what Denmark and the UK has said. We do have information on certification, but it is not global, and therefore if we could contain that also in the grey discussion, the discussion in the grey on sustainable forest management, I think it would be worthy of having an element within that. And then on the net forest, the net permanent forest loss, we do have the ability to produce data on that. So if it goes to green, we can certainly provide information. Thank you.
Thank you. So the proposal is to agree on the net permanent forest loss as a green, and we move forward, and then with the sustainability, including the certification, we move it to gray. Are we okay on that? So, thank you. We go to 15.3.1. The target is by 2030 combat desertification, restore degraded land and soil, including land affected by desertification, drought, and floods, and strive to achieve a land degradation neutral world. Wow. The indicator is trends in land degradation, and the issues to be considered is that there is a reformulation proposed by several countries, and that's percentage of land that is degraded over total land area. Okay. Jamaica, then Botswana.
The UNCCD has a proposal, they have a document explaining what this trends in land degradation is. It seems to be a geospatial way of measuring or assessing land degradation. May I ask that you allow them to explain this indicator, because I don't think it's very clear to the rest of us here.
Thank you. Yes, I do accept. So who is going to explain? Okay. Now, please come.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just for your quick information, UNCCD stands for UN Convention to Combat Desertification and is one of Rio conventions. The indicator trends in land degradation is supported by FAO, CBD, UNSD, and other partners. The number of following criteria. First is based on existing global data set and generally accepted methodology. And it is already operational with the UNCCD and other reporting processes. And last week in Turkey, Ankara, we had the conference of parties and 194 UNCCD parties decided this global indicator to serve as the basis for reporting on land degradation neutrality.
Thank you. Botswana?
Yes, Chair, I've heard the explanation on the trends in land degradation, but I think the alternative certainly presents itself as much clearer. And in the discussions in Africa, we found that this proposal by India, Ecuador, and Cuba is supportable, and I would suggest that it be adopted and made green. Thank you.
I don't really see that accepting the proposed indicator and the one original on the trends are exclusive. I mean, we can have a percentage of land that is degraded over total land area across time. Is that correct? So, I ask for, not to you, but to the group. So, Korea, please.
We support indicator trend in land degradation because it is likely to provide spatial area data which can be used to keep track of real trend in land degradation. Thank you.
Thank you. UK?
Can I recommend that the indicator goes green regardless of how we describe it? I think the argument is between trends in land degradation and percentage of degraded land. Yes. And if you have percentage, it could give you a trend. Yeah. I mean, we're splitting hairs. I think we move it to green. I think we're agreed in principle about land degradation, and we just need to clarify the best way to produce the indicator.
Okay, there is this proposal by the UK, and I would like you to consider that. And if you have any comments, I prefer to do that comment on the proposal by the UK. Bahrain?
I support your recommendation, sir.
Thank you. Russia?
Yes, I agree with proposal of UK. We should be closer to the indicator proposed initially, because it was really discussed on internationally, and it was supported last week on international forum. So I think we couldn't throw it away, and we need to be to keep it in our list. Thank you.
Fiji.
Yeah, thank you. I support the current indicator. We have heard the explanation from UNCCD, which is quite clear, and that countries have agreed to this particular indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. Egypt?
Thank you. We adopt the original indicator as it is to be green. Thank you.
Tanzania?
Thank you, Chair. I support India, Cuba, and Ecuador, that it has to be replaced by alternative indicators, saying percentage of degraded land and over total geographical area.
Cuba.
Yes, for us, we agree with our proposal because for us it's more clear the indicator that we try to introduce. And I don't know why trends in land degradation, trend in what periods, you can follow the trend in some years, but I mean, it's the indicator by itself, it could be the indicator as it is. Not in trend. I mean, how many years? We can look, we can follow in many years the indicator and see the trends. I mean, we are not clear. Because of that, we try to introduce the indicator that is already established and very well known by all countries, and the trends we can do it anyhow.
So yes, what I think is that we need a further explanation, a concrete explanation from UNCCD.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to address the concerns of some countries who have proposed the percentage of degraded land to total land area. I feel that the measurement unit percentage is very important, and fortunately, this indicator formulation is very much in line with the UNCCD indicator, trends in land degradation. It delivers same information. In addition to that, our indicator is composed of 3 types of metrics so that it offers not only the number of percentage, but also spatial information on which lands are degrading, stable, and improving. We'd like to invite you to review the metadata document already submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. India.
Thank you, Chair. I am thankful to the countries for supporting the India's comment, but I just changed my mind. I rethought what the formulation I have earlier given, and now there is some issues that has to be discussed here. First thing, Japan and Canada, they have raised the issue regarding the definition of the degradation. What is exactly the international definition? That is one side that can be. However, the main problem here is the data source. Data is coming through the non-traditional data, remote sensing data. It is not coming through the administrative records. If the national governments own the remote sensing data for this particular indicator, I don't have any problem, we can go ahead. But if the countries are not able to certify that data, it's not owned by the countries, then there will be the problem in the compilation in the spirit of the para 74A of 2030 agenda. That's the only point.
Thank you, India. Ecuador.
Yeah, thank you. I take the floor because Ecuador was cited as one of the countries that was proposing this type of indicators of percentage. So that's why I take the floor. But now I consider that given the explanation that the United Nations Organization have given us, and being this indicator of trends a more comprehensive indicator, I will go for green for the indicator as it is right now.
Thank you. The United States?
Just wanted to follow up on a comment from my colleague in India. I think that we are making decisions about which indicators to move to green or gray based on the merit of the indicator without making a decision about the appropriate data source. And I think that it's important to maintain that distinction. So if we can make decisions based on the quality of the indicator itself, with the acknowledgement that we will, once the indicators have been approved, we will then consider the appropriate data source and the appropriate entity to be identifying that data source. Thank you.
Thank you. Mexico.
Yes, after hearing the explanation of UNCCD, I agree with Ecuador. Leave it as it is, yes.
Thank you. Sweden.
Thank you. I would also agree to leave it as it is and move it to green. And when it concerns, at least for us, there are many indicators and many sets in the sustainable development world that we will not have inside our institution. And we think that as long as we know what the method is and you can clearly see what it is about, then we are fine with that. So clearly we will have to talk about that at some other stage, like how we as a community can be comfortable with data also from other sources. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to close the discussion on this issue, and we will put it in green with the original one.
Say, we have to take the decisions of green, gray, or yellow according to the para 74 of 2030 agenda, which clearly says this is the national statistical system, not only the NSOs, but wherever from the ministries or the department, it has to come from the national government. The data, the monitoring is to be based on the data owned by the countries. If the countries are ready to accept the non-traditional data, I cannot. I will support, but India will not own such data.
Yes, but I understand that we are we discussing the source of the data? We are not, aren't we?
No, source is the major issue here. Indicator has to be developed on the official data source. It cannot be non-official data source. This is the whole spirit of the 2030 agenda. If you want, I can read from the 2030 document what does it say. I have the document here.
Tanzania.
Chair, thank you very much. To me, I would say we better put green or gray so that we engage further discussions on this. The definition of degraded is not yet clear. It has to be clarified in due course. So to me, I want to agree, let it be gray or green so that we engage further discussions on this.
Thank you. Fiji?
Again, in light of what American rep has said, I believe we should record that the movement of that data from a country through official systems should be the next part of the engagement that needs to be done. So that we move this to green, but record what America said, that there will be a next step to make that official stats.
Okay.
The source coming from, through some discussions here. Thanks.
Jamaica?
I would just like to quickly state that the use of geospatial data by National Statistics Office it may be new, but it is something that happens. We are a small statistical agency, but we do have a GIS unit. And there are other statistical offices that have GIS offices. So geospatial data it's not that it's not a part of the system of official statistics, it's just that it's a new part of the system of official statistics. So I accept that it's new, but it can be incorporated into the system of official statistics. I think UNSD also has a GIS unit. So it's where we're going. Maybe your office isn't there as yet.
Yes, I agree, Bob. Sorry,
moment.
sorry,
Yes.
I am sorry.
Yes, I can give you the word once you ask for it. Yes, okay. So the proposal by Fiji is that we put it into green, and then we have to complement. For the case of the source, is that what you're saying? Do you agree with that?
And in Tanzania, sir, I've
Excuse
said
me?
we should put green or gray.
She doesn't have a particular choice.
Okay. India.
Yes, if the majority is going for green, I don't have any problem, but my observations should be recorded while circulating the green list.
So it will be noted. Okay, so thank you. Is 15.4. Yeah. So we have by 2030. Well, it's the same. It's the same. No, I'm sorry. Ensure the conservation of mountain ecosystems, including their biodiversity, in order to enhance their capacity to provide benefits that are essential for sustainable development. So ensure the conservation of mountain ecosystems, including biodiversity, in order to enhance their capacity. So the current indicator is coverage of protected areas. And then we have an alternative formulation proposed by France, coverage of protected areas of important sites for mountain biodiversity. So this is a variation of the previous proposal. France?
Thank you. It is only a reformulation of the indicator to be more clear. Thank you.
Thank you. UNEP, I didn't see you, sorry.
It's fine, a clarification. Thank you, France, for that. And it's possible for us to deliver those data in that particular format. So the clarification is well received. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the group? From countries? Yes, UK?
Sorry, I support France's proposal.
Okay. So if I can, does anybody not agree? Yes. Bahrain?
Before moving it to the green, does it read right? I mean, the modification by France, coverage by protected areas, or is it coverage of? I'm not sure.
Yes, I think that's the way it's written. Botswana?
Just to gain comfort, this addition of important sites, just to be clear that all of us understand what
What's
is meant
important
by
sites?
important sites.
Yeah.
Is not leaving out some crucial areas.
Okay. France, could you please explain this coverage by protected areas, as is it written, and the issue of important sites? I think the first part, it's coverage of protected areas, right? Yes. And the issue of important sites, I don't know if there is a agreement on the concept of important sites. Or what do you have in mind?
The first indicator is too vague. To be coherent with the target and we precise, we have to manage an indicator on coverage by protected areas, which are of important sites for mountain biodiversity, because which is protected areas. I want to precise what is protected areas concerning target 15.4.
Thank you. UNEP, I would like to give the
Just
floor
a small
again.
clarification. There is a phrase that we use, sites of importance for biodiversity, and there is a
Okay.
category then for mountains. So
okay.
it's maybe just the running title that's not quite correct, but there is something called sites of importance for biodiversity.
Okay. So I think that, okay. Brazil?
It's a comment about mountain green from people from the area who understands about mountains. I just climbed them. Basically, lacks of guidelines for this construction. You have to decide, you have to have a very clear guideline what exactly is a mountain. Mountains is not an obvious concept. Then I think it's better, needs more definition. Specifically in Brazil, we will have a very definition about mapping. When you do mapping, you use altitude and some kind of character, physical and biological environment. And it's not an easy thing. I am afraid in some moments we are dealing with some concepts that need a very specific definition or a very specific guideline, and for produce a good estimation, not something like a mess.
Okay, so the issue of important sites has been clarified, and now we have the issue of what is a mountain, right? So, no, this is, yes, and I have several flags up. I would like to refer to the agencies, and then I would like to the country to react. UNEP again, please.
Thank you, colleagues. Again, there's a working definition, which is not just about altitude, but it is also about slope and so forth. So it's a very technical definition. And I must say, under the Convention on Biological Diversity, this is one where we're very confident. You may not have quite so many, encountered quite so many, but I think it's been deployed for quite some time. So please let me convey the confidence that we would have that could be usefully deployed.
Thank you. I have IUCN.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to reiterate the comments from UNEP, this indicator is available for all countries in the world. There is a metadata note which was provided by UNEP and IUCN on 30th of July. And just on the concern about mountains, one possible way forward there might be simply to remove the word mountain from the indicator. That might just simplify things here. Anyway.
Thank you. FAO.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I would also like to join UNEP and IUCN in reassuring the members that there is a international definition of mountains. FAO also hosts the Mountain Partnership, which is an intergovernmental and multi-stakeholder body. And we would support the proposed indicator. Thank you.
Thank you, gracias. So I would remove the word mountain because that's in the target, but it says by 2030 ensure the conservation of mountain ecosystems. Yes, so if things have been clarified, I would again propose to move it to green.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The following is 15.8, and the target says that by 2020, introduce measures to prevent the introduction and significantly reduce the impact of invasive alien species on land and water ecosystems and control or eradicate the priority species. And the indicator on the list is the adoption of national legislation relevant to the prevention of control of invasive alien species. And then we have a proposal by Brazil that goes against the one I have just read. and it says that resources to prevent the introduction and to control invasive alien species. Do you want to say something, or is it clear?
Let me think about. No, I think it's clear that the idea is adoption of a legislation means something sign a law. Resources shows if a better effort to do that things. Our idea is when you have legislation, it doesn't mean something happened. That's the idea. When you have resources, and we are talking about budget, budget is important for governments.
Thank you. Yes, it's important. Bahrain?
The indicator is not, it is not a statistical indicator. It is not a statistical indicator. Adoption of national legislation is not a statistical.
Yes. Sweden, and I have a comment on this indicator. Sweden and then
Thank you very
Mexico.
much. Since the target doesn't really lend itself to statistical measurements, I don't think it's a problem that we have. It's about introducing measures to prevent, and then I think that adoption of national legislation seems to be valid here, even though we normally wouldn't consider that to be something that we would like to use for a follow-up. I think the problem with using resources, which could have been a really good indicator, is if that would have been possible to interpret on a global scale. But since the problem is very different in different countries, it is a measure that is really, really hard to interpret as well. So my suggestion would be that we make it green and go with the adoption, and next time we go through the indicator set, we will perhaps know more about what we would like to address as the second step after the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mexico.
Yes, sure. Well, the indicator, as some countries have stated, does not address the target and does not address compliance the way it's proposed. So I don't know if it should be moved to green in those conditions.
Yes. Before I go to the countries, I have the flag for UNEP. Is that, I think additional information would be useful. I will give the floor to.
There's a series of indicators that are available which talk about prevention, in other words, border controls. And so if one were to actually associate the prevention, i.e. the entry of species into countries, then we can talk about the adoption of policies that adhere to that. So that brings resource discussions with it. So I would just simply say that we do have a way to measure this, even as it stands today.
Thank you. India? But could you please turn on your mic?
I'm sorry. I support Canada in this matter. This is not a statistical measure, and therefore, in its present form, I don't think it can be moved to green area.
Germany?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the first view, I thought the first indicator wasn't too good, but then I saw the suggested replacement, and I have the feeling it might send wrong signals in some periods. I mean, if no alien species is invading you, you might not invest any resource to do anything against it. So the indicator might give you a totally wrong signal in this period. So I think the best we can do is stay with the originally suggested indicator.
Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do agree with my sister here from Sweden that the indicator does not comply with the target. Probably we may think of leaving this to national policies.
Thank you. China, please.
we suggest that we keep the originally suggested indicator, even it's not perfect, but still it's an indication of the efforts and the measures that a country is determined to do or has already taken in this field. As the suggested indicator by Brazil, I think the reasons are, the ideas behind the suggestion are very reasonable. However, the resources to be mobilized for these purposes, how to interpret the resources in terms of financial, material, or human resources, and how to interpret the results when it's computed in different countries. I think that will need a lot of methodological development and a lot of work. So I think it's more appropriate that at this stage we keep the originally suggested indicator as the single indicator for this target. Thank you.
Thank you. Canada.
We'd support moving this indicator to green with the acknowledgement that it's not a good indicator and that it's followed up as time goes on and that maybe a better indicator can be found. But for now, it's what we have.
In the morning, I recall that we approved some indicators with an indication that we would need further work. So what I am proposing is that this goes green with the comment made by Canada and with China that they need further work. Kyrgyzstan?
You know, this indicator, I mean, the adoption of, especially as a national legislation, means nothing. We can adopt any legislation, but it doesn't mean that this will work. So I don't understand the, you know, I mean that this indicator do not address the target.
Yes.
So I suppose that just to put it in a gray and to replace it by something else. And resources, even the resources that was proposed by Brazil, I suppose, it's taking that resources, you know, we should compare these resources with the total expenditure of the government or something. It can be like $1 or it can be $1 million, so we should compare it with something in order to see the volume and the influence of these resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Mexico?
In agreement with Kyrgyzstan.
Netherlands.
I do not agree with my neighbors. I agree on the point that legislation itself does not necessarily lead to the desired results, but the target itself is rather vague. It's talking about introducing measures. That is what the indicator is informing us about. So in that sense, I think it is a very good indicator for a target that is so-so.
Yeah, that's, yes. I was going to say that it's a good comment in the sense that we have to remind ourselves that the form in which several of the targets has been put forward to us does not help very easy to identify the best indicator. So we take that into account. Cuba.
Yes, I agree with my previous colleagues, not with the Netherlands. Sorry. Anyhow, I think we don't have a good indicator. We cannot say, okay, take this one because we don't have one better. I mean, this is not the line that we have been following. I think we have to think in a better indicator, perhaps to put in gray and say, we will try to look for a better one. I think there is many people here and many organizations that have the capacity to look for something better and to rethink the indicator because it's an important one, but it's not mean that any adoption of national legislation can meet the goal, I mean, or the targets, I think so.
Okay, so I have 4 more, 5 more, and try to come to a conclusion. Try, Bahrain.
Yes, I agree with the Kyrgyzstan comments, and unless the UNEP provide us with alternative measurements for this, I would like to ask you to consider Brazil's suggestions, and I think it's a compromise, and move this to the green and drop, and move the original to the gray. Thank you.
Jamaica.
My suggestion is that we should move the current indicator to gray, and Brazil's indicator also could go to gray, because in fact I would support dropping the original indicator as it is right now, because it really doesn't say much about anything. But since there are persons who may think it's important, we should move it to gray so we can talk about it later. And Brazil's indicator requires some refinement, so we should move it to gray.
Kyrgyzstan.
If we think from the point of policymakers, not the statisticians, we just can rename the indicator, or add not only to the word adoption, we can add the maybe efficiency, adopt, and see as a next indicator the efficiency, how this national legislation works. Maybe some measures on how this legislation is effective. Maybe this can be the solution of this issue.
The United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate my Dutch colleague about the use of the word so-so. I would have used other words about the targets. I'm not so polite. A suggestion, taking this, the point is quite clear that it's an imperfect measure on an imperfect target. I think it does need more work. Perhaps we can get a compromise where the use of national legislation and related resources could be something as a combined sort of measure, picking up the Brazilians' comment, which is very real. Legislation in its own right doesn't provide the impact and the prevention type thing. So it needs both, perhaps, but I think more work's needed.
Yes, yeah. Well, I think we agree that more work is needed. So the current proposal is to join these two into another one, and probably no.
Sorry, could I? Part I should have said was I think it's important we keep a marker here. We don't remove it totally, so against what Cuba was saying. Only because, as a principle, I'd rather not leave blanks. That's all.
So the idea is to have both as one, and then we move it to gray, and we do further work. So I have Uganda.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I also take note of the problem with the target which is formulated. It has an issue which requires in-depth understanding, and that's why we're getting a problem in formulating the indicator. So we'd rather take it to gray so that we have more in-depth discussion on it. Otherwise, it has a big problem, the target itself.
Okay, I want to ask Brazil if Cabo Verde, do they agree with this proposal? Cabo Verde does, Brazil?
Yes, my suggestion is to go to gray, light gray,
okay,
and refine. Now I'm working light gray and dark gray now, and refine, and I think both of indicators could be think about that. But I have just a small question about the target. Introduce measures. To spend money is a measure.
Okay, so we move it to gray, leaving both elements. Okay. So I don't think we are moving so fast as I thought we could. Now we go to 15.9. By 2020, integrate ecosystem and biodiversity values into national and local planning, development processes, poverty reduction strategies, and accounts. So once again, we have this multi-target. So the indicator reads number of national development plans and processes integrating biodiversity and ecosystem services values. And UNSSO proposed a modification that says progress towards national targets established in accordance with Aichi or Aichi, I cannot read it, Aichi, Biodiversity Target 2 of the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011-2020. So I will ask clarification from the proponent of this. Who proposed the modification? UNEP?
In fact, it's just a statement of exactly what you said, which is under the Aichi targets, we have precisely this terminology. So I can give more clarification, but there were questions about uncertainty as to what was the underpinning for it. But I mean, it's essentially an agreed language. So I don't know if members would require more details on that, but it actually contains ecosystem services as well as biodiversity.
Okay, and I suppose that this strategic plan for biodiversity was adopted by all governments of the countries. FAO?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I can further add on behalf of the Secretariat for CBD, who is absent today, that the relevant metadata fact sheet has been sent to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I move to the countries. Sweden?
Thank you very much. I would suggest that we move this to grey and talk about how we will approach it. This suggestion for modification by UNSSO sounds like an interesting way of doing it. But this whole thing is an area where we are all struggling to find out how we can do this in a harmonized fashion so that you can compare between countries.
Thank you. Tanzania?
Yeah, just like the previous indicator, Chair, it doesn't comply with the target. So quickly we can move into grey and continue discussing the proper indicator for this target.
Canada?
We agree with Sweden. It should move to grey. We should work on a measure that we fully understand and that countries can use.
Does anybody else want a different opinion? Jamaica?
My position is that while I personally am not familiar with the Aichi biodiversity targets, if as the countries across the globe we've already signed on and agreed to it, we're going to be required to monitor this anyway. So let's reduce the burden on ourselves. If we're going to have to do it under this convention, we might as well do it under this one, under the other one.
India?
Is she here already? F4, I think she would come.
The similar comment as Jamaica said.
We agree that this indicator should go to grey, just because progress towards national targets, that's a target. That's something we want to do. That's not an indicator. So yes. What actually are we going to measure that? Mm-hmm. So I would go to grey.
Okay, if everyone agrees, we will move to grey. Okay. So we have been 1 hour and 10 minutes for this goal, and now we go for 15A. So that's an implementation. The target is mobilize and significantly increase financial resources from all sources to conserve and sustainable use, and sustainable use, biodiversity, and ecosystems. The target is official development assistance, ODA, in support of the CBD. At least in Mexico, I send this to the people who are responsible for this type of topic, so I am not sure, I don't know what CBD is. So what is that?
It's a convention on biodiversity.
Okay, thank you. Conventional biodiversity. Well, I didn't know. So the issues related to this indicator is first to clarify whether there is consensus or not. Consideration of possible additional indicators proposed by Brazil, proportion of public expenditure on conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and ecosystems in relation to the public budget. So, the United States?
Yes, I think we would suggest in the indicator to clarify that official development assistance should also include other relevant financial flows, and we would prefer that the reference to the Convention on Biodiversity be dropped because not all member countries are party to it. Thank you.
Someone else? From the group IAG, I would like to listen. OECD, please.
Thank you, Chair. The OECD compiles these data. It's certainly possible to change the title as the United States requests. The data are compiled on the basis of a definitional note that was agreed, though, with the Convention Secretariat on Biodiversity. So the way it's employed is each donor country has to examine all its projects and mark whether that project was done significantly or principally in support of the biodiversity principles in that convention. So they're the data that are available. Certainly it would be desirable to extend it beyond ODA, and we're working on a new concept of total official support for sustainable development to which this marker would also apply, but those data will not be available for a few years. Thank you.
Thank you. So since I don't see any interventions, I would like to propose to move it to green with the proposal from the OECD. Botswana and Bahrain.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal as it stands, is looking at only one source in terms of resources flowing into countries as captured here. Official development assistance. And one would be attracted to the proposal from Brazil, although it's also limited, because the idea really should be there should be mobilization of domestic resources increasingly to deal with this issue. So a restriction really to inflows in terms of assistance, I think would be limiting. Thank you.
Bahrain.
I agree with my friend from Botswana.
So, okay, Sweden.
Can I suggest then that we make it green and include the official development assistance data as the one that is in at OECD's database and combine it with with the expenditure from public expenditure on biodiversity. I know at least for our countries that we do have some data on that. So.
Okay, thank you. France?
Thank you. I would like to say ODA captures public funds, whereas the target aims at mobilizing financial resources from all sources. It is more general, and we should have another source of information. It is not enough. I read in my notes key source of information could be given in the financial report by parties to the Convention of Biodiversity.
Thank you. So it addresses the mobilization issue. So, Japan?
I would like to make a short comment. Yes, we'd like to suggest such indicators of assistance by international financial institutions and the South-South Cooperation Initiative should also be included because, well, ODA is a very important factor and we should think about other factors. Thank you.
Do you want to speak again? No? Could you? No. Your flag.
I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. This indicator, just only measures ODA is not enough. We should monitor other elements that target discusses because financial resources from all sources. So, for example, we suggest that such indicators assistance by international financial institutions and South-South Cooperation Initiative should also be included. Thank you.
So, Tanzania, yes.
Thank you very much. Since we have to consider other sources of resource mobilization, I think we better comply with Sweden that we put green and then we continue.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was going to say, that we followed Sweden's proposal, we put gray, and then the green, sorry, green. Verde, sale. With the OECD database, of course, and the proposal. So, India, do you have a comment, or yes?
In addition to the ODA, what the original indicator is, I also want that the national, how the nations are spending their money on the conservation part, conservation of the biodiversity and ecosystem. That should also be reflected, and hence I agree to the Brazil proposal as an additional indicator regarding proportion of public expenditure on conservation. Sustainable is not clear to me. Is so the word sustainable we can avoid and use of biodiversity and ecosystem in relation to the public budget. That can be added as an additional indicator.
Thank you. I have someone from there, but I cannot read.
There's a financing for development office, it's a specialized technical information that I can provide here. Certainly, the target is for all resources, all sources of resources. So the ODA or total support as the new measure that the OECD is proposing is, again, it's only one source. I think Brazil's proposal is a sound one, and we can move the current one to the green and consider the additional one also to, part of the green indicators.
Thank you. Again, is the proposal on the floor, so if nobody is against it, okay, thank you. So we have now target 15B. What we agree on? Green, as was proposed by Sweden. Yeah. How does it read? I don't have text. I don't have the exact wording, but what I understand is that we have the official development assistance in support of the Convention of Biodiversity, and that includes mobilizing resources for the protection of biodiversity and public expenditure as well. Yes, I am not writing the text, but
whenever she comes.
I think the text is important because it's going to apply on the next one. When we discuss 15B, it's the same situation.
So, okay. Okay, what I'm going to do is go to 15B, and then we look at the implications because of what you just said. So 15B is mobilize significant resources from all sources and at all levels to finance sustainable forest management and provide adequate incentives to developing countries to advance such management, including for conservation and reforestation. So now we have forestry official development assistance, again, and forestry foreign direct investment that we talked about yesterday. And so we have a similar situation as Brian points out. So Sweden?
Thank you very much. It looks to me like 15B is an under category to 15A.
Yes.
We would report the same numbers twice. So suggestion is that we put this one as gray and seek some advice on if we can merge 15A1 and 15B1 since they are the same. Or possibly, yeah, I don't know if, yeah, I think they are the same. Thank you.
Thank you. OECD, please.
Just a point of clarification. They're not the same at all. Biodiversity is all types of biodiversity, not just plants or forests. Biodiversity is treated as a marker. So any project that promotes biodiversity of animals or plants can be marked with that marker, 15A. Forestry is a sector, an economic sector. So everything to do with forestry for whatever purpose, growing the wood for its natural value, exploiting it and so forth, is covered under forestry as a sector. So the figures are quite different and relate to different projects, although some forestry projects may be marked as having a biodiversity aspect. Thanks.
Thank you for the clarification. Mexico.
I agree that there are different environmental services, totally different, but the emphasis in both indicators is in official development assistance. So maybe we can develop an indicator that takes into consideration the difference in environmental services, but that it includes both issues, tackle the two issues in the same indicator.
Thank you. UNEP.
Thank you, Chair. I was just checking the articles under the CBD and the financial reporting and the mobilization of resources. And in fact, as Sweden has pointed out, that takes us to something more than ODA. So in principle, it covers both these two parts, 15A and B, could easily be covered within the same area.
Okay, thank you. India.
I agree with the additional indicator of Germany that public funding for the forest sustainable again is a question in my mind, and therefore I agree for the public funding for forest management also in addition to what the existing one.
Sweden? No, I'm sorry, Tanzania. But,
Chair, I do agree with Ecuador by considering alternative indicator, that is resources invested in providing adequate incentives for forest conservation.
the United States, please.
Sure, very quickly. For 15B, we'd just like to reiterate our proposal to ensure that other official flows are included, including public expenditures and calculation of statistics for this indicator. And my second is a point of clarification for 15A1. Did we agree that we would not explicitly reference the Convention on Biodiversity in the indicator, or did we not? That's just a point of clarification. Thank you.
I thought so. That
Oh, then I like that.
yes. No? So, OECD, please.
I should clarify one more thing. As I said yesterday, our figures are very complete on ODA, and they're being extended progressively to total official support for sustainable development. But figures are not available, as far as I know, figures are not available anywhere on the sectoral breakdown of FDI, or they're not publicly available. So figures under 15B would relate to forestry official development assistance and eventually to total official support for sustainable development. FDI, private flows, both concessional and non-concessional, would be a much longer term operation. Now, there's a slight difference also, I think, between 15A and 15B in the target which members may wish to consider. 15A definitely calls for domestic resources only because it says mobilise and significantly increase financial resources from all sources. 15B, I think it's a matter of judgment for members whether what is really intended is only the external financial flow coming in, because it says mobilise significant resources from all sources and all levels to finance sustainable forest management and generate adequate incentives to developing countries to advance with management, including conservation and reforestation. So there's a question there which members may wish to consider. Does this really mean how much is going to developing countries, or is it something where we want a global indicator also on the total public investment in the forestry sector? That's something which is for members to decide.
Thank you for the input. So now I give the floor to Sweden and then Colombia.
Thank you. I would suggest that we make this 15B grey.
Colombia.
Thank you. We support Ecuador's proposal.
Okay, so I don't know if everybody has this, but Ecuador proposes an alternative indicator. Resources invested in providing adequate incentives for forest conservation. Is that right? For 15B. So I give the floor to Germany and France.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't understand why we should put this one to grey if we put 15 15A1 to green. I mean, 15A1 is the general thing, not only limited to the flows from the outside, but from all resources, which is mentioned in the target. And there we limit ourselves to ODA and set it to green. And here we say we are not sure whether it's the internal or the external one, and we limit ourselves again only to the external one and set it to gray. So I can't follow the system.
No, I agree with you because it has been clarified by the OECD the extent of the target. So, Franz.
I agree. I support my colleagues. We are not coherent, both in grey or in green.
Yes.
But not.
And we should consider if we've clarified the target for 15A1 to include the internal flows as well in the 15A1.
Yeah. So the proposal is to put both on green and also with the wording that proposed with the OECD to include expenditures. For A, yes. Tanzania?
Yes, but, sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair. Since the target is looking at the resources, how much resources has been invested in the conservation for the forest. Now, if you read Ecuador ideas, it is pretty well agreed with this target.
France?
I would like to add we are on a part of the target because there are not only public financing but also private financing if we answer the target.
So all
first time,
sources.
there is no problem, but we should be aware we are only on a part of the target because the financing is wider than it is proposed. Thank you.
USA?
I agree with my colleague from France that all relevant financial flows should be included in both 15A1 and 15B1. And I apologize, but I am still not following. For 15A1, did we include the reference to the CBD in the indicator, or did we not? And I'm going to pay attention now because I thought I understood the answer, but now I'm hearing from other people that I may not have understood.
Because, yes, please.
Well, to answer the United States question, it's certainly possible to just change it to official development assistance in support of biodiversity. There's no problem, that's what it is. Now, there are very solid data available on both of these items as far as ODA is concerned. We've got years of data about ODA to biodiversity and ODA to forestry from practically all donors, and we've got the individual projects and the amount of those projects. It can be extended to total official support for sustainable development. It can't really be extended to FDI. For domestic expenditure, as far as I know, this is new. It could be compiled. Definitional work would have to be done. Countries would have to collect the data on how much they are investing in these two sectors or these two interests, biodiversity and forestry. Certainly the OECD has no objection to that. That would be very interesting data to have. But I think we need to keep separate the four items. There's ODA and other outside help for these two sectors, and there's domestic investment or total investment in these two sectors. And so we have four possible things on the table to be rated: green, yellow, grey, whatever members want. Thanks.
So if you are asking the floor, is that you don't agree? Yes. Or do you?
In principle, yes, with one exception. I mean, 15A1 doesn't ask us to split into the foreign and the domestic part. It just says all resources. So we don't necessarily have to make the split if we replace the official development assistance by all flows we have, we can just use one indicator for that.
Yes, okay. Do you still want to speak, Jennifer?
I think that I just wanted to emphasize that when we've been identifying indicators to include, we have not been using as a requirement the availability of data. And so I hope that we can think a little bit more expansively, and even if we don't have relevant flows data for some of these indicators, if we feel that it is an important component to the indicator, we should make that decision now, and the data will follow.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Botswana.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the targets, both of them, really talks to resources from all sources, and so my reading of it is external assistance, private, public, and so on. And this is why earlier I was speaking in support of the proposal of the indicator by Ecuador, and it simply reads resources invested, etc., without saying from where. So all resources. So I would propose that the proposal from Ecuador is adopted and made green. Thank you.
Okay. Since we are talking about both indicators, my understanding is that for 15A1, we take the one that was proposed for ODA, and as was explained, and for B, you are proposing to use Ecuador's proposal. I don't. The OECD, please.
I would just caution against trying to add everything together. There are solid data on ODA. There are not solid data. There are no definitions. There's no methodology for resources going to biodiversity and forestry globally measured at individual country level. For example, the ODA to forestry, does that go on the supplier, the donor country's account for that forestry expenditure, or does it go on the country where the aid is received and is going into forestry, or does it go against both countries? And what's the definition of forestry then, and the purpose, and so on? Slapping these things together is very, well, they're going to be grey, and they're going to be grey for years until we work out what the figures are. At the moment, we've got solid figures on ODA, and that's why they're proposed here, because that's something we can measure in there. But these things are policies and sectors where the rest of the flows involved, the private initiatives and so on, is not necessarily recorded. So throwing them all together and having a single number is going to give us a lot of problems. Yes. And not lead to accountability, because we won't know which country is responsible for bits of the flows.
Yes, thank you. South Africa and then Sweden, and then I have Ecuador.
Chair, I would want to agree and disagree with OECD. First of all, we have agreed at the outset that we will not be restricted by the availability of data. So keep on stressing the point of the unavailability of data is not helping us at all. What I do agree with him, and probably for different reasons, is that we may have to look at splitting up 15A into 2 indicators, and the same for 15B. That we have one dealing with ODA that can be measured, for which there is a methodology, a standing methodology that can be followed, as OECD has indicated, and that we work on constructing a second indicator that deals with the remainder of resources, either externally or internally, that will give us a much clearer picture of the resources that's pumped into these particular areas. But I think we should really consider 2 indicators for each of these, and that will solve the problem that we seem to be having.
Okay, so there is a new proposal to have 2 split in 15A and 15B, the sources. Sweden?
Hello again. I'm sorry that I keep on talking on this one. It seemed to me that since we had good data for 15A on the ODA to biodiversity and ecosystems, if I understood it correctly, that it was a good idea to have that as a green indicator. When I read that we want to mobilize significant resources in 15B to sustainable forest management, and I realize that that is interpreted in the ODA as forest management in general and not concerning biodiversity issues, then that seems to me not to really, it's hard to understand how it goes together with Goal 15 in general. So that is why, because of conceptual confusion on 15B, I would have wanted it to be gray, even though there might be data there. I think also that when we suggested to have 15A green is because we feel that if we start working on this indicator and actually producing data, then it will be easier for the countries to have a reason to start looking into their expenditure data at home. And in that case, we could actually take the excellent suggestion from Ecuador on forest conservation and move that up to 15A. And in that sense, we would have the ODA for biodiversity, and we would have the Ecuadorian suggestion on resource investing in providing adequate incentives for forest conservation. And they would both be about conservation and not forestry in general, because forestry can both be very good for biodiversity, but it also can be the exact opposite. Thank you. Thank you. Ecuador.
Thank you. I just want to explain a little bit the spirit of the Ecuadorian proposal, as has been mentioned a lot in the table. Yeah, so more or less we were thinking that some countries, let's say many countries, do not receive development assistance. Being those kind of resources scarce, is not that all of the developing countries will receive this kind of resources. So we were searching for a measure that will include not only the resources coming from external sources, but also the internal sources. In that sense, well, Ecuador will support Ecuador proposal, but I will say that is a matter of disaggregation. So I'm not going to complain about disaggregating the indicator and putting 2 indicators, but given that we have to make economics of indicators, I will just keep one general indicator as the way that has been proposed by us, and just treat at the moment of the methodology, at the moment of the metadata, treat it as a disaggregation that we will have, as many indicators we will have as well. So that will be my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Eurostat?
Just listening to the discussion for the last half hour or so, I think the confusion is rather big. So I think on 15A1 there might be some convergence on getting to the ODA, using it for that, and the Ecuador proposal. But on 15B1 I think you still have a lot of work to do. So I think looking to the labeling as green or gray, I think you cannot decide differently than to say that for a 15B1 you have to go for gray, because you need the international organizations to solve your problem here. And if you put them on gray, you don't have that support. And I even would say that also for 15A, you probably need that kind of support. So from both reasons, I propose to put them on gray. If you want to have a placeholder, then take the ODA one as a placeholder. But you know already that much more will come.
Thank you. So this final proposal, and I think it goes along with Sweden, is that we, for 15A, use ODA, and we complement with Ecuador's proposal, that we move both to gray. Is that correct? Yes. OECD.
A penny has finally dropped with me about Sweden's concern. I finally twigged as to what Sweden is after in forestry, whether it is sustainable or not. Now, I don't think there's any odour to the forestry sector these days that is not assessed for sustainability, so we could check that out. If there is a concern about it, we could use the biodiversity marker and only put the forestry that was marked with the biodiversity marker in there. That's one possibility. Or we could have a look at the projects, which wouldn't take long, to see whether we agree that, in fact, odour to forestry is a good proxy, because aid programs these days do not engage in unsustainable forestry support. We'll see. There's plenty of unsustainable investment in forestry, but I doubt that it's coming out of public budgets, out of ODA budgets. So we could have a look at that, and that wouldn't take long. I think there's no problem marking that as green. We can do that in 2 or 3 weeks easily, because the data are all there to have a look at.
Sweden, do you have a comment on the OECD?
I'm sorry. Thank you for the clarification. It sounds to me that, yeah, it's a good idea. We'll make it green, and we'll try to figure out how to do it. Is that what you were asking?
I'm not sure what I'm asking so far. So, okay,
We'll make an effort. We'll try to make an effort
okay,
to fill this. And if it doesn't work, then we'll go back to something else.
So, okay, let me try again and you tell me. So 15A1 is to have official development assistance and also to include the proposal by Ecuador and to move it to green. And the other one, 15B, is to gray. Is that, that's what I understand? Okay, so that's it. Thank you. Now, I haven't, I was given a small piece of paper, and it says that the Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP will be coming. She's our host. She has offered to take the meeting here in Bangkok. Is Ms. Shamshad Akhtar, and she will be coming at 4 o'clock, so that's 10 minutes from now. Around 4, well, around 4. Okay, so that gives us time to continue. So we are going to number 10, if I recall well. Okay, I give you, if I give a break now, I won't give again, because we took almost 2 hours for number 15, and we still have 4 goals to go. So I propose that we continue, and maybe after the address of the Executive Secretary, we can make the break. So let me see my notes.
Goal 10.
So we go to...
Goal 10.
See, it's goal 10, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. So we have 8 indicators for goal number 10. And goal number 10 is one important issue concerning the reduction of inequality within and among countries. So this is like the 1% or the 0.5%, I don't know. So target 10.1 by 2030, progressively achieve and sustain income growth of the bottom 40% of the population at a rate higher than the national average. So progressively achieve and sustain income growth of the bottom 40% of the population at a rate higher than the national average. And for that, the indicator, the original indicator, is the growth rates of household expenditure or income per capita among the bottom 40% of the population and the total population. And there is a proposal by Italy that the indicator should refer to the equivalent of expenditure / income. Any comments? Yes, Canada, please.
We support the indicator.
The original indicator, yes, thank you. Netherlands?
I support the Italian proposal.
Okay. Someone else? Senegal?
I don't see the difference. It looks like to me the indicator does say expenditure or income per capita. Oh.
Italy?
Okay, we have done this proposal concerning the source of information. So I don't know if this is the right place to discuss the source of information. We propose this because normally if you use the household surveys, you use this, our proposal, but if you use our source of information, you use the other. So this is why the rationale we have proposed the equivalized income.
So the proposal is to use expenditure as an equivalent of income. Is that what you are saying? Because the household survey that you conduct is on expenditure rather than income, or?
Sorry, we not understand you.
That you are proposing to use expenditure because that's the data that you have?
In the survey?
Yes, that's what you collect.
Yes.
Okay. Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the target asked for increasing the income, so I think we should look at the income in the indicator, and if we don't have the income, we can use the expenditure as a proxy for the income, but that has to be something you have to do in your country to say, okay, I don't have this figure, I replace this by another, but I don't want to have it in the name of the indicator. We don't have other indicators telling us use this or something else as proxy, so I think we can just reformulate it, growth rate of household expenditure, household income per cap, and that's it.
Thank you. India?
Only 2 points for clarification after World Bank. One, growth rate, it is asking, the existing one is asking about the growth rate. But I'm not clear with respect to which year. The same question has been raised by the Germany also. France also. And what the 40% population, it is not clear. What is the target population, 40%, how it is going to be defined? These 2 points need clarification from the World Bank, then I can say something about this indicator.
Thank you. The World Bank.
Yeah, thanks for the floor. Just a little bit of explanation about this indicator. We've been calculating this for about 2 years now. The World Bank adopted sharing prosperity among its member countries as one of its corporate goals 2 years ago, and since then we've been using household survey data to calculate this indicator. Currently we have about 94 countries in our database. As people have said, I think it measures the target very directly, but there's this question of income or expenditure. What we use in the database, and the reason I think this was formulated this way to give some leeway between income or expenditure or consumption, is that what we use is whatever is preferred in any specific country context by the country themselves, what they are using to measure this, the distribution of wealth in the population. The important principle that we're trying to apply is that consistency is applied over time, so that when you have an annualized growth rate, which is what we're calculating, you have 2 surveys which are income or 2 surveys which are consumption, and that way you have some consistency over time. So I hope that clarifies a little bit the question.
Yes, thank you. Brazil.
Just first a clarification. Exactly, the Italian proposal is income instead of GDP, if I well understood.
No, I don't think so. I thought it was income collected from the expenditure and income service, from the income service, household survey, not GDP.
I have 2 people speaking at the same time with me. I'm really confused. My question is exactly what is the proposal? I'm lost myself. The Italian proposal.
Italy, again, give you the floor.
Please.
I try to reformulate. It's not GDP. It's concerning the source of information that you are using. So as the colleague said, it's depend on what country use for this. Some country use expenditure, some other country use income. So I don't see the point. It's not GDP. GDP is coming through national accounts. Here we are discussing something that is related to the households and coming from the basic statistics.
Thank you. Brazil?
Consider we are coming from the households and basic statistics, my opinion is usually the countries has household surveys with expenditure annual and with the household surveys with consumptions in more rare 5 years or 4 years. Then I believe expenditure is the best, because the households can provide you with more frequency.
Thank you. UK?
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping we could move this from yellow to green, because I thought most of the discussions are fairly technical, and I think some of the discussions around household consumption, income or expenditure, whether we have it raw or equivalized, and it's a matter of, I think there's an acceptance about what the bottom 40% will be, bottom 2 quintiles, and base that against the median. So I think it could move to green, and we just need to clarify precisely the measurement issues that are being discussed. And I think some other concern is about translation issues.
Yes, I agree. So I give you the proposal made by the UK to put this in green and then address these measurement proposals within the next 3 weeks. Do we agree?
I agree.
Yes. Everybody? Okay. Tanzania?
I don't know, Chair, because in Africa we said better we use Gini coefficients, which we normally generate very quickly from the household budget survey. Gini coefficients to measure this.
The World Bank.
Yes, thanks. Just a point of clarification for I didn't answer the Indian question about the time period. It's a 5-year time period we're using to annualize the survey. On the question of Gini coefficient, well, of course, you could add Gini coefficient to the indicator if you wanted to add another indicator, but the target is actually specifically talking about measuring the income growth of the bottom 40% of the population, which unfortunately isn't measured by the Gini. The Gini is a broader measure. But of course, the same data is used to calculate the Gini. The Palmer index is another one you could easily add. But I think if you want to stick and keep your list short, it would be the income growth of the bottom 40% you really have to have, I think. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. There is no difference from the database. So, Cabo Verde.
So, I think it was, I'm not sure anymore if it's UK or Germany, but we prefer to keep income, and we recognize that it is harder, and we have sometimes underestimated. For the countries that have a problem with income, in measuring income, they use the expenditure as a proxy, but the indicator remains income, and it's green.
Brazil.
I forgot my first question or my first reflection. Are you dealing with nominal or constant values? That's very important. When you say economic variable, it's very important to establish if I'm working in constant values or nominal values. For me, constant is much better.
Thank you. I think we are going around with some details, and I think that I propose that we say is green, and that we have said that all these issues related to metadata, related to whether we want Gini or it's how we input expenditure, we can address during the following 3 weeks. That's the proposal I am making. And I see everybody nodding, so okay.
Yeah.
So we have now 10.3. The target is ensure equal opportunity and reduce inequalities of outcome, including by eliminating discriminatory laws, policies and practices, and promoting appropriate legislation, policies, and action in this regard. So the indicator is the percentage of population reporting having personally felt discriminated against or harassed within the last 12 months on the basis of a ground of discrimination prohibited under international human rights law. So that's the indicator, and the issues to be discussed, debated, are whether to include applicable before international human rights in the indicator. Secondly, a decision on whether the time period should be shorter than the last 12 months. So I open the floor. But probably it's better if, okay, no, I decide to give the floor to the human rights, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. OHHR welcomes the broad support for the survey and discrimination proposed under targets 10.3 and also actually under 16B, where this same indicator appears in green. If it's to enjoy legitimacy in the eyes of those it aims to benefit, this agenda must take into account the actual experiences of individuals. In response to some of the queries from members and observers, the term discrimination in international human rights law refers, and this is a quote, to any distinction, exclusion, restriction, or preference, or other differential treatment that is directly or indirectly based on the prohibited grounds of discrimination and which has the intention or effect of nullifying or impairing the recognition, enjoyment, or exercise on an equal footing of human rights. Discrimination includes incitement to discriminate and harassment. The prohibited grounds of discrimination refer to those prohibited under international human rights law. Those are as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and subsequently elaborated upon by international human rights mechanisms. Such grounds include ethnicity, sex, age, language, religion, political or other opinion, disability, national or social origin, property, birth, migratory or displacement status, civil status, sexual orientation, and gender identity. As in the agenda itself, the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination is always left open to allow for national circumstances as well as social change. Human rights apply to everyone, everywhere, at all times, as is repeatedly reaffirmed in the 2030 Agenda itself. We would therefore oppose the insertion of applicable before international human rights law to avoid any perception that states may choose the circumstances in which to meet their existing obligations. Thank you.
Botswana.
Sorry to speak after just the last speaker, because I was going to say that there shouldn't be a problem with applicable, in that indeed if you're going to look at the laws, they certainly should be applicable to whatever you are looking at. That is my view, but I do understand what is being said.
Okay.
And the other one is on the 12 months, and I thought 12 months is appropriate because looking at this kind of data is likely to be obtained through surveys, and you don't want to make the period too short and you find yourself missing out on certain cases that should be captured. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I had Russia before, but I think the flag was down. Now I give the floor to...
Yes,
Do you still...
yes,
Okay.
I just would like to say that I propose to move this to green without taking into account proposal of Singapore after hearing some words from international organization. And 12 months is okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Kyrgyzstan, so the proposal is to move it to green?
No, the proposal is to support the UNFPA version when they providing to address to the judiciary and national human rights institution or other mechanisms. The proportion of reported cases investigated and adjusted, how we will monitor the process. So that's why I would prefer the version that is provided by UNFPA.
Okay, I have Cabo Verde, and then I have Tanzania. Botswana, do you still want to speak? No. I say Cabo Verde, please.
In the cases where you have higher discrimination, a higher percentage, the reported cases are low. So if you're going to measure reported cases, they are usually lower than the actual discrimination. So you are closer to the reality if you go to the perception survey, when the people are informing you if they've personally fed, than if you go just for what is reported on the judicial system.
Yes, thank you. Tanzania?
Yeah, mine is how to tackle the issue of migrants. when they do migrate or refugees, when they do move from one country to another, the harassment that they are getting, how to resolve that so that we can have their numbers here.
The Netherlands.
Yeah, when it comes to objective indicators or perception indicators, I strongly want to support what the colleague from Cabo Verde said. That the use of perception indicators here is very important.
Thank you. Bahrain.
I have a problem with perception indicators because I would consider them soft data. So I'd rather use an official statistics from legislation, from this legislator, or from the police records. Thank you.
France.
Thank you. France supports this indicator on perception. It is very important because it is nearer from reality, and it is a way of measuring this push by the Stiglitz recommendation.
Thank you. Cabo Verde, you still want to speak? No? Canada? No, I'm sorry. Yes.
To respond to Tanzania, the migrants, we can only catch the ones who are inside the country.
Yes.
The survey catches them. Once they leave, we cannot catch them. Regarding Bahrain question on the perception, I was trying to see the translation. Conjuncture, they are perception, and then we don't question them because of its perception. So this is just we're going to a new area.
Thank you. Canada?
We support to keep the indicator as is and move to green.
Thank you. Mexico?
Yes. We support Canada and France. Yes.
Thank you. India?
Yes, I agree this superb indicator should move to green because this can, a perception survey, okay, this is subjectivity whether a person feels discriminated or not, but this is maintained by the Ministry of Home Affairs, Crime Bureau of India. So whatever they recorded, that registered cases, that can be taken if they are proved okay, this was a right complaint. Then only we can include that data here.
Thank you. The United States?
I'd like to support the recommendation from my colleagues in France, Mexico, and Canada. And I think that the concern, if any, with the reference to using a perception of discrimination is if it's not clear in the indicator itself that one is measuring discrimination on the basis of perception versus some other standard. But if we are clear that this is how individuals self-identify, whether or not they have reported it to local authorities or if they've just experienced it in their own lives, I think that we've done our responsibility in being transparent for producing statistics for this indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. So the proposal is to move this to green as it is. So, okay. So we now go to 10 point, I have 10 point, which one? 5? Sorry. Yeah. So the target is to improve the regulation and monitoring of global financial markets and institution and strengthen the implementation of such regulations. The indicator is the adoption of financial transactions tax, also known as Tobin tax at the world level. So the FTT. Yeah. Issues to be addressed refer to the replacement or addition of an additional indicator on the IMF Financial Stability Assessment Program. So I have Netherlands, Mexico, Germany.
I think that the German proposal to suggest an alternative indicator which covers financial stability, efficiency and depth, much more addresses the target than the suggested indicator that Tom takes here. So I would follow the German proposal.
Mm-hmm. The German proposal reads an alternative indicator covering financial stability, efficiency and depth. Right? Mexico?
Yes, I agree with the Netherlands. Something in wording in like the German proposal or the United States proposal, because it's not evident that the Tobin tax addresses the issue at stake. It's very controversial.
Yes. Germany?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a little bit surprised reading adoption of a financial transaction tax, in brackets Tobin tax, as an indicator. For me, that's a political action, but not an indicator. And I think we are not the forum deciding on political actions. And when looking at the target, I mean, we have two different things in there. It's the regulation and the monitoring. And we all know how hard the regulation of the financial markets is. So let's start with the monitoring. That's already hard enough. And in the, I think, first or second consultation round, we provided this small input of saying, okay, let's try to develop an indicator covering this. We haven't developed the indicator yet, but I think, for example, the proposition made by the US could be a good start. Or on the other hand, for example, looking at central banks providing financial stability reports for the countries could be another approach as well. And if they do exist, it's already starting the monitoring process. So we would suggest either to look at the US suggestion, or whether or not the central bank of the country publishes on a regular basis a report on financial stability.
Okay, I have an order, please don't. So I have Colombia and Brazil as well. Colombia, Brazil, Kyrgyzstan.
I also support the idea to replace it with IMF Financial Stability Assessment Program, because I think that the most of the countries in the world is a part of this program, and it is already agreed the worldwide program, and I think to take it as a green.
Thank you. Bahrain.
This is a relevant indicator, and I support using the IMF measure. Thank you.
Thank you. UK.
Thank you. I agree with previous comments about the adoption of a financial transaction tax isn't a good indicator. It's a policy move. I think I'd support the move to something from the IMF on the financial stability assessment and support that and move it to green.
Thank you. Colombia.
We support the United States proposal.
Do you still want to speak?
Me? Brazil?
You raised your hand and then you put it down.
But I have trouble with my plan. Okay. I support the United States, the financial assessment.
Thank you. Botswana.
Yes, I'm inclined to support the United States in terms of this IMF, the financial stability assessment. But I was wondering if the IMF is here so that they can give us some level of confidence so that we move it to green.
Egypt.
We also support the US proposal.
France.
Thank you.
So I give the floor to IMF.
Thank you. We support US proposal and we move to green.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the comments. I just want to point out some comments we made on early vacations, that the proposed indicator, which is Tobin text, has little relationship to the target. So that should be really a dark gray. On the question of adding alternative indicators on the IMF's Financial Stability Assessment Program, we call it FSAP. And I thank you for a lot of your support and questions. So I just want to give you some brief clarification and our concern regarding using this as an indicator. First one is there is practical issues of the coverage and the frequency. Just a little background. Assessment under the IMF FSAP is mandated for 29 countries. That with systemically important financial institutions, and once in 5 years. So the frequency is 5 years. So for the rest of the member countries, they are voluntary and generally take place at an even lower frequency. So this is number one concern. Number two is FSAP is very complex in nature, and we cannot simplify FSAP into an indicator. Basically, one needs really to read the entire report to understand if there are any relevant improvement. So that's number two. Number three is that just looking simply at where there was a FSAP report or not would not make any sense to relate to this indicator. So in conclusion, I really want to caution that we want to add this as an indicator. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now we have before us the Undersecretary General and the Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP, Ms. Shamshad Akhtar, and we would like to welcome her to this meeting.
Hello.
Thank you. And now we would like to hear some comments from you.
Okay. Well, this has, of course, happened at a short notice of exactly 5 minutes, thanks to Lenny Montiel, a colleague of mine for some time. My interest in statistics emerges more as a user. So what I'm going to say would be more from that perspective. But before I get into one or two points, and I won't take too much of your time, but I'd like to warmly welcome you all and say that ESCAP is indeed very privileged to have this exercise happening in our corridors. And it makes us very privileged with the co-chairs here and, of course, the UN SD outfit, which is my old home. I used to be in DESA, so UNSD was a part of the functional responsibility that I also had. And I have to say that we have a very good knowledge base within the UN system of steering these processes. So I thank everybody's collective wisdom that is, of course, going to help shape something which is not a very easy endeavor, looking at the magnitude of goals, targets, indicators. I have to say that when I joined UN, which is around July 2012, and then they kind of said, well, you are going to be in charge, one of the chairs of the post-2015 deliberations, and they put me in front of 60 UN agencies. I must tell you that I was overwhelmed because I have been managing a lot of things in my career previously, but I never saw that a report had to be written in consultation with 60 UN agencies. At the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank, we used to write and throw it out there and say, comment. If you don't comment, just shut up after that. But here the process was tremendously consultative in pulling together the Secretary General's report. So I'm just sharing this because, of course, you are going through a similar exercise that you have the world to consult as you formulate your ideas on these indicators. I think the first thing I'd say, without your effective conclusion and guidance and direction, sustainable development is not going to happen in the world. So you have this onerous responsibility of pulling together concrete ideas and recommendations and indicators that will help guide all the member states, including, of course, ESCAP member states. The second is that out there, the observation I have, based on the sample of our member states, that we have a mixed bag of status of our countries. Even the best and the best of all countries do not have all the targets and indicators, so to speak. So Japan, one of the better performing statistical country, would at best have about 60%. And China, which is another a big client of ours, would have at least have around quarter of the indicators. So my point is, one is, of course, the measurements and the choices and all that, but the second is that we have a lot of disparity in the state of statistical development relative to the SDG requirements in our region, and I'm sure it's the same across the board because of the different levels of development. The third thing that I'm very conscious of the fact that it's not just about generating an indicator and it shall be applied. There are, at least to simplify matters, as I see, there is, of course, the national development processes which are going to prioritize their national sustainable development strategies, which, of course, will be somewhat governed by the quality of the indicators you have under certain categories to define their priorities. But also, the level of development of the statistical agencies is of a mixed quality also. So if we were to have a set of indicators, then we have the task of communication of these indicators. And this platform is itself a communicating platform. So I'm very much encouraged with the numbers out here and representation out here. But I think the challenge will be how to develop the capacities to be able to start new measurements or what would be more consistent measurements, even if you have some measurements, and how do you develop the capacities to monitor, and also have this interface between the producers and the users, and the producers are going to be multiple because we also have private sector playing a role. So I am not at all envious of the roles and responsibilities entrusted to you, but I would very much say that we at ESCAP, with whatever limited staff resources we have, are gearing ourselves, but are always available to support you in your endeavor. And I would just encourage very much for your exercise to be completed as soon as possible, because there is a lot of inquisitiveness on what is going on here on this platform, but to also look at pragmatic solutions, because there is, it's a very complicated task, but also if you make it overly complex, then it will become difficult to adopt and adapt. But I think you are the experts. You are supposed to tell me. I'm an economist, so I find fault in the statistics all the time because when I'm analyzing information, I have a problem of lack of coherence, sometimes issues with measurements, sometimes issues of consistency between different data sources, which as a researcher you always try to find mechanisms to resolve. But I have to say that even though we are limited in number, we do believe we are quite a power for a variety of reasons, because we also have a tradition of working with our clients, our countries, and we also have a statistical committee, which is an intergovernmental committee again, so our power is in the power of the Philippines of the world and other countries, very good agencies that we have. And there's a lot of cross-fertilization of experience that takes place. But also we are very fortunate that we have a statistical institute of Asia Pacific, which has been housed by Japan, and we are very proud of our partnership with Japan, because a lot of people have benefited in terms of capacity building from that. So these are very off-the-cuff remarks. As you know, I don't have any prepared agenda here. I just wanted to interface with you and welcome you and wish you the best of luck on this. And you can always bounce ideas with me. I'm sure I will have an opinion about every topic, having crossed all aspects of development. And I say that more in individual capacity, not to interfere in the intergovernmental processes. I'm very conscious of the sanctity of the job entrusted to you. So thank you for being here. Come again. Tell us what we can do further for you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, in few remarks, I think we have been addressed of the same problems we are dealing with every minute here. So it's going to be 5 o'clock. We are in the middle of the discussion of this this indicator. How many speakers I have now on the floor? I have Ecuador. IMF finished.
Yeah, I just want to finish that I would
you didn't
propose.
finish? Okay.
I would propose to
okay.
put them under gray. Yeah.
I let you finish, then we have the break, and then we resume, and Ecuador starts after the break. So.
Oh, I already finished.
You did?
The concern we have regarding ending the FSAF, and we propose to, agree with other countries to put this indicator as gray.
Okay, thank you. So we break now for 15 minutes, and then we come back. Thank you.
Why not we just complete this thing?
This is more difficult than yesterday.
So we'll be here until
15 minutes. Yes. Well, I said 5 hours, but I think
they take the time.
I said 5 hours. But I think,
I'm not sure your cake will be enough.
Excuse me?
I'm not sure your cake will be enough.
No.
Because I think
It will be more than 5 hours. Muy bien, vamos a continuar. Okay. Okay, we have the proposal from IMF to move to gray the indicator on the assessment, and for the floor I have Ecuador and the United States. So Ecuador, please.
Thank
Just
you.
One moment. I would like to ask the countries to intervene to make concrete proposals and contributions rather than repeat statements already made by other countries, so that we can move faster forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to make the point that we have agreed previously that the information must be produced by countries. So in that sense, to have some kind of indicator of financial stability assessment produced by IMF is something that goes against that kind of rule. I am more into the Germany proposal that this kind of financial stability assessment have been produced by central banks that basically are institutions that are locally based. That will be my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecuador. The United States.
Thank you. I think that the comment and explanation provided by my colleague at the IMF is well taken. And for point of clarification, I think that the recommendation from IMF was for this indicator to be changed from a Tobin tax reference to an indicator relating to financial stability, and that an acknowledgement that further work needed to be done in this area, and so therefore it should be marked as gray. So I just wanted to make sure that we are on the same page, that the recommendation is not for Tobin tax to remain as an indicator and to be flagged as gray, but rather that the indicator be replaced from Tobin tax to a measure of financial stability, and that it be denoted in gray for further work. Thank you.
Yes, I also understand that we are talking about financial stability and that we need further work, and that would move to gray. Denmark?
Yes, thank you. I would just support Germany. In their opinion, this is political work. I will support Ecuador in saying, maybe stressing even, we have to remember this is a member state-driven process, which is the ambition, and also support USA. In other words, Denmark is against Tobin tax as an indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. Cuba?
Yes, we support Ecuador intervention. Thank you.
So I would like to come to a decision. We have the proposal to have a further work on the stability measurement. We make it gray, and we took the contribution of Ecuador as the central bank, I don't know how to say, driven or with their own data. Is that?
No, yes, I will be happy to put that in gray just with the label of financial, that we will produce something about financial stability, and that we will discuss that later, but it has to be country-driven.
Country-driven, yeah, okay. So we agree. Then we move to the next. I have to say that how many indicators we have ahead?
Okay, I have the count.
37.
So there are 37 indicators that we are expected to review. I thought that we were going to use 5 hours, and we have already used 3, and we don't have, we still miss a lot. So we go to 10.6. 6, I think. Let me check my documents. Ten point 6, the target is ensure enhanced representation and voice for developing countries in decision-making in global international economic and financial institutions in order to deliver more effective, credible, accountable, and legitimate institutions. And the indicator is the percentage of members or voting rights of developing countries in international organizations. There are several things to be discussed. First, whether to add all developing countries to the indicator. Secondly, whether the percentage of voting rights from developing countries should be compared to their overall membership in the organization. It's a proportion thing. Addressing the issue of transparency, and to discuss this together with 16.8. And 16.8 is as follows. The target is to broaden and strengthen the participation of the developing countries in the institutions of global governance. So we are speaking about the percentage of members or voting rights of developing countries in international organizations. So this is the same indicator that would hit both targets. I open the floor. Mexico.
I see the point of Colombia of using as a pattern of reference population or something in relative terms, and I think it's a good idea. However, that's not the way the United Nations systems work. Every country, regardless of population, size, GDP, has one vote. So that would not follow the logic of the voting system in international organizations associated to the United Nations systems. That's my only caveat.
Thank you. Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the first thing we have to agree on is whether to take members or voting rights, and I would rather go for voting rights because sometimes one member could have more than one voting right. So that's the first thing we should agree on. And I think the rest is some more technical issues. So if we agree that we look at the voting rights for the countries, I think we can start a gray discussion process how to combine them, but that's nothing we have to do here in this forum and now. So I would suggest putting this in gray, reformulating it to voting rights, and then starting a technical discussion process how to handle this.
Thank you for the suggestion. The United States.
We'd like to support the recommendation from our colleague in Germany. If we were to change this indicator to gray, and if we were to include a discussion of voting rights within that indicator, we hope that other aspects of engagement can be included other than just voting rights. Perhaps staffing and employment in international financial institutions. Thank you.
Tanzania. Tanzania.
This indicator is very, very important to developing countries, so I would suggest that we maintain the percentage of voting, and then we look at the issue of measurements.
I'm sorry, the issue of?
Measurements or methodological issues.
Okay, thank you. Colombia.
Okay, thank you. Our suggestion is because the issue in this target is that developing countries usually have less representation that this weight in the world. It's often below the relative weight on the world, so that's why we suggest to have a relative, in relative terms, to define the indicator and to compare with this weight for developed countries in order to make visible the gap.
Thank you. Franz?
Thank you. We support this indicator, but we propose to move into gray.
So okay, before I give a proposal, China and Bahrain.
This indicator is closely related to the target. Even we face maybe some further discussions on how to develop, how to measure the indicator, but yet still we suggest that we move this indicator to the category of green color.
Did you say
Sorry,
green?
green.
Green?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Bahrain?
I suggest adding, moving this to the green and adding another one, and adding that suggested by the US. Thank you.
Thank you. Botswana?
This is to suggest that we move it to green. One understands that there could be further discussions around the question of voting rights. But I believe we can have it as green, and that can be looked at in terms of that discussion.
Thank you. Egypt?
We propose moving it to the gray list with a strong support to the percentage of voting rights. Thank you.
India?
Yes, I am in support of moving it to green.
Rights or members? Because, yeah. And Kyrgyzstan.
I also support this idea and to replace the word or into and put it in a green.
Cabo Verde.
We understand that actually there are two indicators, not one, so it's not just a matter of formulation. And we believe this should be green and not gray.
Mexico?
Yes, either one as Kyrgyzstan proposed or Cabo Verde, which are two alternatives, and move it to green. Yes.
Fiji.
Move to green.
Okay. Mission. Eurostat.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned. I think the proposal is not really an indicator. It looks to me more as a kind of political or institutional measure. So it's quite depending on the institutions, how they have arranged the issues. And furthermore, of course, many of the organizations, the international organizations, are not international but are regional. So I wonder a bit how you would like to measure this. So I would really do some more in-depth analysis, so propose to go for gray.
Cuba.
We support to go to green.
I don't see any other flag. Okay, so there are two positions. One to put it into gray and do further analysis, and the other one is to complement it with voting rights and put it in green. Germany?
I think we're not that far away from each other. I think it's an understanding what is green and what is gray. I think the remark made by Eurostat is quite important. I think there's a lot of work to do, for example, to set up a list which international organization should be included in the selection, and that's why I suggested to put it to gray. But if we can put it to green and say we have to do this additional work, then I'm fine with that. So I think it's just a question how we define gray and green.
Yeah. Well, we have a great United Kingdom. Yes.
Thank you, Germany. You've just said what I was going to say. The answer is we've green or grey. We still need more work on this. My clarification was exactly what we meant by green. Are we putting members or is it voting rights? I think the work, and we've ignored the issue of transparency and some of the other parts of the target. So there will be more work. I don't care if it's green or grey. There's more work to be done.
Yes.
I think we're close to having a clear indicator. So therefore, if you think of it that way, it could be green. But regardless, there's still more work, and what is covered by international organisations, what we need maybe to pick up on the other parts about accountability and transparency that we've ignored. So there's more work to be done. How we classify and what green is or shades of grey, it might be light grey. I'll pick up Brazil. Yes.
Mexico.
Yes, only that in other green indicators, there's also more work to be done. So it's not an exception to the rule. In fact, it's a symmetric situation.
The U.S.?
I think one important distinction between green and gray are the voices that can be heard for follow-up discussion and further clarification of the concept being measured. So that's one of the reasons why I would advocate that this indicator be considered gray, since this is centering about engagement and voice and representation in largely international organizations, and those voices will not have as much of an opportunity to speak into the refinement of the indicator if we say that this is green at this time. If we call it gray and allow a little bit more time and allow those voices to be included, I think we could have a stronger indicator that doesn't simply measure voting rights or members, but also more fully transparency and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you for the United States. I would like to propose that we move it to gray because we need for this indicator the input of international organizations, and further work needs to be done anyway. So, Cabo Verde.
It's just to say, at this moment, we agree with the indicator. So to take into account accountability, etc., will be additional indicators to add up to this one. Mm-hmm. You will not have one indicator that will count human rights, voting rights and accountability and transparency. You will not have that. Mm-hmm. So this one we agree on. It's just that other dimensions of the target that we don't have yet. So the indicator itself is green, and since we're not putting the target gray or green, we can further on add other indicators. And what was saying about the listing of UN agencies, for instance, that's more when we start measuring. We're not on the metadata yet. So at this point, we're proving or disapproving the indicators. So this is a work that will have to be done, and will not be done until the next commission. So I don't see a problem putting in green, and on time on, we'll see the other indicators.
Yes, Mexico.
Yes, following with my symmetry issue, it has been said for other indicators that we should move it to green, even though they do not cover all dimensions of the target, for instance, sustainability. And also Sweden and France sometimes say, this is very important, so this is a first step. We know it's not enough, but it's a step in the right direction, so we should move it to green. So all I'm trying is to, applying logic, is to be consistent. No?
Okay, so Jamaica.
I support Cabo Verde's position. It should be a green indicator, and we should address the other aspects of the target later on.
So now we have Tanzania, and that's it.
Chair, we said we should agree with the indicator, but a little bit of modification. Sincerely, percentage of members or voting members, I think let us agree and put green, and then we go with the percentage of voting rights and so on. Agree with some modification and maintain the green.
Okay, so the new proposal is to put it green and to further work in this. Okay. So it's decided. Sorry. We move now to target 10.7. It says to facilitate orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration and mobility of people, including through the implementation of planned and well-managed migration policies. So we have the International Immigration Policy Index. It has to do with the methodology. Well, there are several issues there. Anyway, I have been told that there were many concerns and reservations on this indicator, and that already the IOM has worked out a proposal. So I would like to ask IOM to make this new proposal before going to discussion.
Thank you. Distinguished co-chairs and distinguished delegates, I'd like to make this statement on behalf of the IOM and UNDESA. We have noted the concerns expressed regarding the Composite Policy Index, and we are aware that the centerpiece of the 10.7 target is the call for governments to adopt well-managed migration policies. We therefore propose the following indicator: the proportion of countries that have implemented well-managed migration policies. Given the broad scope of the target, we propose to consider 6 policy domains to assess the implementation of well-managed migration policies. These 6 policy domains are based on the Migration Governance Framework set to be endorsed by IOM's member states next month at our annual council meeting. The source of data which will be used in order to make this assessment will be the UN inquiry among governments on population and development, which has surveyed global migration policies since 1976. We plan to add additional questions to this survey and to increase the periodicity of this survey in order to cover the additional policy domains. And by doing this, make this into effectively a global migration policy survey. In conclusion, we'd like to point out that this proposal is for a multi-purpose indicator which could complement or act as an indicator for other targets such as 4B, 5.2, 8.8, 16.2 and 17.18. In addition, work has already begun in 15 pilot countries around the world to test out the feasibility of some of this work, and we'd be happy to provide more details to members of this group later on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for IOM. So I now give the floor to the IIAG to comment on this new proposal. Mexico.
Well, I spoke with International Organization of Migration officials earlier, and I support the point of IOM that migration needs to be acknowledged because often it's forgotten. So in that respect, I agree fully, regardless of how we decide how to measure, no?
Thank you. Canada?
I suggest we put in a placeholder of some sort of migratory index, move it to gray, so we can figure out the methodology for it.
Jamaica.
I support Canada's suggestion to move this to gray and allows for more discussion on the International Migration Policy Index. I also do not support the suggested replacement indicator. I think it's too narrow and not applicable to most countries. That would suit a regional indicator better.
Sweden?
I support the suggestion by Canada.
Thank you. United Kingdom?
I support the suggestion by Canada that we move this to grey, but it may be this group of indicators we need to review under 10.7.
Thank you.
Not just 10 points. Yeah, I'm not sure because the first one on recruitment costs doesn't seem to fit the actual target, to be honest.
Okay. United States?
I support the proposal from my colleague from Canada.
So the proposal is to take this new indicator and to move it to gray. Yes?
One quick question. Is 10.7.1 a typographical error? Is this supposed to be green or gray?
I didn't hear, sorry.
It was a quick inquiry about the one about recruitment costs. I've noted that it's green. Is it supposed to be green? I think it should be more a gray indicator.
Okay, you mean the first one? Well, it's green and we were discussing the second one, yellow. Yeah. And the second one is the one that has been rephrased or reproposed by IOM, and that's the one that Canada is proposing to move to gray. Yeah. Am I correct? Yes? Yeah. So we take that? Yes, Botswana?
Yes, I just wanted to seek clarification. My understanding was that what is being moved to gray is the current one, not the new proposed one, unless I didn't hear Canada properly. Thank you.
Our proposal is that something that's a placeholder for some sort of migratory indicator is there, whether it's a policy index, although we don't really want indexes, or
Yes.
something else, but just it's
Okay.
a placeholder.
That's it. Germany?
Thank you. So I would suggest, following the UK proposal, to treat all these three indicators we have here together and put one new big gray box in here where we probably can discuss the new suggested indicators and probably additional ones or not if they're not necessary.
Well, but we have one green indicator and then we already have two. Okay, Kyrgyzstan?
I fully support my colleague from Germany, and we should probably do it jointly with International Migration Organization.
Just make 10.7
In very close collaboration with them.
India?
I agree with the Germany and the Kazakhstan.
Botswana again.
Well, my interjection is just a procedural one, so that we don't get caught up as we proceed. We have one indicator. We may not be happy with it, but it is green at the moment. And unless I missed something, we haven't changed one from green to yellow.
Yes.
So I just wanted us to be careful
Yes, that's what
to
I
change
was
the
saying.
procedure.
Yes. Okay. Easy. China.
I think this target is a bit in a particular case, because under this target, we have now 3 indicators, which is quite a unique case. So that's why I'm in favor of UK and Germany's suggestions that we tend to look at them together and find a more appropriate and ideally single indicator to hit this target.
So what you are saying is that we replace the 3 indicators with another one or with another set of indicators?
That's upon our discussions.
Yes. Italy?
We support the UK and the Germany and the other proposal that for all the migration phenomena, we need additional time for going in detail, and we support to have also the first indicator, the green one, in the gray area and treat all together.
Okay, but if we are going to draft a list of indicators, then I wouldn't like to have a target that has nothing in it, or are we going to use the green one as one indicator, and then because we are going in, at the end, from what I'm hearing, it seems that we wouldn't have any indicator, because we agreed that we would have at least one indicator in each of the targets. Please.
I think that maybe one of the issues is that target is about migration and mobility. So our view was that the mobility is the green indicator. The recruitment cost borne by employees, that's not migration, that's the mobility indicator. And the other 2 indicators are related to migration. Maybe we were wrong in how Canada looked at it, but that's how we looked at it.
Yes. So in that case, the proposal would be to leave green as it is, and then to have another indicator that may comprise the migration issue as gray, and to be worked out in the future, in the next few days. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. UK?
I was just again trying to get clarification that actually we've got a new indicator, which I think suggesting is grey from the IOM, and leave the others grey. I thought it's worth reviewing them all together, accepting one's trying to, it's not to reject it totally, it was basically just to make sure we're clear what we're covering on migration policies and mobility. So we may get 4 indicators at the moment that may be grey, and we may be able to condense them into 2 or 3. That was my understanding.
I propose that we keep the green indicator, because that's mobility, and then we work for migration. And taking it as a basis, the proposal from IOM. I can see half of people denying and the other half saying yes. So please help me to get an agreement here. The United States.
I think it's a very useful compromise to portion out maybe the clarity for 10.7.1 to focus on mobility and to allow further discussion on the indicators that are meant to measure migration. And I just want to, as a point of clarification, 10C1 would also be green, and that relates to remittances, which I think we're all on the same page for. So then we would have 2 under 10.7, which is great, kind of, right?
Mr. Chair, may I support what you said, where we retain the recruitment cost as green And remittance cost and recruitment cost are actually different. I'm speaking from the experience of the Philippines, especially for our workers that go out of the country. Our concern is that some of them have to pay exorbitant recruitment costs that eat up on their actual pay that they receive. So I am of the same opinion as Canada that the recruitment cost 1071 is really about mobility, and we wait for the advice of IOM as regards migration. So we put the next one, 1072, as gray, with the advice we will be receiving from IOM. I would like to recommend that we leave 10C as green.
Thank you. Jamaica.
I agree that we need a mobility indicator. I just don't think this is the right one. That's the reason I was supporting the UK's position to make them all gray so that we look at them together, because I don't know that I agree that this is an appropriate measure for everybody for mobility. There is no issue with 10C1. The issue is with this specific one, which is the reason I was asking you if it was correctly coded.
I understand that it's correctly coded. So, India?
I also in the favor of taking a view on the three indicators together and put it in the gray and work out further details in a few days, and we can discuss through the electronic platform also.
Fiji?
Thank you, Chair. I'm supporting the indicator. First one, move to green, and waiting as suggested by the co-chair, the IOM on the international migration policy, on the second one.
Okay. Okay. I give you the floor. I cannot read your. But please, brief comment, please.
OHHR would like to propose that our indicator under target 10.7, the number of migrants killed, injured, or victims of crime while attempting to cross maritime, land, or air borders also be placed back on the list for consideration. This indicator enjoyed the support of 4 members in the consultative process, and I think that from newspapers and reports we can see its relevance to the target. The obligations of states at international borders include monitoring potential abuses, so data for this indicator should already be maintained at the national level, but where it is not, a number of alternative data sources already exist. These could be supplemented through coordinated data sharing among UN agencies and other actors, and the data will also enable us to shine a light on the migration policies that are not effective, which is also part of the target. Thank you.
Thank you. Cuba?
Yes, we agree that we have to discuss all these indicators, but why we don't have a look to the proposal of African members or Cabo Verde and other members? I mean, for why we don't at least have a very brief look at them?
So if we are agreeing on sending them to gray, so everything goes into the debate, not just, yes. Sweden?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that everything went into the debate, because I think it's a very important aspect that we also have something about the impacts of the policies. So the policies are interesting and
Yes.
important, and the impacts are important. So we need to have preferably both of them. Thank you.
Yes. So again, the proposal would be to keep green for mobility and the other to gray, with the IOM and all the inputs that have been provided. Now we have 10.A, The target is implement the principle of special and differential treatment for developing countries, in particular least developed countries, in accordance with World Trade Organization agreements. The target, the indicator is the share of tariff lines applied to imports from LDCs with in developing countries with zero tariff. And there is a consideration on whether to replace this indicator with the following alternative from Africa, that its share of SDT commitments implemented in favor of LDCs as a percentage of all SDT commitments. Comments from Africa? Anyone else? Does the proposal of Africa cover other regions of the world? Yes, UK?
Just seeking clarification on the African proposal. My ignorance about STD.
Yes. Botswana or Senegal, Tanzania, someone please. Yes, Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will defer to the other colleagues. One must confess, obviously, in the discussions on the Africa discussions, we had a number of other colleagues, and perhaps one does not recall quickly now this as SDT, but perhaps the colleagues who are here might remember.
Thank you. Senegal, Tanzania, Uganda. Because if there, my proposal is that if there are no comments on this, we retain the original indicator and we move it to green and then continue. Okay, we do that. Thank you. So now we move to goal number 11. And that goal reads, make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And for this goal, we have many, I would say, yellow indicators. And we go with the first one, 11.1, by 2030, ensure access for all to adequate, safe, and affordable. Yes.
We missed 10B. We are not done with 10.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, I wanted to go home fire. Apologize for that. So 10B, yes, that's right. Encourage official development assistance and financial flows, including foreign direct investments, to states where the need is greatest, in particular least developed countries, African countries, small island developing states, and landlocked developing countries in accordance with their national plans and programs. The indicator is OECD ODA data, disaggregated by recipient and donor countries. And for consideration, there is an alternative African indicator. That's the percentage of committed ODA. That's 0.7 of gross national income that is disbursed to LDCs, African countries, SIDS, and LLDCs. So again, I would like to ask one of the African countries to comment on this proposal.
Chair, when we heard the proposal, we said...
Who is this?
Tanzania.
Tanzania, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah. When we had this proposal, we said that we have Agenda 2063. And under Agenda 2063, we said we have to mobilize our own resources. And if we have to rely on ODA, it has to be very minimal. Therefore, we disagree with this indicator that is being given by target 10.B1.
Thank you. Any comments? Yes, Mexico.
I agree with Cuba, Australia, and the United States that limiting to ODA is undesirable because you have another flows like foreign direct investment. So it's too restrictive the way it's stated.
Thank you. The U.S.?
Thank you, my colleague from Mexico. You've already provided my comment. My second comment is, in the current indicator proposal, 10B1, there's a reference to a data source for ODA data. And while I don't disagree that OECD might be a great source, I think it's our current preference not to identify the particular data source within the indicator itself. Thank you.
Thank you. The United Kingdom?
I just agree with the US colleague. It's quite clear we're looking at ODA. The other is I'd suggest there's a move from the yellow to the green, because I don't think there's any doubt that we need the ODA data. I think the further point is then we need to think of the scope about the FDI type issues and other sources. So again, we might be able to move this indicator to green as in process, but introduce a need for further development to get the wider scope in the future.
Okay. Bahrain?
I don't see how this indicator will be reported on national basis, since the source data is from international agency.
Thank you. Russia?
I agree that we need to keep this indicator as green because this is very reliable data and this very transparent indicator. And in further process, we need to think how to also add some indicator on FDI. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? India?
Yes, there is the data source issue. How we are going to collect this data, that is need to be resolved first. How we are going, national ownership of data. Because it is coming by through the international agency, and perhaps it should come from the official data of the countries.
No one else? Okay, so my understanding is that we are not addressing now the source of the data, and that we want to have this as a green and to include additional elements as foreign direct investment to have a more complete indicator. That's the proposal. Green. Bahrain objects. So.
Well, again, applying rules of logic, this again doesn't cover all the dimensions as the United States stated, and Australia and Cuba and Mexico. But that's the case with other indicators that were moved to green. So, so if the issue is that not everything is covered, we would be inconsistent by not moving it to green in this case.
Thank you. Was Sweden or? Yes.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood. I thought the reason that you did not want to move it to green was that it was not national data. And in that case, the ODA is sort of built up on national data because it's your nation that reports it to the OECD. So perhaps you can then have a mechanism that whereby you also receive the data and then you will have it also, and you can sort of stamp it. So probably there should be a way of dealing with this, I think, because it should be like another data source within the country that you could possibly use. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. So, if there are no, is that, are you okay with that, Marine? Because otherwise we go forward. Okay, thank you. So we move to the next. Now I am going to 11. So, excuse me. Yes, I had forgotten that I cannot go to goal 11 yet. So we have time for 3 persons from the stakeholders to make statements before we go to goal number 11. So I don't have the list. Who is going to come here? If someone gives me the names, I would be happy. Thank you, Heather. So that's okay. So first, we have, I cannot pronounce this. Sorry, that is Nalini Rai from Environmental and Climate Goals, please. I apologize, but this was very difficult. Can you say how do you pronounce your name? No?
The name is Mrinalini Rai.
Thank you.
But thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair, for giving us this opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of the stakeholders, and we are looking at the environmental goals that deals with goal 12, 13, 14, and 15 that were addressed today. For goal 12, and particularly 12.6, we suggest to refine as follows: percentage of the total top 100 companies per country that disclose sustainability information, which would be instrumental to assess adoption of sustainable practice and impacts on the SDGs. This should be done possibly through credible, independently verified sustainability standards that will bring together environmental and social criteria, including human rights. For 12.7, on public procurement, we align with governments to use a meaningful indicator, such as the UNEP's original proposal to measure actual implementation of sustainable public procurement policies, focusing on specific product groups. On goal 13 on climate change, I know this discussion was also taken up in the morning, but again, a reminder, regardless of the color coding, the incorrect omission of SIDS from target 13.B must be immediately corrected as per multilateral agreed 2030 agenda and reflected in any target 13.B.1 agreed by the IAG SDG. For 13.A.1, we propose as follows: mobilize amount of new and additional funding of USD per year to the GCF from developed country parties. This is required to track progress towards minimum agreed $100 billion committed by 2020 to operationalize GCF and to delineate new and additional climate change finance to address the needs of developing countries as per SDG 13.A. The overall the SDG 13 indicators must consistently reference all areas of climate change and disaster risk reduction, including mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, technology, capacity building, finance, and means of implementation. On Goal 14 on marine ecology. For sustainable fishery practices, target 14.4, we propose to follow UNEP's proposal to sharpen the measurements to include the indicator developed by the Biodiversity Indicator Partnerships based on certification, which is also currently in the use of the Convention on Biological Diversity, Aicha Biodiversity Target 6. On Goal 15, on terrestrial ecosystems, a fundamental concern that we have is with the definition of forest itself. The definition needs to be revisited, as FAO's definition is way too broad and insufficient, as forest alone doesn't tell us anything about forest biodiversity and its sustainable use. Without this precision, expansion of plantations could legitimize deterioration of terrestrial ecosystems. Suggestion for 15.1. Forest area as a percentage of total land area should be desegregated into primary, secondary forest and plantations. On 15.2, sustainable forest management is a complex but very important objective which has environmental, social, and economic dimensions. It needs to be part of the indicator, but with a commitment to improve the concept in the coming years. We call for ensuring customary rights of indigenous peoples and forest communities as part of the definition. Furthermore, we support those that have proposed to include forest certification as one specific element in this indicator. Forest certification is globally applied and well documented at national level. We are not in favor of replacing sustainable forest management with carbon stock in biomass, which only covers one aspect. On 13.3, on the trends in land degradation, we recommend further consideration to include an analysis on the root cause of trends in land degradation, such as land grabs for industrial bioenergy production, industrial agriculture, and the livestock industry. On 15.4, this is the last one almost, coverage of protected areas, we would like to suggest adding indicator on coverage of protected areas, adding other effectively and equitably conserved territories and areas, including ICCAs, indigenous community and conserved territories and areas. On target point 15.C.2, refers to increasing the capacity of local communities to pursue sustainable livelihood opportunities, but the indicator does not measure it. We support a proposal made by UNEP earlier this year to monitor the existence of policies that protect and enhance sustainable practices for women and men pastoralists, farmers, fishers, forest dwellers on common lands, including mobility. We will also have a written statement available with some explanation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ms. Dry. Now I'd like to give the floor to Tom Wheeler from Accountability.
Thank you, co-chairs, and thanks all of you. My comments focus on Goal 16, and there are printed copies available for all of the members. Three very brief general comments first. First, we agree with the need for survey-based indicators to measure people's experiences and perceptions. This is a proven, effective approach to measuring issues of peace, justice, and governance, which enhances people's voices, promotes accountability, and ensures that all voices are heard. Second, we believe there's a strong case for independent and impartial data producers outside of official statistical systems playing a role, including, for example, national human rights institutions. And third of all, we believe that no single indicator can tell us a full story of progress under Goal 16. So in line with established practice on measuring peace, justice, and governance, we would urge the IAG to utilize complementary indicators for some of the targets in Goal 16. So generally, we endorse 16.11 on homicide, 16.51 on corruption, 16.71 on representation, 16.10.1 on human rights, and 16.B1 on discrimination. But we would like to offer the following suggestions for amendments. Under 16.1, While it needs more methodological work, we suggest that IAG retains 16.12 on conflict-related deaths per 100,000 as a key measure of peace. On 16.2, target 16.2, we propose an additional survey-based indicator, which is on the percentage of young women and men aged 18 to 24 who experience sexual violence by the age of 18. On target 16.3, we agree with others that 16.31 should be replaced with the established survey-based indicator, which is the proportion of those who have experienced a dispute in the past 12 months, who have accessed a formal, informal, alternative, or traditional justice dispute resolution mechanism, and who feel it was just. Indicator 16.32 could be improved by including the duration of detention. Under 16.4, we think the IAG should commit to continue working on illicit financial flows on 16.41, and we would recommend the change to 16.42, which is on arms, to become the percentage of seized illicitly manufactured or traded firearms that are traced in accordance with international standards. That's been suggested in the document. Under 16.6, we would amend 16.61 to add wording on and whether there is timely publication of essential budget documents. And we would also recommend the addition of the survey-based indicator on proportion of population satisfied with their last experience of public services and disaggregated by services. Target point 16.7, we would agree that 16.7.2 should be replaced with a survey-based indicator, which is on the percentage of the population who believe decision-making is inclusive and responsive. And we also believe that indicators on civic space or on the enabling environment for civil society should be considered. Under 16.10, we would recommend the addition of the survey-based indicator on the percentage of population who believe they can express political opinion without fear, and also an administrative indicator, which is on the existence and implementation of constitutional, statutory, and/or policy guarantees for public access to information. On 16.A, we would add a survey-based indicator that's already widely used on the percentage of people who feel safe walking home at night. And finally, on target 16.B, we would also recommend additions. One could be the existence of an independent national human rights institution in compliance with the Paris Principles, so a structural indicator, and also one on the number of countries that have ratified and implemented international conventions of particular relevance for equality and non-discrimination. Our longer written statement includes more explanation, linkages with other targets, existing support for these proposals, as well as methodologies and data sources. Many thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. And finally, I give the floor to Ms. Kate Lappin from MOI.
Thank you to the co-chairs. The statements that have been made so far from stakeholders have been a collective effort, but we're making a statement now only on behalf of civil society. I'm going to speak primarily about Goal 17, and I hope you get to Goal 17 tonight at some point. I would thought that we might speak afterwards and reflect on it, but in any case, let me give you some preemptive comments. But I do think that this is our final statement, unless, of course, the co-chair agrees to have civil society statements tomorrow so that we can reflect on what you've done. But given that it's possibly our last statement, I just wanted to say that we do have quite a bit of input that we would like to provide to you, and we hope to do that in other ways, which we do believe will help states. And many of us have followed the process both politically and technically for a number of years, and we think we've got a fairly good idea of what some of the country's commitments are and how they can be reflected in indicators. You as statistical experts are of course part of the means of implementation, and we acknowledge that your work will need substantial support to take on this large task. But I want to also take the opportunity to ask you just a couple of closing questions. As you prepare for your closed meeting in the morning and prepare for the next steps, I want to ask you whether there is consensus amongst you that you will ensure that neither existing international standards nor the ambition of this agenda will be diluted through indicators. We think that's a fundamental question, and it is political, but the nature of this work does have political consequences. Yesterday we reminded you, for example, that when the World Bank changed its indicators for poverty, hundreds of millions of the poor suddenly disappeared out of statistics. Similarly, when FAO changed its hunger measurements, hundreds of millions of people suddenly were no longer hungry. So, recalling that the means of implementation must incorporate measures to enable redistribution of resources as well as power that restores policy space for country ownership and ensures the financing, the technology and the capacity building and the data that we need, we have a number of proposals. I'm going to start with proposal 17.14 because I think it's important, and we have so many in the means of implementation that I probably won't get to, but we will, send to you. Now, target 17.14 is on policy coherence. And policy coherence, of course, is at the heart of the agenda on means of implementation. We support the critical indicator on the ratification of UN instruments, which we hope will be across the agenda. And however, we also note that we should be addressing here the instruments that undermine policy coherence and make compliance with Agenda 2030 as well as with international human rights obligations impossible, and will make it impossible for states to fulfil this agenda. Specifically, for example, we refer to preferential trade and investment treaties that have been demonstrated to exacerbate inequalities and promote unsustainable practices and prevent governments from regulating in the interests of environmental protections, labour rights, access to education, basic health and services. So let me give you an example. We have a target that in the Agenda 2030 that specifically refers to the TRIPS provisions, allowing developing countries to produce generic medicines. Yet, a week after we adopted Agenda 2030, governments concluded negotiations for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which directly makes that target impossible. So, as we develop the indicator for 17.14, we really need to restore policy coherence. That means that we would have an indicator, for example, that would monitor the number of disputes brought against countries through dispute settlement processes, that would monitor whether trade is contributing to sustainable development, or perhaps the number of constraints embodied in overseas development assistance or loan agreements. Now, going back to a couple of the indicators, I'll try and rush through in Goal 17. So on 17.1, I'm just sticking with now the yellow, but on 17.1, we support the inclusion of environmental taxes and encourage you to include taxes on other harmful industries. Now, given that we see that the removal of the Tobin tax already in the process, this is an important space, I think, to address fiscal policy and taxation at the global as well as local level. And so we need to disaggregate other sources of a tax, including company tax and indirect taxes. In 17.3.1, which is about mobilising additional financial resources for developing countries, the current indicator doesn't effectively measure increases in resources mobilised specifically for developing countries. It should be measuring both increased resources to developing countries, specifically to least developed countries, and it should be disaggregated by the source and be compared to the outflow of resources going from developing countries to developed countries. 17.4.1, the indicator is green. We can see varying views, and we support the need to measure contributions in relation to debt relief from OECD countries. And on 17.7.1, the indicator is focused on transferring renewable technology, and consequently we should not be tariff focused. This indicator shifts responsibilities to developing countries and perversely deprives them of tariff income. So instead, the proposal to measure funds for technology provided by countries with historical responsibility would be appropriate, which some states have proposed. A state should consider further indicators as well. An indicator, for example, that measures the costs of renewable energy imposed through intellectual property barriers may be more appropriate. And finally, on 17.12.1, we see a proposal from India for reformation of that target, which I think is worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the contributions, and those contributions, the ones referring to former discussions and the ones that refer to the goals we're going to address will be taken into account. And as it was said this morning and yesterday, the date these documents will be up in the web, and we have the following weeks to take them into consideration. So now we can move to 11 finally. So we have 3 goals to go, and goal number 11, yes? Yeah, yes. And goal number 11 has 9 yellow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. Yes, 9, yes, I counted well. So it has 9 yellow indicators, and at this pace, I am sure we will finish before 8. So let me go with 11.1. So by 2030, do you want me to? Yes. Yes. Francesca reminds me, and I was speaking with my friend from UN Habitat before lunch, actually, and he's going to make a proposal. That's why I'm going to give the floor to him before the countries and coming to the indicators, because as I understood, what we talked this at noon, a proposal could make this passage easier for everyone. So please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be very concise because of time. Originally, to recall everyone that this indicator was considered as proportion of urban population living in slums, responding to the target, ensure access for all to adequate, safe, and affordable housing and basic services, and upgrade slums. 3 considerations for modifying this indicator. Number 1, African member states consider that we should refer as well to informal settlements, which it's considered positively without any objections, so we can add that. United Kingdom mentioned that security of tenure should be part of this, and I would like to take opportunity of this to say that this indicator is building upon established indicators of the MDGs on slums that we have 15 years, 13 years measuring and monitoring this with a definition that was endorsed by the UN Statistical Commission in 2002. For the sake of time, I'm not going to read this definition, just to say that from that definition now, UN Habitat has been able not to model, as one member state asked, but to compute in each country slum data based on census, on household survey, DHS in some cases, mix in others. So we have right now the possibility even to measure slums at city level when the data is robust enough. And we can also, considering there is a statistical definition, we can identify spatially where slums are located in terms of aggregation. And finally, a very important comment, because it was considered that this indicator could be regional of the nature of the slum component. Countries like France, Canada, and others mentioned that it should address other aspects from the global north, let's say. And then we propose, as a final indicator, the following is the proportion of urban population living in slums or informal settlements and without inadequate housing. The notion of inadequate housing would correspond to many countries in the developed world in which today, because of minorities or people migrating there, etc., are living in difficult conditions. So based on all these considerations, I would like to request the distinguished members of this group to paint green this indicator. Thank you.
So the proposal again is to have proportion of urban population living in slums and informal settlements. And the final was with appropriate
and inadequate housing.
Inadequate
with
housing.
inadequate housing.
Yes. So I give the floor to the members. Yes, please, Cabo Verde.
Cape Verde agrees with new formulation by UN Habitat. So to make it green.
Thank you.
Including urban settlement.
Thank you. Mexico?
Mexico also agrees with the new formulation, make it green.
Someone does not agree? Everyone agrees? Yes, okay, thank you. So we go to 11.2. Okay, I'm going too fast.
Sorry,
Please.
it's about the further proposal for an additional indicator regarding tenure. Have we rejected that or discussed that? Or have we adopted it as part of the green? Just to
Yes,
clarify.
please, UN Habitat.
Perhaps I was too fast. The current slum definition includes security of tenure already.
Tanzania?
Yeah, in Tanzania, we will put green if the informal settlement will be inserted here. Informal settlement.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, then it's green.
It's included. Okay. Now I move forward. So 11.2, we have another proposal by UN Habitat. Please come.
In fact, in this case, it remains the same. I would like to recall two things here. The first one is that the target is extremely complex and multidimensional. It requests to measure safe, affordable, accessible, sustainable transport, road safety, and also with special attention to vulnerable situations and groups. It means 7 indicators. We understand that with one indicator it will be impossible to cover this target, but we are suggesting one, as imperfect as it is an excellent proxy for the target. And this proxy is the proportion of the population that has public transit stop within 0.5 kilometers. 2 or 3 considerations from member states, Mr. Chair. The first one, Poland mentioned to measure transport of passengers per one inhabitant. Brazil mentioned average commuting time. Canada and other countries measure, and World Bank, income spent. All these other possible measures are acceptable for UN Habitat, but if compared with the current proposed indicator, they have a disadvantage. The proposed current indicator can measure space-related parts of the indicator, whereas all the others are spaceless. And I think that the richness of this indicator is that it can be disaggregated in the space, including all these groups that are mentioned in vulnerable situations. We can therefore talk about women, children, persons with disabilities, if we know where these stops are and we know the city, and existing information is available. UN Habitat, through the City Prosperity Initiative and partners, is already collecting this information in the last 2-3 years. Thank you very much. So, the indicator remains proportion of the population that has a public transit stop within 0.5 kilometers, understanding that today we don't talk about disaggregation, but this indicator indeed can disaggregate this population vulnerable.
Thank you to Eduardo, and now I open the floor again. Mexico.
Yes, I agree that it's moved to green, but as in many other cases that indicators have been moved to green, I don't think it covers all dimensions. I think that to have a stop at half a kilometer doesn't give you everything. I agree you can disaggregate, but just keep in mind that further discussion has to be undertaken for the dimensions not addressed by the proposed indicator.
Thank you. Bahrain.
Thank you. I agree with Mexico. And this applies especially in countries, small countries, and like mine. And so I suggest changing this to proportion of population that has convenient access to public transport and make the 0.5 kilometer as a regional thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have convenient here. India?
Yes, I agree with Bahrain.
Jamaica?
I agree with Bahrain in the sense that we need to qualify public transport. Leaving it as is, you could have a public transit stop within 0.5 kilometers, but the bus could come every 5 hours. It would not be reliable, and that is a reality in some countries. So we would need to qualify this a little bit better, but still put it green, and we can have the discussion later.
Okay, France?
I would like to support my colleague. I agree with her. It depends on frequency. We have to precise this in the indicator.
Okay, anyone else? So I propose to move it to green and to have the discussion on this convenience that was mentioned by Bahrain. Thank you. So we have 11.3. Do you also have a proposal? Thank you. Please, Eduardo.
Thank you very much. This suggested indicator, for some reason, it was cut in the beginning of the drafting, and it reads incompletely more like a statement, efficient land use. But in reality, the indicator, as it was suggested by several countries, and this is the way we would like to propose the indicator, it reads ratio of land consumption rate to population growth rate as efficient land use. So we are talking about a ratio of land consumption rate to population growth rate. This indicator has been computed in at least the last 10 years in countries that are present here, like India. Mexico did an excellent work on this, Colombia, etc. So information is available. We can use open sources. It is a modern indicator that connects to spatial analysis, to levels of disaggregation, and it's, in our view, a very strong indicator. So we also humbly request to move it to green. Thank you.
Thank you, UN Habitat. India, please.
Yes, this public transport data is available, that is not a question. The only thing is how the 0.5, are we discussing this one now? I mean 0.5 kilometer. I was looking at some other page.
Yes, okay.
I lost. What was exact reference that India collects the data? UN Habitat?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. But there was a proposal now.
11.2, are we talking, or 11.3? 11.3.
11.3.
Oh,
and we have
I'm sorry.
Yes, okay. Cabo Verde, please.
We request a clarification from UN Habitat. The indicator was tested in around 300 cities, if I'm not incorrect. And have you finished the pilot phase?
Please.
Yes, in the technical document that we submitted 2-3 days ago, we responded all these questions. It was just indicative of the work that UN Habitat specifically has been doing in 300 cities. But as I mentioned, outside the Habitat realm of work, other countries like India, Mexico today in 130 municipalities is collecting this information. Colombia, several countries, South Africa, etc. So as I said, it has more than 5 years that several countries have computed. World Bank, our colleague still here, also produced an excellent work on this indicator 4 or 5 years ago in a study computing exactly this ratio. So information is available not only for these 300 cities. Perhaps, sorry, was misleading to say that. It was just to say that we are moving to city level with our own work, and we have metadata and information for this. Thank you.
Cabo Verde? It's okay.
At least for our case, we did not have access to the document shared by UN Habitat. So at this point, we cannot agree or disagree without further explanation.
Okay, thank you. Mexico?
Well, as could be expected, we propose move it to green, yes.
Thank you. Botswana?
I just wanted to be sure what the proposed indicator here by UN Habitat, is it still this efficient land use?
Yes, and he explained that it's a ratio of land consumption and land population growth. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the rate of land consumption. Sorry, is the ratio of land consumption rate to population growth rate. So the efficient land use was misleading, but the real indicator is this, which measure efficient land use as a conclusion. But the indicator itself is the one that I read in terms of ratio.
So you would be in agreement with what is written down here as a proposal from Africa? I think that's what you are saying. So I take it that is what we are making green. Okay.
Bahrain?
As the gentleman has explained, this would be giving me an indication of the actual land use, but doesn't give me anything about efficiency. Anyway, I am with moving this to the green.
Thank you. Please.
Just very quickly, it does, because this ratio in the cases where the city is sprawling or is growing much faster in terms of physical space than the population needs, is telling you that it's very possible affecting biodiversity. It's very possible creating conditions in which more energy consumption is used. It's also creating unnecessary cost in terms of infrastructure delivery, etc. So the inefficient notion comes that it is happening today, unfortunately, in many parts of the world, that cities are growing unnecessarily physically more than what they need. So this control of land is an important element of this planning structure.
Thank you. Netherlands?
I'm also in favor of making this indicator green. I think in general with the environmental related indicators, it would be very good, where possible, to link them to the SIA, in this case, the SIA land accounts.
Thank you. Mexico?
Yes, as I said, green is fine. I just want to add that maybe the issue is the term efficient. And I think UNEP told me yesterday that the term efficient is one of the most difficult ones to define. So if it's to a certain degree a semantic issue, but the real issue I think is perfectly, well, not perfectly, but very well covered by the proposed indicator by UN Habitat. Yes.
Thank you. Germany?
Thank you. I think it's a good first approach to cover the target, but if I have a close look at the target, I mean, it says something about participatory and integrated human settlement, and I think that's not covered by this indicator. This indicator is an indicator how high my skyscrapers are in the city, and the more skyscrapers I have, the better my indicator gets, because I have a fewer land consumption. So I think we should keep this indicator, make it green as a first approach, but then start the discussion on something more suitable to cover this target.
Thank you. So the proposal is to move it, I'm sorry, France?
Thank you. We could propose number of cities which implemented local urban planning schemes or urban mobility plan. to illustrate this target, it will fit probably better.
So you are proposing a different indicator. Could you repeat it, please?
Number of cities which implemented local urban planning schemes or urban mobility plans to organize the life in the city. Not only concentration, but harmonized organization of the society, the city. Thank you.
Any comments on the French proposal? Cabo Verde.
For me, we can pass to green, or for us, we can pass to green the UN Habitat indicator, but with a new formulation. And we agree with Germany that we need to look further for other indicators. And I don't necessarily think France indicator is the best at this moment, but we can consider it when we are analyzing the other indicators.
Thank you. UK?
I agree with Cabo Verde. And with Germany and France, it's a starting point for further discussions.
Thank you.
Put this current proposal to green from UN Habitat.
Tanzania?
I agree with UN Habitat to maintain the African group initial thinking. And for the France, I don't know whether we'll be able to get the pressure that will be exerted in the land. Okay. Exerted pressure to the land through this urbanization thing. I don't think we'll get it.
Mexico?
In terms of the proposed indicator by France, if I understood well, it has to do with if there's a plan or there's not a plan, but I think that's insufficient because to have a plan doesn't follow that things happen in the real world, so I would stick to my former proposal, the UN Habitat.
Okay, Brazil?
I support France.
Thank you. Fiji?
Yes, I would support the UN Habitat, provided it is recorded that it will cover all countries as it is there in the target. From the examples given, it seems to be covering only some of the countries. Thank you.
Thank you. France, do you have some comment?
Sorry, I don't listen to the last comment. Sorry.
I don't mean the last one. I mean the whole reaction.
Concerning when we have in France a local urban planning, it is mandatory. We have to apply. It depends.
Yes, but yes, this is a global indicator. See, Botswana?
No, I was going to say that we should go green with what UN Habitat is proposing. One hears what France is saying, but when you are talking about plans and so on, I think the idea is that you must have plans that are properly sent out. But if you just say plans, you can end up with plans that make the situation much worse.
I would like to add, we need something to indicate quality of the organization and not efficient consuming of space. It is a quality of life in the space.
Okay, I would like to propose that we go with UN Habitat and put it green with further research and to take into account the comment made by France on the quality of the planning. Is that okay? Okay. So now we go next to 11.4, and I want to ask if you still have another proposal, or now you don't. So now I'm going to read it. So the target 11.4 is to strengthen efforts to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. The indicator is the share of national or municipal budget which is dedicated to the preservation, protection, and conservation of national cultural, natural heritage, including World Heritage Sites. And there is a concern that public expenditure is not the end goal of this target. I think this concern has been expressed in some forms in other indicators in terms of that the public expenditure doesn't necessarily mean that things are happening. So I open the floor. Yes, Mexico.
Yes, I totally agree with the concern, but as a second best, I support Brazil because that is relating it to an outcome indicator.
Thank you. Anyone else? So let's read the Brazil proposal. It says that an alternative indicator is the relation between expenditure with preservation, protection, and conservation of safeguarded cultural and natural heritage and the amount of protected goods. So that's on the table. Bahrain, please.
Excuse me if I'm not going to discuss what's on the table, but I think this is a national, or it refers to the national resources provided to protect and strengthen. There should be another indicators, I think, referring to the global collaboration to strengthen and protect the world's cultural and heritage.
Yes, what I said that was on the table is that there is a concern on the way the original indicator is stated, and then Mexico is supporting the proposal by Brazil. What you are saying is that even that proposal is not sufficient because it doesn't cover the efforts, yeah, the whole target.
Global collaboration.
The global collaboration,
yes.
Germany?
Thank you. May I just ask Brazil for clarification? What is meant by the amount of goods?
Yes, Brazil.
Okay, I have no idea of the at this time, but we can imagine the goods are all from buildings, from public spaces and everything. We work cultural and natural heritage. That's all goods that's considered cultural, like a museum, a statue, and things like that. It's not very much difficult to understand what's good are and a good description of these goods.
Germany and then France.
Just a
yes.
quick question. Do you think they are all equally weighted? So a museum is equal to a statue, is equal to a park, or is there a kind of weighting scheme in the background?
For example, the Amazon forest is a protected good. The Yanomami Indian Reserve is a protected good. You have in Brazil a lot of protected good. The Quilombos, the historical African regions are protected goods. And you can continue a lot of things. And these are, need to be preserved.
France?
Thank you. I would like to add the indicator is not relevant because some countries use more private money to safeguard cultural and natural heritage than others. Some of them use private money.
I would like to call on UNESCO, please.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to help very much because I apologise, I'm not the culture expert. But we had some answers to your original questions if you were in the least way interested in sticking with the original indicator. So would you like me to answer some of those, or you think you've now moved further away than that?
No, please go on.
So we know that this maybe is not a perfect indicator, but the objective is to assess the sustainability of public investment in heritage conservation. It's right, it's not enough to just look at expenditure on its own, and to properly assess the target, this indicator should be analysed in association with the number or zones of protected areas. Some questions that came from different respondents. There were a couple of questions about what the definition of cultural heritage is. Well, there is a UNESCO framework for cultural statistics, and there's also a World Heritage Convention. So cultural heritage is defined in these places. It's true that the private sector in some countries is quite involved in protecting heritage, and this indicator will not cover the private expenditure, so I can understand your concern there. And finally, there was a suggestion that the indicator could perhaps be split into two, one for culture and another for natural heritage. And this actually we think would be possible because there are different boundaries between the legal entities responsible for the two types of heritage, which applies at the global level, but also applies at the national level. So that would be possible if that's the way you wanted to go. But I realise you might want to do something else now.
Okay, thank you. So we have a proposal to split into cultural and natural Egypt.
We support that this indicator be moved into the grey list until we get further discussion or clarification from the UNESCO or in designated partners in the culture and the heritage issues.
Thank you. Mexico?
Yes, very briefly. I agree with the issues discussed, but there's another issue that maybe I didn't highlight it adequately, and I agree it's moved to gray, that not all countries have the same number of sites to be protected. So to say the share in this country is higher than in the other doesn't necessarily follow that it's better, because the cultural heritage is not homogeneously endowed throughout countries. So that's another issue.
Thank you. So the proposal is to move this to gray and to ask the guidance from UNESCO. Thank you. So now to 11.6, and the target there refers to, let me see. So we have by 2030 reduce the adverse per capita environmental impact of cities, including by paying special attention to air quality and municipal and other waste management. The indicator is the percentage of urban solid waste regularly collected and well managed, disaggregated by type of waste. Okay. So, and the issues to be addressed are to define what is the meaning of well managed, and to consider the proposal of removing that expression from the indicator so that it would read percentage of urban solid waste regularly collected. Open the floor. Do you have a proposal? Okay. UN Habitat has a proposal as before, so I give the floor to Eduardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, two comments on this. We do agree with the excellent comments from you saying that well managed, it was a bit ambiguous, so we have corrected this, and we have borrowed from the representative from Brazil who suggested to add adequate final discharge. We find it's a correct wording. There were comments also on disaggregation of the information, especially from some developed nations to add issues of recycling and compost that we think can be further on considering the disaggregation. There were also comments mentioning about expenditure, and France suggested to quantify and share landfill waste, and we believe the Brazil proposal of adequate final discharge already touches and respond to that. And finally, Estonia mentioned that it lacks a denominator. And based on all these comments, the proposal for this indicator is as follows: percentage of solid waste regularly collected and with adequate final discharge with regards to the total waste generated by the city. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Habitat. So, open the floor again. Mexico?
Yes, we support of Brazil and UN Habitat.
Thank you. Bahrain?
Same here.
Thank you. Cuba?
It is the same.
Thank you. So I would suggest that we go with the proposal from UN Habitat based on the Brazilian statement. Yeah.
Brazil
And this
supports
become-
Brazil and
yes, and it becomes-
Habitat.
Good.
So
Green. So. Sounds good. So next, within the same target, we have another indicator. That's the level of ambient particulate matter. That's PM. That's particular particulate matter. I know it in Spanish. Particulate matter. Okay. So it's PM10 and PM2.5, and the concern is whether to add urban agglomerations of more than 100,000 inhabitants or people to the indicator. So it would read like the level of particulate, sorry, the level of ambient particulate matter in urban agglomerations of more than 100,000 persons. I give again the floor to UN Habitat.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Just only 2 comments with regards to this indicator. The first one, some countries, Germany, Canada, and others, suggested to add other pollutants. And we consider, based on the WHO excellent work on this, that just referring to the particulate matter of PM2.5 will be enough to avoid the burden of collecting more information when this particulate can give excellent light and information for decision making. So adding also the need to include relation to urban areas, we suggest the following indicator: annual mean leaves of fine particulate matter, PM2.5, air pollution in cities, and we add population weighted. And population weighted tackles directly the suggestion by some members to add a certain threshold of population in cities that we think is not really necessary and eventually would increase a bias to try to go only to cover large cities when secondary cities are also very important, considering that these are the ones that are growing faster and they have the possibility to respond to this problem now. So the suggestion is population weighted to avoid the reference to a specific population size. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. So I open the floor to Jamaica.
I agree with UN Habitat's proposal to remove the specific reference to a number of population. We should note that there are some Caribbean islands who don't have 50,000 persons total. So if the total population is under 100,000, are you then implying that we shouldn't monitor this target?
Yes. Fiji?
Yeah, definitely agree with Jamaica on that.
Okay. I would like to give the floor to UNEP.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add, we have a new rollout program to do precisely that for SIDS and countries where there are very, very few agglomerations with more than 100,000 people. So we anticipate within at least 1 year that we would have all of those areas specifically identified and covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany.
Thank you. Just one question for clarification. Was PM10 still in or is it out?
Well, I didn't hear it either, so it seems to be out.
So we were in favor to keep it in.
Okay. Thank you. Tanzania.
Chair, I do agree with United Kingdom that this indicator is not clear. It has to be specified. That's why even in Africa we didn't comment on this indicator.
Thank you. Cabo Verde?
We agree with the indicator, the new formulation of the indicator, and just to explain why we put 100,000 populations was we were afraid for the very big countries they'll have to measure it in almost every cities. So, but we now, with the explanation of Jamaica, at least for Cape Verde, we remove the request to be over 100,000 population cities.
Thank you. So the issue remains of 10 p.m.
Given the monitoring programs that we have and which we are planning with the World Bank and with cities and countries, PM10 will come as well with 2.5. So the same census can actually accommodate PM10.
So we include PM10 and then we move ahead. Okay, thank you. So we now go to 11.7. By 2030, provide universal access to safe, inclusive, and accessible green and public spaces, in particular for women and children, older persons, and persons with disabilities. And again, I give the floor to UN Habitat.
Thank you very much. I would like to make 2 comments on this. The first one, there was a proposal by Cuba and a certain number of countries endorsed to measure area of urban green space per capita. There is a concern not only of UN Habitat, but a certain number of partners of us that 2 elements to consider. The first one, in many parts of the world, in many cities, areas of urban green space per capita are not necessarily accessible. Second important element is that, for instance, where I live now in Nairobi, if you take into account the golf courses that exist there, you can reach the per capita, but they are not accessible to the population. So the point is that when you consider public spaces include in the definition green areas that are accessible to the public, but not the other way around. And as I had the opportunity in February in this year to present in the EGM during the Statistical Commission a paper on public spaces, just to remain that there is a strong evidence that public spaces contribute to social cohesion, to inclusion, civic identity, empowerment of society. They are fundamental aspects of the provision of commons and goods in cities. So our plea is to keep the notion of public space. Second comment, as per the definition, it was mentioned, if you look the target, to include for women, children, older persons. So our suggestion is to say public spaces for all, and to disaggregate the information accordingly, which is possible to do. The advantage of this indicator, again, is one of the strong indicators of this goal that have a spatial component. We are already collecting many countries here. I would like to call, for instance, the countries like Brazil, Mexico, are right now collecting information in many cities on public space in many years ago. So this is feasible. It connects to the use of free satellite images with the local knowledge of public space. And our suggestion based on this will be the following, Mr. Chair. The average share of the total built-up area of cities that is open space in public use for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have a new proposal, and I have Mexico.
Totally agree with UN Habitat. Just, I want to say something else, complementary, that to increase public spaces doesn't necessarily mean to create new ones. It also means to restore ones that are quite deteriorated. So, and a number of policy initiatives in countries like Mexico and Brazil have to do with that. So just to keep it in mind. No?
Thank you. That's a good point. United Kingdom.
Thank you. I wanted to highlight the point about accessibility. I'm not sure if it's just public ownership and use. Do we need to be publicly accessible in the definition? My concern is that things about the average share of built-up areas isn't relatively disaggregatable for disabled children, etc. So we need to think how we address the accessibility of those groups and when we develop further some of these indicators.
Thank you. Pardon, Cuba?
Yes, we agree, but we need to know how you can define public areas that are included. I mean, there are parks or cafeterias or whatever. I don't know. And this is an issue that it was, you know, we have some doubt about how you define that, because we have to consider it in a same way. I agree with them that it has to be there. Thank you.
So you're speaking about the difference between public and private spaces because of the example you gave?
I was telling you that, I mean, we are really tired, but anyhow, that we need to define what public spaces are. I mean, what we are going to include there. I mean, we are talking about parks, of cafeterias, or I mean, the cafeterias, you take a cup of coffee outside, it's a public space, or a golf camp, or a golf of, I don't know. It's what I am telling, then I asking for some clarification. Specifically, what do you mean by public spaces? What public spaces are?
Okay, thank you. UN Habitat.
Yes, thank you to the representative of Cuba. Obviously, we have already produced and sent to UNSD metadata concerning this indicator, and we have a very clear definition of what entails public space and what doesn't entail public space. So I would love to for the sake of time, to send it directly to Cuba or to give it to her. But the important thing here is exactly that this confusion should not exist in cities. What is public space should be very clearly public and open, even if you pay, but and many other areas that are private should remain private. But what we want to say is that there is a trend of erosion of the public domain in many cities, and this is what this indicator is trying to preserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Germany.
Thank you. I think this indicator is, again, a good first approach to cover the target. I mean, there are many other aspects in the target, accessibility for disabled persons and so on, which we do not cover at all. and we have no information about the distribution of the public spaces within a city. They might be concentrated in one area of the city, and other areas might have nothing at all. But again, I would like to say this is a good first approach. We should put it to green, and then we should set up a plan to further develop this area or this indicator and go ahead with this as a first approach and set it.
Thank you, Germany. Brazil?
Gave up.
Cuba?
I want to put clear that I am very welcome with all metadata that can send me UN habitat, But it's not only my worry, it's the worry of 10 more countries. They have to send to all of us. And I think we will see all the metadata, not only Cuba, or not only the 10 countries. It's a worry for other countries too.
Yes, I understand that the metadata has been available for several days on the public website. So, Mexico?
Yes. I don't want to complicate things more, but there's an issue of safety of public spaces. Assuming public spaces are chosen or whatever, there's a gender issue here. It has to do with the sexual harassment, and there's a proposal coming from UN Women to include an indicator which is the proportion of women subjected to physical or sexual harassment in the last 12 months in order to distinguish between harassment that happens in workplaces or in public spaces, such as streets and parks or plazas, and the indicator should be segregated by perpetrator and place of occurrence.
Thank you. UN Women?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is actually a proposal that we made initially, but during the compilation, it was essentially, I think there was a glitch and it was lost, so member states didn't have a chance to see it. Obviously, we support UN Habitat's suggestion, but we think also that the safety aspect is really crucial for women and girls. And we know that sexual harassment and stalking is a burning issue that needs to be addressed. Recently, we know from the European Union surveys, for instance, that 55% of women have been victims of sexual harassment at one point in their lives. 55%. So, this is, I think, an issue that we think should be addressed. And some methodological work is needed to harmonize measurement and survey questions, but data already exists for some countries, so we strongly suggest to member states to consider adding this indicator. Thank you.
So the proposal would be to have 11.7 as was read by UN Habitat plus a new one or a complement within the same indicator?
An additional indicator.
An additional indicator.
Yes.
That's the one that
that Felix just read, yes.
Okay, so we have 2 indicators for this, and I open the floor again. Jamaica?
Yes, I support the original indicator as modified by UN Habitat to be suggested as green, and I support the addition of the new indicator on safety.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? So we would move, we complement the indicator with the proposal from UN Women. And before I say anything else, I give the floor to United Kingdom.
Again, just clarification of procedures and things. This has come as another new indicator out of the blue to me. I don't know if others have seen it. And I thought we weren't taking new indicators today, but it sounds good on the surface, but do we need to put it in the grey area so we can actually consider it properly?
Yes, let me see where we are. Yes. Yes. Francesca reminds me that in this thing that we have all, this indicator had been already proposed by UN Women, and I read it as I have it on my document. It's a proportion of women subjected to physical or sexual harassment in the last 12 months. It doesn't say public spaces, but I'm guessing that.
It says place of occurrence.
I didn't read it well.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, according to place of occurrence. Yeah. So we would be using that for 11.7. Okay. The United States, please.
I support considering 11.7.1 as green, as proposed by Jamaica, I believe, and 11.7.2, the sexual harassment measure proposed by UN Women, as gray.
Okay. Sweden?
The split between green and gray seems fine. We're also starting to wonder how this city goal is working, and perhaps we can have that discussion another day. But is the thought that we're going to cover all cities and have a global measurements comparing them, or is this an opportunity for cities that want to go forward to have a common measurement system so that they can measure between one another? Because maybe the latter is what we're looking for, rather than to have something that is both cities and global. Thank you.
Thank you. I would pass the question to UN Habitat.
Thank you very much to the representative of Sweden. This is indeed an extremely relevant question, and I have a response to you. We believe that countries may consider to do two things. The first one, and we have already created the method to do that, for reporting purposes, is to create a national sample of cities. Because obviously it will be impossible to report in all your cities, and we can introduce the methodology to define and create that national sample that we are already applying in some countries. Secondly, we are also working in a platform, because if now you don't talk about the indicators, but the goal, how do you work with the goal and the cities, it would be very difficult in one moment to consider city number 1 or number 2 has 3 indicators, good, 3 bad, etc. So we are creating a sort of integrated reporting mechanism for cities to compare each other, if that is the case, if they want to do. So both responses are positive in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a proposal? No? Okay.
No, I don't have the proposal, but I want to just request that the metadata should also be shared with us. Whatever the metadata UN Habitat has developed, that metadata can be shared with us.
But it's, as I said before, that it's on the website and it was shared before. Yes. Yes.
Otherwise, not a problem with that, can be moved to green.
So, so the proposal is to have the first part of the well, now we have two parts. So the first would go to green with the additional work, and then the second concerning the UN Women proposal of sexual harassment, we go to gray. Is that correct? Yes? Okay, so thank you. 11.C, no, I'm sorry, 11.B, we have still 2 indicators under this goal. And again, I give the floor to UN Habitat for a renew proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You are referring to 11.A.
No, B, because 11.A is gray, and we understand that there is a need for further work on that.
Okay.
On methodology, and I am in 11.b. So, Sally.
No, it is. Okay. 11.b, we don't have a specific new wording. Perhaps, let me check. There was a request to make the following recommendation. Percentage of cities implementing risk reduction and resilient policies that include vulnerable and marginalized groups as defined by the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction.
Thank you. Okay. The target for 11B is by 2020 substantially increase the number of cities and human settlements adopting and implementing integrated policies and plans towards inclusion, resource efficiency, mitigation and adaptation to climate change, resilience to disasters, and develop and implement in line with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030, holistic disaster risk management at all levels. And from that, we have a proposed indicator from the Philippines and from UNSSO. So, Philippines?
Yes, Mr. Chair, as written on our document, that is our alternative indicator that we propose.
Brazil?
We presented a small change, not percentage of cities, but percentage of the population live in the cities. The idea is the use of population percentage instead of percentage of cities best indicators the population covered by risk reduction plans, by risk reduction plans, and allow the disaggregation by the characteristics of the population as recommended by the list of proposals. That's the idea.
That's the one on the document, right? Yes, thank you. So, Mexico?
We definitely support Brazil, and we think the indicator proposed is very limited in terms of the target that it's proposed to serve.
May I explain, Mr. Chair?
Philippines, please.
May I explain why we use cities and not populations in the Philippines? There are some cities with less population, and so we want to make sure that all cities would have these particular plans. Although, of course, we see that there is the phrase with more than 100,000 inhabitants, but our concern really will be that all our cities have the plans, and populations may not be reflective of cities having these plans.
Thank you. To the Philippines. Japan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our preference is to the UNSSO's proposal because it is aligned with the indicator proposal in the discussion for the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And my point is the coherence to the ongoing process for the disaster risk reduction for Sendai Framework. If I may, I'd like to make a brief comment on the other disaster risk reduction targets. I think we need clarification of the treatment of indicators for the gray targets. My question is, would there be an indicator proposal in the gray targets in the report to be submitted to the Commission? Because for the disaster risk reduction targets, now the human loss indicator is proposed, but I think we need to add the economic loss indicators. Because many countries support the addition of the economic loss indicators, and also there are several disaster risk reduction targets, and disaster risk reduction indicates multi-purpose indicators, and combining both human loss and the economic loss indicators, it can be treated more integrally. So I'd like to humbly ask the Secretariat or the co-chairs to clarify the treatment of the indicators for in the report to the Commission. That is the first comment. And the second one is inclusion of the economic loss indicators to the disaster risk reduction target. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm going to reply, and then I give the word. As far as I understand, and the Secretariat may correct me, all of the indicators that we are discussing, regardless of the code they have, will be presented to the Statistical Commission. And the reason why they are gray is because we understand that they need further work. And in the case of including economic loss, I think that's part of the work that has to be done for all of those indicators. So that's it. Excuse me. There are things I don't know very well, so I give the floor to.
Just to quickly add, in the case of the Sendai framework, there is also the consideration that there is a parallel intergovernmental process taking care of those indicators, and that already have been considered, to ensure consistency. That's why we keep them in gray, similar to what we're doing with the Paris, for the climate change, so that we don't sort of preempt or close the discussion when it's too premature. Yeah.
Thank you. So I give Colombia asked the floor. Do you still want to speak? Yes.
Thank you. I just want to support Brazil's proposal.
Thank you. Cabo Verde.
We ask for clarification from Brazil and from Philippines. Our question is, if we measure by population, how we're going to do within census? Because we don't do projections for cities, so we don't know how many people are on the cities, either with or without the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we going to do? Otherwise, we'll be calculating this just when we have a census. For us, we prefer the Philippines. It's the Brazil solution is more refined, but with small population. We are a small country. We are a 500,000 country. You have problems projecting. The country in urban rural. We cannot go down to cities. And
I give the floor to Brazil and to Philippines.
I think it's a lot of answers. First of all, this indicator, it's not only indicator who lack in the production of statistics. If you look, there are a lot of indicators. You need to improve the statistics. We have a lot of indicators. We are based in census, and we already discussed it. We will have two censuses in the period until 2030. This is one idea. Another idea we have, I imagine we will have a high-level group who trying to help countries and complete the statistical systems. The idea of establish a so nice and wonderful system of indicators. It's one of the reasons is trying to help countries in the definitive way to produce the indicators. Then my idea is it's not interesting to deny one indicator for lack of information, but force with this indicator the improvement of the statistical system.
Thank you. Philippines?
Yeah, so for the Philippines, we propose that the indicator refer to cities, so percent of cities with more than 100,000 inhabitants. Therefore, the classification of the cities as having more than 100,000 inhabitants will be based on the latest census or based on population projections of the country. But I believe that this issue, if ever this is the indicator chosen, could be discussed under the metadata. Thank you.
Canada?
I think that the indicator needs to stay at the number of cities, whether it's by population of over 100,000, because the target reads the number of cities and human settlements. So I think we need to stay with the number of cities, how it's defined, 100,000 or not. We can talk about later, but it should be number of cities.
Quickly.
I have no objection to removing the classification of more than 100,000. Thank you.
Bahrain?
I think a reference to population would be a solution to small countries. I'm proposing the percentage of population living in cities that adopted risk mitigation policies according to the framework of Sunday. Percent of population living in cities that adopted risk mitigation policies. Thank you.
Yes, the point made by Canada is that the target directly alludes to substantially increase the number of cities and human settlements. So I just want to point out Germany and then Jamaica.
Very quick, Canada took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, the target refers to the cities, so the indicator should refer to the city. If you can't calculate it in your country, I think you're allowed to take any proxy you like to calculate it, but we should not modify the indicator aiming at the target because the data is currently missing.
Thank you. Jamaica?
I would just like to restate my earlier point that if you impose the criterion of 100,000 inhabitants, you'll not only be excluding cities, you'll be excluding countries.
Yes, we are already doing that. I mean, excluding people. Tanzania?
Yeah, Chair, I do agree with Philippine. To take care of for Cape Verde, probably we could put at least 100,000, at least. We say then at least then you cover the small countries.
Yes.
We don't have a problem with Philippines' proposal.
Yes, okay.
We don't have a problem. We have a minimum of 100,000. Our problem is the Brazil indicator to calculate by population.
Okay, but okay, I have a UNEP and UNEP, and then I cannot read, but then you are. Okay, please.
Thank you. Based on an analysis of all the censuses by the statistical offices, we have actually produced a global map of populations. That means human settlements as well as cities. So essentially, we know the population exposure. So it could very well be that, and also economic exposures as well. So in answer to one of the colleagues earlier, perhaps we could look at this without the specification of the size, but to include human settlements and cities, which we can definitely give data on. And then in a grey area, think about how that economic exposure could then be further developed.
Okay. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We, UNHCR, support UNSSO's additional indicator proposal, which is a percentage of local governments that adapt and implement local disaster risk reduction strategies in line with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. The current indicator should be replaced with this one. This is clear, simple, and measurable. Consideration of vulnerable and marginalized group is already integrated in the Sendai Framework, and it's sufficient if we simply refer to the Sendai Framework. And local government, not city, is the unit having planning authority or mandate. So it's better to monitor the percentage of local governments. And we would like to inform that details of this indicator, including definition, is currently examined in the intergovernmental working group that Francesca mentioned. And finally, we also don't support threshold setting. Surely the socioeconomic importance of big cities would be different from small cities. However, from human rights perspective, there is no difference between people living in big cities and small cities in terms of the need of resilience. Many countries have many small-sized local governments with less than 100,000. Setting threshold is against the spirit of SDGs of leaving no one behind. No member states of the Sendai Working Group has so far proposed threshold setting, so we recommend no threshold setting. In conclusion, we suggest the current indicator be replaced by the percentage of local governments that adapt and implement local disaster risk reduction strategies in line with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. Thank you.
United Kingdom.
I just want to support Canada and Germany when we're being very clear that what we're recording in the indicator should reflect the target. It should be about number of cities and human settlements, picking up the local government area. And the importance for the statisticians will be how we baseline this information, where we actually draw the line and when we can then measure substantial increase.
Okay, so the proposal that I am making is the one from UNEP, in the sense that we take the number of cities, and that's the green one. And then the economic aspect, we move it to the gray. That was the proposal. And I think it covers the concerns expressed. So I submit this to you. Okay. Okay. Philippines. Okay. Thank you. So now we go to 11th point C. And that's, do you have, UN Habitat does have a proposal for this, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to keep the indicator as it is, but we are sensitive to the comments from member states. Cabo Verde and African members suggest utilizing local materials. We think it's important. And India also suggests to focus more on the target itself that refers to least developed countries. Based on this request, the proposed new indicator should read percentage of financial support that is allocated to least developed countries to the construction and retrofitting of sustainable, resilient, and resource-efficient building utilizing local materials. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Germany?
Just to clarify, what's the basis? I mean, we are talking about percentage of, but percentage of what in this case?
Yes, thank you. UN Habitat, did you hear it? Yes.
I did, and okay. We do agree, and it lacks a denominator, and perhaps the problem, we were trying to respond to this comment from Germany, but we were short of specific recommendations, because if we talk about a percentage, it should be of the total support that is given to less developed countries, But what is the basis of that? We don't know exactly. So we don't have a response, frankly speaking, on that.
Thank you. Mexico?
Yes, Mexico has a proposed alternative wording, but I agree with Germany. If it's not clear percentage of what, I think it should be moved to gray fast track.
Okay, the US say?
I agree with what he said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any? Okay, so this is fast track. Great. Yes.
Yes, we are done with 11, no?
Yes.
And I propose a 10 minutes break. I mean, we are
Okay.
going to leave very late regardless.
Yes.
And I'm too tired, so I don't know.
No, I think everyone is very tired. Thank you. Thank you. So, is everyone here? Okay, so no, I was looking for you, yes, but that was before. So we have before us 2 goals, and the number of indicators is quite large. Matthias, how many indicators do we have?
It's 13 and 10.
13 in 1 and 10.
13 in goal 16 and 10 in 10.
So we have 23 targets. So we have 23 targets. I'm sorry, indicators. And yes, I'm going to that. So we have 23 indicators, and several members of the IAEG have requested that we finish the meeting today, the session right now. And we also have one proposal by Canada and France that are members of the group as well, to review it's 4 indicators from 16. So those 4 only cover issues like deleting a phrase or a number, and one of them is already green, and that would finish. So I ask the members of the group how they would like to proceed. Yes, Mexico?
Well, I see the agenda for tomorrow, and it's quite hefty, so I would prefer to go on tonight, albeit with breaks, not only because if we are going to leave late anyway. Otherwise, tomorrow it's going to be packed. We're going to have too much work, and time is the same, so there's a trade-off, no? I mean,
Thank you. UK, Sweden, Netherlands.
My suggestion is to go now and condense tomorrow's agenda. We can start a bit earlier, shorten our lunch break, and have things like the integration of geospatial condensed to make sure that goal 16 and 17, which are quite critical and quite controversial, get fresh, and people are tired, and I think we could do a better job tomorrow by just adjusting and being disciplined tomorrow.
Thank you. Sweden?
Yes, I agree with UK. It couldn't be said better. I think that these targets are really important, and it would be sad if we made mistakes just because we no longer function properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Netherlands?
Fully support the colleagues from UK and Sweden. I think that the goals 16 and 17 are simply too important and also too complex to try to rush through them now, as far as we are capable of rushing anymore because of being so tired. So I really would like to stop now.
Thank you. China?
Yes, let's conclude today's meeting now, given the level of energy and the emptiness of our stomach.
Cabo Verde?
Cabo Verde wanted to support Mexico, but maybe with this air conditioning I have to go home.
Okay.
I can't stand it anymore.
Yes, so I'm going to finish the meeting now. Yes, so we just have to remember, as Mexico was saying, that, I'm sorry, and the US also wants to speak, but.
I would just urge, if we can do further consolidation of the agenda that's planned for tomorrow, if there are some elements of things that were planned for tomorrow that could be completed constructively by teleconference or through other means, so we don't try to really pack in 16, 17, and an otherwise full agenda. So I'm really asking for us to not only do 16 and 17 tomorrow, but to really take a hard look at the agenda and figure out what we absolutely have to do in person tomorrow.
Yes, okay. I just want to recall that we have a closed meeting of the IAEG. So it would have to start earlier or a shorter meeting. And then the next items, there is some time already allocated. And of course, I cannot do this comprising of the agenda items. So can I ask you for help or please?
Okay, in terms of, appreciate the comment from Jennifer, USA, I think to look at things that have to be covered, it's the closed session of the IAG where the group has to agree on the criteria and the sort of modalities for how the green indicators will be dealt with and how the gray indicators will be dealt with. And they will have to agree on the work plan and a lot of other issues that before, you know, we go back to plenary. Then, of course, the two goals. And then we have to agree on the structure and the plan to prepare the report for the Statistical Commission, which is currently agenda number 10. We also have to cover the data disaggregation and for the group to agree on the chapeau that will also be part of the Statistical Commission paper to fulfill the requirement of the outcome document on data disaggregation. And I think I don't see, well, 11, agenda item 11, which is the work plan, can be squeezed to maybe an hour. I would say if the IEG has the closed session where they already agree on most issues in terms of the work plan, then can be presented and so the discussion can be quite fast. So 1 hour is 15 minutes, 2:45. So
sorry.
2 hours and 45 minutes for everything except the two additional goals, the closed session and the presentation of the final proposal. So those are the elements that we need to cover.
Okay, so just let me understand, Will. The items 10, 11, and 12 that are now assigned for 3.5 hours could be covered in about an hour. So I just want to have an idea of the time that we want to allocate to goals 16 and 17.
So 1 hour. This can be. We can integrate this
Yes.
and do 1 hour.
1 hour.
Okay? And then 15 minutes, 30 minutes. This can be 1 hour. The proposal, the final proposal. So
Can we?
and then you have 2 hours of closed session or 3?
I have a suggestion.
1.5.
1 and yeah, okay.
We don't need to this.
Okay, please.
Thank you for your patience with me, Mr. Co-Chair. People want to go. This is my proposal. Can the Secretariat and the co-chairs have a draft revision of the agenda, which we will present to the closed meeting tomorrow with the suggested time allocation, and then the agenda, the revised agenda will then be decided during the closed meeting.
Just raise 1 point.
Yes.
Just 1 point for the members to consider perhaps whether they would like to have the closed session after they have completed the two remaining goals so that they can address everything that remains open or for clarification or for your further consideration, or they stick to the plan, that the early morning is the closed session. That's the only thing we need to know in order for us to assist you with preparing the final version of the agenda.
Thank you. I think that your proposal is good, that we start with 16 and 17, Mexico.
Yes, I agree with starting with 16 and 17, but one other thing. If we are going to take away time, I don't think we should take away time from the closed session, because in that session we are going to discuss very serious matter, very serious stuff. So I don't want to rush that part of the agenda.
Okay, Netherlands.
But perhaps if I see here in the morning session 3.5 hours for the agenda items 7, 8, and 9, let's say in case of emergency, we could severely shorten or even skip 8 and 9. I mean, it's far from ideal, but the first day also the overall architecture of indicators, which is important to some of us, was skipped. So in that sense, if we have to, it's not ideal, but that might be a way.
I understand that the process with UN GGIM is continuing. So we tried, it's only 15 minutes. So let's see. Jamaica.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to point out that we just spent the last 15 minutes deciding whether or not we're going to stay here, which based on the 6-minute rule, we could have completed 2 indicators.
2.5.
Okay, so UNEP wanted to take the floor? Yes.
Yeah, plus the quick.
Please.
Without preempting anything, I just wanted to thank everybody. I have to leave tonight, unfortunately, to go back. I'm called back for Capitals. But I wanted to say that in review over the whole that we've done so far, the environmental dimension, I think, is actually very well covered. And I want to thank all of the members for having been so cooperative and very persuasive in the end. So when I go back to report to others, I think it will be a very positive thing. But it's also to leave the sense that we have a lot of geospatial data, which I think could be very usefully put to work in some of the indicators for tomorrow in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will propose to start at 8 o'clock as we did today. 8 o'clock in the morning, not 8:30 or 9, 8 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think there was a question as to what we start with.
We said
16,
16 and 17.
I agree with that.
Yes, thank you. Everybody's rushing. They didn't hear you.